Thank you for the listening. If you want to support us, please subscribe to our channel of relaxing music. Link in the description below this video.
All liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone. Revelation, chapter 21, verse 8. A medium is someone who pretends to have paranormal talent, the ability to interpret circumstances that lie beyond the limits of science. Some mediums act as intermediaries to the dead at seances, while others offer guidance based on, for example, the reading of tarot cards. Humans have tried to contact the dead through mediums since the beginning of history. 1,000 years before the birth of Christ, King Saul of Israel sought advice from the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. All over the world, the police accept the help of psychics and mediums when they are baffled by a case. This happens several times a year, even though there is not a single documented instance where a medium has actually solved a crime. Chapter 1. Elisabeth Grimm is 53 years old. Her hair is streaked with gray, but her eyes are bright and happy, and when she smiles, one of her front teeth juts out impishly. She is a nurse at Birgittegården, a state-approved home for especially troubled girls north of Sundsvall. It's a small, privately owned residence. Rarely are there more than 8 girls there at a time. They range from 12 to 17 in age. Many are drug addicts when they arrive. Almost all have a history of self-injury, eating disorders, for instance. Some can be violent. For these girls, there is no alternative to Birgittegården, with its alarms and double-locked doors. The next step would be prison or forced confinement in a psychiatric unit. This home, by comparison, is a hopeful place, with the expectation that the girls can make it back someday to open care. As Elisabeth often says, "It's the nice girls who end up here." Right now, Elisabeth is savoring the last bite of a bittersweet bar of chocolate. She can feel her shoulders begin to relax. The day started well, but the evening was hard. There were classes in the morning, and in the afternoon the girls spent time at the lake. After the evening meal, the house mother went home, leaving Elisabeth in charge on her own, and all was fine for a while. Elisabeth had sat in the nurse's office, catching up with reports, while the girls watched television, which they were allowed to do until 10. And then she heard the yelling. It was loud, very loud. She'd hurried to the television room, where Miranda was beating up tiny Tula. Miranda was screaming that Tula was a slut and a whore. She'd yanked the little girl off the sofa and was kicking her in the back. It was not unusual for Miranda to explode violently. Elisabeth was used to her outbursts. She pulled her away from Tula, and Miranda slapped her in the face. Elisabeth was used to that, too. Without further discussion, she led Miranda down the hall to the isolation room. Elisabeth wished Miranda a good night, but Miranda didn't answer. She just sat on the bed and studied the floor with a secretive smile as the nurse shut and locked the door behind her. Elisabeth was scheduled to have a private talk with the new girl, Vicky Bennett, but after the conflict she found she was exhausted and couldn't face it. When Vicky came by and timidly mentioned that it was her turn for a chat, Elisabeth put her off. This made Vicky so unhappy, she broke a teacup and slashed her stomach and wrists with the sharpest piece. When Elisabeth checked on her a while later, Vicky was sitting in her room with her hands in front of her face and blood running down her arms. The wounds were superficial. Elisabeth washed the blood off, wrapped gauze around the girl's wrists, and put a Band-Aid on her stomach. And Elisabeth comforted her, soothing her with sweet names, telling her not to worry, coaxing her until a tiny smile crossed the troubled girl's face. For the third night in a row, Elizabeth gave the girl 10 milligrams of sonata so she could sleep. Chapter 2. All the girls are finally asleep, and Birgitta Gordon is quiet. There's a lamp lit in the office window, making the world outside seem impenetrably dark. Elizabeth sits in front of her computer, entering the evening's events into the log, and frowning hard. It's almost midnight, and she realizes she hasn't taken her sleeping pill yet. My own little drug, she calls it. Difficult days followed by nights on call are interfering with her sleep. She needs a few hours of rest. 10 milligrams of Stillnacht by 10, and she's asleep by 11. She pulls her shawl tight and thinks that a glass of red wine would hit the spot right now. She longs for her own bed where she can curl up with a book, or with her husband, Daniel. But not tonight. She's on call and has to stay here. In the yard outside, Buster begins to bark, insistently, stridently. It's very late. She's usually asleep by now. She takes her pill, shuts down her computer. She grows aware of the sounds she's making. The hiss of her chair's hydraulic lift as she stands, the creak of the tiles beneath her feet as she moves to the window. She tries to look out, but all she can see is the reflection of her face, and of the door gliding open behind her. Must be the draught, she thinks. The tiled stove in the dining room draws such a great deal of air. She shakes off the disquiet she feels and switches off the lamp before she turns around. Now the door is wide open. She shudders faintly and steps through it. The lights are on in the hallway between the dining room and the girls' bedrooms. I should check the tile stove, she thinks, make sure the lids are shut. But there is whispering coming from one of the bedrooms. Chapter 3. At first, all Elizabeth hears is a delicate hiss. The whisper is hardly perceptible. Then she hears words. "It's your turn to close your eyes," someone murmurs. Elizabeth keeps still, staring so hard down the hall, her eyes are frozen open. It must be one of the girls talking in her sleep, she thinks. Then there's a noise, like an overripe peach dropping on the floor. Then another, heavy and wet. A table leg scrapes the floor, and there's the sound of 2 more peaches falling. Out of the corner of her eye, Elizabeth catches a movement, a shadow gliding past. She turns around and sees the door to the dining room slowly close. "Wait!" she calls out, even while trying to convince herself it's nothing. It must be the draught. She grabs the doorknob to the dining room, but something stops the door from opening, and she has to yank it before it finally gives way. Stepping inside, she can see herself in the dull reflection from the scratched dining room table, and again in the brass fire doors of the tile stove. She checks it. The lids are all shut. The stove suddenly knocks, and Elizabeth takes a quick step back, tilting over a chair. It's nothing, just the slipping of a log. She heads to her room, pausing outside the girls' bedrooms. She detects a sour, slightly metallic aroma, but all is still. To the right are the bathrooms and the alcove leading to the isolation room. Miranda should be fast asleep in there. Now, again, there's that light voice whispering. "It's time to be quiet," Elizabeth calls out. A series of quick thuds. It's hard to locate the noise, but it sounds as if Miranda is lying in bed and kicking her bare feet against the wall. Elizabeth decides to check on her through the peephole. It is then that she sees a shadowy figure in the alcove. With a gasp, she backs away. She's almost paralyzed with fear. Her body feels as if it's moving in the heavy water of a dream. But the creaking of the floor startles her awake, and she whirls around and starts to run. A soft voice behind her urges her to stop, but she knows she mustn't. Elizabeth makes it to the front door. Throwing the lock, she races out into the cool air of the night. She slips on the front steps, smacking her hip and twisting a leg beneath her. Her ankle hurts so badly she cries out, and she crawls for a stretch, losing her slippers. Then she forces herself to her feet. Chapter 4. The dog is barking at her. He runs circles around her as she limps away across the gravel driveway. She knows there is no escape in the forest, and it's a 30-minute drive to the closest farm, so she drags herself behind the drying shed, toward the former brewery. Hands shaking, she opens the door, slips inside, and pulls the door tight. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" She searches her pockets for her cell, but her hands jerk so badly she drops the phone. The back bursts off, and the battery flies out. She scrambles to pick up the pieces as she listens to the footsteps crunch the gravel. She crawls to the low window and peers out. Buster, who has followed her, scratches frantically at the door. Elizabeth creeps over to the masonry fireplace and crouches behind the woodpile, where with uncooperative hands she tries to shove the battery back into place. The door flies open. There's nowhere to go. She can see the boots, the twisted face, the raised hammer, its heft and shine. She listens to the voice, nods, and then covers her face with her hands. The shadowy figure pauses a moment before knocking her flat on the ground, holding her down, and smashing her hard. Her forehead shatters. Her sight is gone, and she's in agony, but the warm blood running over her ears and down the sides of her throat feels like a caress. The next blow lands in the same spot. Her head is knocked askew, and now the only thing she knows is how to breathe. She thinks how wonderfully sweet oxygen is. She cannot feel the following blows. She cannot tell when the keys to the office and the isolation room are taken from her pocket. She cannot see her body lying on the floor, or the dog sneaking in and tentatively lapping the blood leaking from her crushed head. She cannot sense her life ebb away. Chapter 5. Someone has left a large red apple on the table. It gleams and looks wonderfully tasty. Perhaps she'll just eat the whole thing and then pretend she knows nothing about it. She'll sit there looking glum, ignore the harangues, and refuse to answer their questions. She reaches for the apple, but her fingers sink into cold, mushy flesh. It's completely rotten. Nina Molander wakes up as she jerks her hand away. It's the middle of the night. She's lying in her bed. The only thing she hears is the dog barking in the yard. This new drug makes her wake at night. She has to get up and go to the bathroom. She needs to take the drug, even though it makes her feet and calves swell. Without it, dark thoughts consume her to the point where she no longer cares about anything and can't get out of bed. She knows she needs something to look forward to instead of thoughts about death. Nina throws off her blanket and sets her feet on the warm wooden floor. She's 15 years old, with straight blonde hair, wide hips, and large breasts. Her white flannel nightgown is tight around her belly. In the hallway, the only light on is the green emergency exit sign. She hears whispers behind one of the doors. Nina thinks the other girls are having a party and didn't invite her. As if I'd ever want to go. She can smell cinders, an old fire that has gone out. The dog starts barking again. Nina doesn't worry about whether she's quiet or not. She feels like slamming the door over and over. She doesn't give a damn that Almira will get angry and throw things at her. The floor is colder out in the hall. The old tiles creak. She heads toward the bathroom, but stops when she steps in a wet patch. A dark pool is spreading from beneath the door of the isolation room where Miranda is sleeping. Nina doesn't know what to do at first, but then she sees that the key to the room has been left in the lock. That's weird. She opens the door, walks inside, and flips on the light. There's blood everywhere. It runs down the walls. Miranda is lying on the bed. Nina takes a few steps backward and sees bloody shoe prints on the floor. She thinks she's going to faint. She doesn't notice that she's peeing herself. Back in the hall, she opens the door to the next room and crouches down to shake Caroline's shoulder. "Miranda's hurt," she whispers. "I think Miranda's hurt." "What the hell are you doing in my room?" Caroline asks as she sits up. "What time is it anyway?" Nina stops whispering. "There's blood all over the floor." Chapter 6. Nina can hardly breathe as she looks into Caroline's eyes. She needs to make her understand, and she's surprised when she realizes that she's screaming at the top of her lungs. "Shut up!" Caroline hisses as she gets out of bed. "Calm down!" Nina's screams have woken the other girls. Alarmed voices ring out from the other rooms. "Come and see for yourself," Nina says, and she begins to scratch her arms. "Miranda looks weird. You've got to take a look at her. You've got to." "Can you please cool it? I'll look, but I'm sure—" Another scream erupts in the hallway. Caroline scrambles out of her bedroom. Tula is staring into the isolation room, and her eyes are as wide as saucers. Indy walks out of her room, too, scratching her armpit. Caroline pulls Tula away and catches sight of the blood on the walls and Miranda's pale body. She blocks Indy, thinking that no one should have to see another suicide. "There's been an accident," she explains quickly. "Can you ask everyone to go to the dining room, Indy?" "What's wrong with Miranda?" Indy asks. "We have to wake up Elizabeth." Luchu and Almira come out of their double room. Luchu is wearing only pajama bottoms, and Almira is wrapped in a blanket. "Go to the dining room," Indy orders. "Don't I have time to wash my face first?" Luchu pouts. "Take Tula with you." "What the fuck is going on?" asks Almira. "We don't know," Caroline says. While Indy tries to gather everyone in the dining room, Caroline rushes to the staff room. She knows that Elizabeth takes sleeping pills and never hears when the girls get up and wander around at night. Caroline bangs on the door as loud as she can. "Elizabeth, you have to wake up," she yells. Nothing happens. Caroline hurries past the registration room and over to the nurse's office. The door is open, and she runs to the telephone and calls Daniel. There's static on the line. Indy and Nina press in at the office door. Nina is shaking. "Go wait in the dining room," Caroline snaps. "But the blood! Did you see all that blood?" Nina says and scratches her arm furiously. "Daniel Grimm?" a sleepy voice says on the other end of the line. "It's me, Caroline. There's been an accident, and Elizabeth is not waking up. I called you because I don't know what else to do." "There's blood all over my feet," screams Nina. "I have blood all over my feet." "Calm down," Indy shouts at her as she tries to pull Nina out of the office. "What's going on?" Daniel asks. His voice is sharper now and in control. "Miranda's in the cell, but it's all full of blood," Caroline says. She swallows. "I don't know what we should—" "Is she seriously hurt?" asks Daniel. "Yes, I think so, or I—" "Caroline," Daniel says, "I'm going to call for an ambulance, and then—" "What should I do? What should I—" "Go wake Elizabeth." Chapter 7. The emergency center in Sundsvall is in a 3-story red brick building on Björneborgsgatan, next to Beckgatan. Jasmin usually has no problem working nights, but at the moment she's having trouble staying awake. It's 4 in the morning, and the witching hour has passed. She sits at her computer with her headset on, blowing on her coffee. Laughter pours out from the cafeteria. The evening newspaper reported that one of the center's police officers might have earned extra cash as a phone sex worker. The reality is likely more complicated than that, but at this hour nothing could be funnier than the idea that 2 very different kinds of calls have been coming into the emergency center. Jasmin stares out the window. There is no light in the sky yet. A truck thunders past. She puts down her mug to answer an incoming call. "SOS 112, what's going on?" "My name is Daniel Grimm, and I'm a therapist at Birgittagården. One of the girls has just called me. You have to send someone to the home right away." "Can you give me more details?" Jasmin searches for Birgittagården on her computer. "I don't know anything, really. One of the girls called, but she was crying. Everybody was screaming in the background. The girl said there was blood everywhere." Jasmin signals to her colleague, Ingrid Sandin, that more operators are needed on this call. "Where are you now?" Ingrid asks as Jasmin tries to refine her search. "I was home asleep when they called." "You are talking about Birgittagården north of Sunos?" asks Jasmin. "Hurry, please!" The man's voice is shaking. "We're sending police and an ambulance to Birgittagården north of Sunos," Jasmin says clearly to give the man time to correct her if she's wrong. She turns away for a moment to issue the alarm, and Ingrid picks up the questioning. "Isn't Birgittagården a youth home?" "Yes, for girls." "Shouldn't there be staff on the premises?" "Yes. My wife, Elizabeth, is on duty tonight. I'm going to call her now. I thought I should call you first." Ingrid can see blue lights flash across the deserted street as the first car pulls out of the garage. "The police are on their way," she says in a calming voice. Chapter 8. The turnoff from Highway 86 leads directly into the dark forest and toward Lake Himmelsjö and Birgittagården. "Have you been there before?" asks Rolf Wickner as he shifts into 4th gear. "Yes, a few years ago when a girl tried to set fire to one of the buildings," Sonja Rask says. "Why the hell can't anyone reach the person on duty?" Rolf mutters. "They're probably too busy, no matter what's going on. I wish we knew more." "So do I." The officers fall silent, so they can hear the voices coming over the police radio. An ambulance is on its way, and another police car has been dispatched. The gravel road runs completely straight. It's in need of grading, and their tires thunder across the potholes. Little missiles of gravel strike their fender as tree trunks flicker past and flashes of blue light stab far into the forest. As soon as they reach the yard between Birgittagården's dark red buildings, Sonja reports in. A girl wearing nothing but a nightgown is standing on the front steps. Her eyes are wide open, but her face is pale. Rolf and Sonja get out of the car and hurry toward her. The pulsing blue light swirls all around them. The girl doesn't appear to notice. A dog is barking excitedly. "Is someone hurt?" asks Rolf in a loud voice. "Is there someone who needs help?" The girl waves vaguely toward the edge of the forest. sways, and then, when she tries to walk toward them, her legs give way. Sonia has reached the girl. "Are you all right?" she asks. The girl lies absolutely still on the steps, staring up at the sky, breathing shallowly. Sonia notices that she has fresh scratches all over her arms and neck. "I'll go inside," Rolf says. Sonia stays by the girl, who has gone into shock, while Rolf enters the main building. Bloody prints, marks from both shoes and bare feet, seem to fly in all directions. One set, going up and down the hall, belongs to someone with long strides. Rolf moves swiftly, while being careful not to mess the prints. In a brightly lit room, 4 girls are huddled on a sofa. "Is anyone hurt here?" he asks. "Maybe a little," says a tiny girl with red hair. "Where is she?" "Miranda's in bed," says an older girl with straight black hair. "This way?" He points down the hall. The older girl nods, and Rolf follows the bloody footprints past a dining room with a large wooden table and tile stove, and comes to the dark hall leading to the girls' private rooms. He shines his flashlight along the Bible quotes on the walls, and then aims at the floor. Blood has seeped out from under a door at the back of the alcove. The door is shut, and the key is in the lock. He walks over, shifting the flashlight from one hand to the other. He presses down on the tip of the door handle. There's a click, and the door swings open. "Hello? Miranda? My name's Rolf, and I'm a police officer," he says into the silence. "I'm coming inside now." The only thing he can hear is his own breathing. He pulls the door all the way open, but the violence of the sight inside stops him short, and he slumps against the door jamb. Instinctively he looks away, but his eyes have already registered what he wishes he'd never seen. A young woman is lying on the bed. A great part of her head seems to be missing. Blood has spattered the walls. It drips from a lampshade. The door behind Rolf slams shut, and he's so startled that he drops his flashlight. Now there's nothing but darkness. He turns around and fumbles for the door handle. He can hear the sound of hands on the outside of the door. "Now she can see you," shrieks a young voice. "Now she's looking right at you." He presses down on the door handle, but the door is blocked. There is only a glimmer of light through the peephole. He presses down again and throws his shoulder against the door. It flies open, and Rolf stumbles into the hallway. The little red-haired girl is standing there, staring at him with her wide eyes. Chapter 9. Detective Inspector Joona Linna stands at the window of his hotel room in the town of Sveg, 275 miles north of Stockholm. The dawn light is cool and misty blue. The street lights along Alvgatan have already switched off, but it will be many more hours before he knows whether he's found Rosa Berryman. His shirt hangs loose and unbuttoned over black suit pants. His blond hair is, as usual, disheveled. His service pistol lies on the bed, still in its shoulder holster. The last few months have been unsettled ones for Joona Linna. Last summer he was accused of alerting an extremist left-wing group to a sweep by Säpo, the security police. The matter is now in the hands of the National Police's Internal Review Board. While it investigates, Joona has been removed from many duties, though not formally barred from the force. But the head of the investigation has made it clear that he intends to forward Joona's file to the Swedish prosecution authority if he finds the slightest cause for an indictment. It is a serious charge, but this is not the first time Joona has run up against the authorities. It seems to be his nature. He works as a lone wolf, and that can be irritating, especially to a team organization like the National Police. But what they can't ignore is that in the almost 15 years Joona's been on the job, he's solved more challenging cases than any other Scandinavian police officer. And while he may be independent to a fault, he is also loyal. Despite repeated offers from other organizations, Joona's allegiance is to the force. But right now, Joona isn't worrying about the outcome of the investigation. His mind is not on the future, but on the recent past. It's on the old woman who followed him outside the Adolf Fredrik church in Stockholm and delivered a message from Rosa Bergman. Her thin hands had held up 2 tarot cards. "This is you, isn't it?" she'd asked. "And here is the crown, the bridal crown." "What do you want?" "I don't want anything," the old woman had said, "but I have a message for you from Rosa Bergman." Joona's heart had begun to pound, but he'd forced himself to shrug and say nonchalantly that there had to be some kind of mistake, "because I don't know anyone by that name." "She wants to know why you pretend your daughter is dead." "I'm very sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about." Joona had forced himself to smile as he answered. His voice had sounded odd in his own ears, foreign and cold, as if it came from underneath a large stone, and he'd been tempted to grab her skinny arms and demand to know what was going on. But he didn't. He managed to stay calm. "I have to go," he had said, and was about to turn away when a migraine had shot through his brain like a knife stabbing his left eye. His vision disintegrated into a shimmering, pulsating halo. When he was able to see again, a circle of people had gathered around him, a circle that broke only for the paramedics, and the old woman had disappeared. He'd lied when he'd told her he didn't know Rosa Bergman. Of course he knows who Rosa Bergman is. She's in his thoughts every day. Rosa Bergman is the only person who knows where his wife and daughter are. But she should not know about him. If she knows who he is, then something has gone terribly wrong. Joona left the hospital a few hours after the migraine attack, and immediately began his search for Rosa Bergman. He requested and was granted a leave of absence. He soon learned that no such person was listed in any of Sweden's public registers, but there are at least 2,000 people with the last name Bergman in Scandinavia. He began to systematically work his way through register after register. 2 weeks ago, he began digging through archived church records. For hundreds of years, the Church of Sweden was responsible for keeping population registers until 1991, when the responsibility was shifted to the tax office, where these records are now kept in digital form. He started in the south of Sweden at the archives in Lund, where he poured through drawers of index cards, searching for any Rosa Bergman whose birth date might be right. He then traveled to Visby on the island of Gotland, and then to Vadstena, and after that to Gothenburg. Then he headed north to Uppsala, and on to the massive archive in Arnösund. He searched through hundreds of thousands of files that recorded birth dates, places of birth, and parentages. It was late in the afternoon yesterday, sitting in the Östersund archive, surrounded by the sweet scent of aged, stained paper and loose-leaf binders, that Joona found the record of a girl born 84 years ago. She was baptized Rosa Maja in the parish of Sveg, municipality of Härjedalen, Jämtland province. Her parents were Kristina and Evert Bergman. He was unable to find any record of their marriage, but the mother had been born 19 years earlier in the same parish. Her maiden name was Stefansson. It took Joona 3 more hours to locate the name of Maja Stefansson, born the same year as Rosa Bergman, whose address was listed as a home for assisted living in Sveg. It was already 7 in the evening by then, but Joona decided to drive there immediately. When he arrived, the residents were already in bed, so he was denied entry. Joona checked into the Lilla Hotellet. He went to bed early and woke at 4. Since then he's been standing at the window, waiting for dawn to break. Chapter 10. Sunlight slowly marches around the high walls of the room, dancing briefly in the glass panel of a grandfather clock. Joona's fairly sure he's found the right Rosa Berryman. She's changed her last name to her mother's maiden name, and used her original middle name as her first name. Joona glances at his watch and decides it's time to go. Buttoning his jacket, he leaves the room, walks through the lobby, and heads out the door into the tiny town of Sveg. The nursing home is called Blåvingen. It occupies a group of buildings, all of them faced in yellow stucco, surrounding a well-groomed lawn. There are paths and benches for resting. Joona opens the door to the main entrance and steps inside. Now that he's this close to meeting her, he's suddenly apprehensive and has to force himself to walk down the hall, past the closed office doors, under the harsh, fluorescent lights. She was not supposed to find me, he thinks. She wasn't even supposed to know of my existence. Something has gone very wrong. Joona never talks about what led him to be such a loner. Still, the reasons are with him every waking moment. His life had burned like magnesium, flaring and then out, from bright white to smoking ruin in an instant. A thin, bent old man watches television in the activity room, staring intently as a chef heats up oil in a sauté pan while describing a new recipe for the traditional crayfish festival. He peers at Joona.
"Anders, is that you?"
he asks. Gently, Joona replies, "My name is Joona," his soft Finnish accent coming through. "I'm looking for Maja Stefansson." The old man stares at him with eyes that are damp and red.
"Anders, my boy, please listen to me. You have to get me out of here. There are only old people in this place."
The man slams his bony fist onto the armrest of the sofa, but freezes the moment he sees a nurse enter the room. "Good morning," Joona says to the nurse. "I'm here to visit Maja Stefansson." "How nice," she replies. "But I must warn you, Maja has started to suffer from dementia. She tries to run away at every opportunity." "I understand." "Last summer she managed to get all the way to Stockholm." The nurse leads Joona through a freshly scrubbed but dimly lit hallway and opens a door. "Maja," she says, "there's someone here to see you." Chapter 11. An old woman is making her bed. She looks up, and Joona recognizes her at once. It is the woman who approached him outside Adolf Fredrik Church, and who showed him the tarot cards. "Are you Rosa Berryman?" Joona asks. "Yes," she says, shyly holding out her hand. "You had a message for me," he says softly.
"Oh, my goodness, I don't remember,"
she says, and sits down on her sofa. Joona swallows hard and steps closer. "You asked me why I'm pretending my daughter is dead."
"Well, you shouldn't do that," she reprimands him. "It's not a nice thing to do at all."
"What do you know about my daughter?" Joona asks gently, taking another step. "Have you heard anything at all?" She smiles absently, and Joona has to look away. He tries to think clearly. His hands are shaking. He goes to her tiny kitchenette to steady them and makes 2 cups of coffee. "Rosa, this is very important," he says slowly as he sets the cups down on her coffee table. "It's extremely important to me." Rosa blinks a few times. It is clear she's grown suddenly frightened.
"Who are you? Has something happened to Mother?"
"Rosa, do you remember a little girl named Lumi? Her mother's name is Summa, and you helped them to—" Joona falls silent as he sees her wandering, lost gaze. "Why did you come to Stockholm to find me?" he asks, although he knows his question won't be answered. Rosa Bergman begins to cry. A nurse comes in and comforts her in a practiced manner. She says quietly to Joona, "Come with me. I'll show you out." They walk along the wide hall, designed for wheelchairs. "How long has she been suffering from dementia?" Joona asks. "Things went quickly for Maya. We started to see the first signs last summer, so for about a year. In the old days they used to call it a second childhood, which is not so far from the truth. If she's able to think clearly at all," Joona says seriously. "There are times when she's more aware," the nurse says. "I can call you." "My card," Joona says, and hands it to her. She looks impressed. "Detective Inspector?" She tacks it to the bulletin board behind her desk. Chapter 12. Joona steps into the fresh air and takes a deep breath. Perhaps Rosa Bergman did have something important to tell me, he thinks. Maybe someone sent her, but she began to suffer from dementia before she could do anything about it. Perhaps he'll never know what the message was. It has been 12 years since he lost Summa and Lumi, and the last trace of them has disappeared with Rosa Bergman's memory. Joona climbs into his car and wipes the tears from his cheeks. He closes his eyes for a moment, then starts the drive back to Stockholm. He's barely gone 20 miles along the E45 when he gets a call from Carlos Eliasson, chief of the National Police.
"There's been a murder in Sundsvall. A girl," Carlos says. "The call came in just after 4 this morning."
"I'm on leave," Joona says. His voice is barely audible. He's driving through a forest that offers glimpses of a distant, silvery lake between the trees.
"Joona, what's going on?"
"Nothing." In the background, someone yells for Carlos.
"There's a damned board meeting I've got to go to, but I would like— You see, I just talked with Prosecutor Susanne Öst, and she thinks that the police in Västernorrland do not intend to request our help in the case."
"So why call me?"
"I told them we would send an observer anyway."
"Since when do we send observers?"
"As of now," says Carlos.
He lowers his voice.
"Things are kind of touchy around here these days. Remember the mess with the captain of the hockey league, Janne Svensson? The press had a field day with the police department's incompetence."
"Because they didn't find—"
"Let's not discuss it. That was Susanne Öst's first big prosecution. I don't want to say the press had it right, but the Västernorrland police could certainly have used you that time. They were just too slow and kept going by the book. Time ran out. Not unusual, perhaps, but it can lead to media unpleasantness."
"I can't talk anymore," Joona says, trying to cut short the conversation.
"You know, I wouldn't trouble you if this was just an average murder case," Carlos says.
Joona can hear him breathing deeply over the phone.
The press is going to be all over this one, Joona. It's extremely violent, extremely bloody. And there's one especially nasty thing. The girl's body has been arranged. Meaning what? She's lying in bed with her hands over her face.
Joona says nothing. His left hand is on the wheel. The trees flash past as he drives, and Joona can hear a babble of voices in the background. Carlos waits patiently, and Joona turns off the E45 and onto the E14, leading east to Sundsvall on the coast.
Just go there, Joona, Carlos says. Be nice and let them solve the case themselves, preferably before the press gets to town.
So now I'm more than just an observer?
No, that's what you are, but stick around and keep an eye on the investigation. Make a few suggestions. Just keep in mind that you have no authority in the case.
Because I'm under internal investigation?
It's important you keep a low profile.
Chapter 13. North of Sundsvall, Joona leaves the coast and turns onto Highway 86, which heads inland toward Indalselven. After 2 hours, he's close to where the home for troubled girls should be. He slows down and eventually turns onto a gravel road. Rays of sunshine stream past the dark trunks of the tall pines. A dead girl, thinks Joona. During the night, while everyone slept, a girl was murdered and then set up, arranged, in her bed. According to the local police, the crime was brutal. They have no suspect, and now it's too late to close off the roads, but all officers in the area are on alert. Commissioner Ole Gunnarsson is leading the preliminary investigation. All this Carlos has told him. It's 10 by the time Joona reaches the home. He parks outside the line of police tape and gets out. The only sound he can hear is the buzz of insects in the ditch beside the road. Here the forest has opened into an enormous glade. Tree trunks, still damp with dew, shimmer in the sunshine. A hill slopes down to Lake Himmelsia, and a metal sign beside the road reads, Birgittagården, HVB, a home for youth with special needs. Joona heads toward the group of red buildings which form a square around the gravel yard. An ambulance, 3 police cars, a white Mercedes, and 3 other cars are parked near the buildings. A dog is barking. His leash is attached to a line running between the 2 trees. An older man with a walrus mustache and a beer belly, wearing a wrinkled linen suit, is standing by the main building. He's noticed Joona, but does not acknowledge him. Instead, he taps a cigarette out of a full packet and starts to light it. Joona swings his legs over a second ring of police tape while the man reconsiders and puts the cigarette behind his ear.
Joona Linna from the National Police. Gunnarsson, the man replies. Detective Gunnarsson.
I'm supposed to observe your work.
As long as you don't get in the way,
Gunnarsson says coldly, looking Joona over.
Joona glances at the big house.
The technicians are already busy. Floodlights are blazing in all the rooms, making the windows shine with an unnatural light. A white-faced officer comes out of the house. He's holding his hand over his mouth and wobbles down the steps. Then, leaning on the wall for support, he bends forward and throws up into the nettles by the rain barrel.
You'll do the same once you've been inside, Gunnarsson says, grinning at Joona.
What do we know so far?
We don't know a damn thing. The alarm came early this morning. The therapist in charge here called. His name's Daniel Grimm. It was 4 o'clock. He was at home on Bruksgatan in Sundsvall. He'd just got a phone call from the place. He didn't know what was going on when he called us, but said the girls were screaming about a lot of blood."
"So it was the girls themselves who called him?" Joona asks.
"That's right."
"They didn't call emergency? They called the director in Sundsvall?"
"Exactly."
"Shouldn't there be staff on site?"
"Apparently there's not."
"But some adult?"
"Obviously there should have been someone on the premises," Gunnarsson says.
He sounds weary. "Which one of the girls made the call?"
"One of the older ones."
Gunnarsson glances at his notebook.
"By the name of Caroline Forsman. From what I understand, she was not the one who found the body, but the crime scene's a mess. Several of the girls have looked into the room. One of them got so hysterical we had to take her to the hospital. Let me tell you, it's a gruesome sight."
"Who were the first officers on the scene?" Joona asks.
There were two, Rolf Wigner and Sonja Rask. And I got here around 5:45. I called the prosecutor. She must have shit her pants over it since she called you guys in Stockholm. And now I have you hanging around my neck."
Gunnarsson smiles again at Joona. It's not a friendly smile. "Any suspects yet?" Gunnarsson sighs and then says, as if he's giving a lecture,
"I've been at this sort of thing for a long time, and my experience tells me to let the investigation take its course. Start from the beginning, find witnesses, secure evidence."
"May I go inside and take a look?" Joona asks, glancing at the front door.
"I wouldn't recommend it. We'll soon have photos for you."
"I need to take a look at her body before it's moved," Joona says.
"It's blunt trauma," Gunnarsson says. "The perpetrator is tall. After she died, the victim was placed on her bed, and no one noticed anything until one of the girls had to go to the bathroom and stepped into blood that had come out from under the door."
"Was it still warm?"
"You know, these aren't the easiest girls in the world to work with," Gunnarsson says. "They're frightened and angry all the time, and they've been arguing about everything we say, not listening at all. They've been screaming at us. Earlier this morning they tried to cross the police tape to fetch things from their rooms, iPods and jackets and so on, and when we tried to move them out to the smaller building, two ran off into the woods."
"Ran off?"
"Oh, we caught up with them, and we're trying to get them to return on their own. Right now they're lying on the ground and demanding that Rolf give them a piggyback ride."
Chapter 14. Joona puts on his protective gear and walks up the steps into the big house. Inside the entrance he can hear floodlight fans humming, and the air is already too warm. Dust motes float through the air. He walks across the protective mats that have been placed on the tiled floor. A picture has fallen from the wall, and the broken glass glitters in the bright light. There are bloody footprints in all directions, to and from the front door. The home has retained some details from when it was a wealthy farmhouse. The colors of stenciled patterns on the walls are a bit faded, but fanciful vegetables and vines, painted by itinerant painters from Dalarna 200 years ago, still meander along the walls and around the chimneys. A technician, who introduces himself as Jimmy Sjöberg, is aiming a green light beam at a black chair he's sprayed with Hungarian red. "Any blood?" asks Joona. "Not on this one," answers Jimmy, continuing to look for traces of blood. "Found anything unusual?" "Eriksson from Stockholm told us not to move even a single piece of fly shit until Joona Linna gives us permission," Jimmy replies, smiling. "And I'm very grateful." "So the thing is, we haven't really started yet," Jimmy says. "We put down these damned mats, and we've taken photos and filmed everything. And we've taken the liberty of swabbing a blood sample from the hallway so we could send it to the lab." "Good." "And Siri lifted prints in the hallway before they could be ruined." A second technician, Siri Karlsson, has just removed the brass handle from one of the doors. She puts it in a paper bag and comes over. "This guy needs a look at the crime scene," Yimi says. "Not a pretty sight," Siri says through the dust mask covering her mouth and nose. Her eyes look strained and tired. "So I understand," Joona says. "You can take a look at the photos instead if you'd like," Siri says. "This is Joona Linna," Yimi says. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you." "I'm here only as an observer," Joona says. Siri looks away, and the mask can't hide her flushed cheeks when she looks back at him. "Sorry. Everyone's talking about what's happening to you, and I don't care about the internal investigation. I think it'll be great to work together." "I think so too," Joona replies. He stands for a moment longer, listening to the hum of the floodlights. He's searching for that mental stillness that will allow him to observe and not give in to the impulse to look away. Chapter 15. Joona goes down the hall to the door from which Siri removed the handle. The key is still in the lock. He closes his eyes a moment and then walks into the room. It's completely silent and fully lit, and the heated air is filled with the smell of blood and urine. Joona concentrates on breathing, and in a moment he begins to distinguish other smells: damp wood, sweaty sheets, deodorant. The hot metal of the floodlights makes a pinging sound. He can hear the dog's incessant barks, muted now by the walls. Joona does not move. He takes a long look at the body on the bed and lets each detail sink in, even though he'd much rather turn around and head for the fresh air of the forest. Blood is all over the floor and splashed on the bolted-down furniture and the faded pictures of Bible scenes on the walls. It has spattered the ceiling and all the way to the toilet in the washroom, which has no door. A skinny girl, barely into puberty, is lying on the bed. She's on her back, wearing only a pair of white cotton panties. Her hands are over her face. Her elbows protect her breasts. Her legs are straight, and her feet are crossed at the ankles. Joona can feel his heart beating and the pulse throbbing in his temples. He forces himself to look, register, and think. The girl's face is hidden as if she were afraid, as if she did not want to see her killer. Before the girl was arranged on the bed, she had been hit repeatedly on her head and forehead by a blunt object. Her skull is smashed in. Such a young girl. She must have been terrified. What chain of events had brought her to this home for troubled girls, to this room? Perhaps her parents or her foster parents couldn't cope any more. Perhaps they'd needed help and brought her here to be safe. Joona takes in every grisly detail until he can absorb no more. He closes his eyes and thinks about his daughter's face, and the stone set over a grave that's not hers. Then he opens his eyes and continues his investigation. Everything indicates the victim was sitting on the chair next to the small table when the suspect attacked her. Joona tries to figure out the sequence of events that caused the blood to spatter in this pattern. He knows that each drop of blood flying through the air forms a sphere with a diameter of about 5 millimeters. If the drop is smaller, it means that the blood was traveling at such a high speed it split into smaller drops. He stands on 2 protective mats in front of the table, most likely the spot where the killer stood just a few hours earlier. The girl would have been sitting on the chair on the other side of the table. Joona follows the spatter pattern with his eyes. He leans back to trace a high arc on the walls. The weapon must have been swung back to gain momentum, and each time, as its direction changed slightly for the next blow, blood was flung off in a backward trail. Joona has already spent more time on this crime scene than most inspectors would, yet he knows he's not through yet. He steps over again to the girl on the bed. He notes her pierced navel, the lipstick stain on the glass by her bed, the scar, possibly from the removal of a birthmark, under her right breast. He sees the hair on her shins and a yellowed bruise on her thigh. Joona leans over her and feels slight warmth still rising from her naked skin. He takes a closer look at her hands. There's nothing under her nails. She didn't scratch her assailant. He steps to one side and examines her body once more, her white skin, her hands over her face, her crossed ankles. There is almost no blood on her body at all. Only her pillow is drenched. Her panties are white. Her skin is clean. Joona looks around the room. Behind the door is a small shelf with 2 hooks. On the floor, beneath the shelf, is a pair of sports shoes with white socks balled inside. A faded pair of jeans, a black sweatshirt, and a denim jacket hang from one of the hooks. On the shelf, there's a small white bra. Joona does not touch the clothes. They do not appear to be bloody. She had most likely undressed and hung up her clothes before she was killed. But why is her body so clean? Something must have protected her. But what? There's nothing else in the room. Chapter 16. Joona walks back outside into the sunshine. He's puzzled. Such terrible violence was done to this young girl, but her body was left as pure as a sea-washed stone. Gunnarsson had warned him that the level of violence was intense, and it was certainly forceful, extremely so, but not aggressive in the sense that her killer lost control. The blows were purposeful and were meant to kill, but in all other respects her body was treated with care. Gunnarsson is sitting on the hood of his Mercedes, talking on his cell phone. Unlike almost everything else, a murder investigation does not descend into chaos if left to itself. In most cases, a solution makes itself known eventually. But Joona has never expected a case to solve itself, or trusted that order will eventually prevail. He does know that the killer almost always knows the victim. Often the murderer will turn himself into the police and confess a short time later. Joona never counts on this either. She's lying on the bed now, he thinks. But the only clothes she was wearing when she died were her panties. None of this could have happened in complete silence. In a place like this there has to be a witness. One of the girls has heard or seen something. Someone must have guessed that something was about to happen, that there was a threat, or was aware of a conflict. Joona walks over to the smaller house. The dog is barking under a tree. It bites the leash attached to the running line and then starts to bark again. There are 2 men talking outside the smaller house. One of them has mutton chops and is wearing a dark blue police sweater. He looks about 50 years old. Joona assumes that he is the crime scene coordinator. The other man does not look like a policeman. He's unshaven, and his face looks compassionate and exhausted. "I'm Joona Linna, here as an observer from the National Police," Joona says, extending his hand. "I'm Åke," says the coordinator. "My name's Daniel Grimm," says the man with the tired eyes. "I'm the therapist in charge here. I got here as soon as I knew there was something wrong." "Do you have a moment?" Joona asks.
I would like to meet the other girls, and it would be best if you came along.
Right now?
If you can spare the time.
Daniel blinks behind his glasses and says, "It's just that 2 of the girls have taken off into the forest."
"They've been found," Joona says.
"Yes, I know, but I have to talk to them first." He smiles suddenly. "They're demanding piggyback rides from one of the officers before they'll come back."
"Gunnarsson will make sure they get their rides," Joona says,
then continues on his way to the smaller house. He knows he will have to watch carefully how the girls interact with each other to catch all the undercurrents swirling among them. If someone's seen something, the others will turn toward her like a compass needle. Joona knows he has no authority to question the girls, but he has to find out if anyone was a witness. He bends down to pass under the low door frame. Chapter 17. The floorboard creaks under his weight as Joona steps into the cramped room. There are 3 girls there. The youngest is no more than 12. She has pink skin and copper hair, and sits on the floor, leaning against the wall, while she watches television. She is whispering to herself. Then she suddenly bangs the back of her head against the wall. A second later, she's watching the show again. The other 2 girls pay no attention to her. They're lounging together on a brown corduroy sofa and flipping through a fashion magazine. A psychologist from the district hospital in Sundsvall enters the room behind Joona and sits down on the floor next to the little red-haired girl. "My name is Lisa," she says. "What's your name?" The girl does not take her eyes off the television. It's showing a rerun of an episode from Blue Water High. The volume is loud, and the cool glow from the screen washes over their faces. "Have you heard the fairy tale of Thumbelina?" asks Lisa. "I sometimes feel the way she does, as small as a thumb. How do you feel?" "I'm Jack the Ripper," the girl answers, her eyes on the show. Her voice is high-pitched. Joona sits down in an armchair in front of the television. One of the girls on the sofa looks at him with wide eyes, but returns to her magazine with a smile when he greets her. She's a big girl. She's bitten her nails to the quick. She wears jeans and a black sweater that has "Razors pain you less than life" written on it. She's wearing blue eyeshadow, and there's a glittering hairband around her neck. The other girl looks older and is wearing a cut-off T-shirt with a picture of a horse, a choker with white beads around her neck, and is using a rolled-up military jacket as a pillow. There are injection scars on the insides of her elbows. The older one says, "Indy, did you get a look before the cops got here?" "I don't want nightmares," the hefty girl says lazily. "Poor little Indy," the older one teases. "And afraid of nightmares. So what?" "You're such an egomaniac." "Shut up, Caroline," yells the little red-haired girl. "Miranda's been murdered," Caroline says, "but it's no worse than—" "I just don't want to have her in my head," Indy says. "You're sick," Caroline smiles. "She's the one who was sick, always burning me with her cigarette butts." "Stop your bitching," the red-haired girl says. "And hitting me with the jump rope," Indy says. "You're the real bitch," says Caroline with a sigh. "Okay, I'm the bitch if that makes you feel better," Indy retorts. "Too bad the idiot is dead, but I, for one—" The little red-haired girl bangs her head against the wall again, and then closes her eyes. The front door opens, and Gunnarsson escorts the 2 runaways inside. Chapter 18. Joona leans back calmly in the chair. His dark jacket has fallen open. His muscular body is relaxed, but his eyes are as gray as ice as he watches the girls walk in. Almira enters first, followed by Lu Chu, who sachets in with an exaggerated swing of her hips and makes the V sign with her fingers. The two girls on the sofa laugh and boo. "You lesbian loser," Indy yells. "Let's go take a shower together," says Lu Chu. Daniel Grimm comes in behind the girls, pleading with Gunnarsson to listen to him. "I just want you to take it easy with these girls," he says. He lowers his voice. "Just your presence scares them."
"Don't worry,"
Gunnarsson says. "But I do worry."
"What?"
"I am actually very worried about them," he says.
"Well," Gunnarsson says, sighing, "then sorry I can't do a thing for you. You'll just have to keep out of my hair and let me do my job."
"I must explain to you that for these girls, police officers don't exactly mean safety and security." Joona notices that Daniel's T-shirt is inside out. "They can, too, mean just that," Caroline says. "Well, that's nice to hear." Daniel turns to her with a smile, and then looks back at Gunnarsson. "But seriously, for these girls, the police usually show up in their lives only when things are very bad." Joona understands that Daniel knows he's being a pain, but is determined to make his point. "I was just talking to the coordinator outside about finding—"
"One thing at a time," Gunnarsson brushes him off.
"It's really important because—"
"Cunt,"
Indy says to Lu Chu.
"Go piss yourself,"
Lu Chu says. "Because it would be harmful for the girls to stay here tonight."
"Can we put them in a hotel?" asks Gunnarsson.
"You should have been the one that got killed," Almira screams and throws a glass at Indy. The glass breaks against the wall and shards scatter across the floor. Daniel rushes toward them. Almira ducks away, but not before Indy manages to land a few good blows on her back. Daniel separates them. "Stop all this! Pull yourselves together, damn it!" he yells.
"Almira is a fucking cunt."
"Calm down, Indy," Daniel says. He grabs her hand, waits a second, and then in a soothing voice says, "We've talked about this before, haven't we?" "Yes," Indy says, slightly calmer. "You're a good girl. You really are," Daniel says, smiling. Indy nods and begins to pick up the glass pieces from the floor. Almira helps her. "I'll get the vacuum cleaner," Daniel says, and walks out, closing the door behind him. It swings open again, and he bangs it shut so hard that a Carl Larsson picture on the wall rattles.
"Did Miranda have any enemies?"
says Gunnarsson to no one in particular. "No," Almira says, and giggles. Indy casts a sidelong look at Joona.
"Listen up," Gunnarsson says loudly. "Just answer the questions without all this fuss and noise. That can't be too hard, can it?"
"Depends on the question," Caroline says. "I'm going to scream no matter what," says Lu Chu. "Truth or dare," Indy says, and points at Joona.
"Truth," replies Joona. Gunnarsson swings toward him. "I'm the one in charge of this investigation," he protests.
Joona ignores him.
"Tell me what this means," Joona says to the girls,
and he puts his hands over his face. "That? I don't know," Indy says. "It's a game Miranda and Vicky played." "I can't take this," Caroline shrieks. "You're not the one who saw Miranda, Indy. She looked just like that, and there was blood all over. There was so much blood all over the whole room." Caroline's voice breaks, and she starts to cry. The hospital psychologist crouches beside her, and in a low, calm voice tries to soothe the girl.
"Which one of you is Vicky?" asks Joona, getting up from the armchair.
"She's the newest one." "But where the fuck is she?" demands Lu Chu.
"Which room is hers?" asks Joona.
"I bet she snuck off to the guy she likes to fuck," Tula says. "We like to collect stesolid and sleep like—"
"Who are you talking about now?"
asks Gunnarsson loudly. "Vicky Bennett," Caroline says. "I haven't seen her all... Where the fuck is she?" "Vicky's name has too many letters," Luchu says.
"Turn off that television," Gunnarsson roars. "I want everyone to calm down."
"Don't yell!" Tula yells as she turns the volume up even higher. Joona bends low and looks Caroline in the eyes. He is serious and calm. "Which one is Vicky's room?" "The one farthest down the hall." Chapter 19. Joona crosses the yard again, meeting Daniel going in the opposite direction, lugging the vacuum. He nods at the technicians and heads up the steps back into the main house. It's dark now. The floodlights have been switched off. The protective mats glisten like wet stones. One girl is missing, Joona thinks. Nobody's seen her. Maybe she ran away in all the chaos. But maybe the other girls are letting her hide. Joona shudders at the thought that the missing girl might have seen something. Perhaps she sought refuge in her room and is too frightened to come out. He walks down the hall toward the girls' bedrooms. The crime scene investigation has just begun, so the rooms have not yet been searched. The entire area will be gone over with a fine-toothed comb, but there hasn't yet been time for that with all the commotion. The girls are frightened and stressed. The emergency services for victims of violent crime has still not arrived. The police need more officers, more technicians, more resources. The timber walls creak, but otherwise the house is silent. In the alcove, the door that's missing its handle is slightly open. Inside, the dead girl is still lying on the bed, her hands over her eyes. Joona remembers noting earlier 3 horizontal lines of blood on the corner of the alcove, the bloody marks of 3 fingers, but no fingerprints. The first time he saw them, he had been concentrating on signs that led away from the crime scene. He hadn't realized that the streaks led in the other direction, not toward the front door, but farther down the hall. The person with blood on his or her hands was headed for one of the other bedrooms. "No more dead," Joona whispers to himself. He pulls on latex gloves as he walks toward the last room in the hall. He hears a rustling sound as he opens the door. He stops and tries to see what's inside the dim room. The sound stops. Joona carefully feels for the light switch. He hears rustling again, as well as the clank of metal. "Vicky?" he calls gently. He flips the switch, and light fills the small cell-like room with a yellow glow. There's another bang, and a moment later the window swings open toward the trees and Lake Himmelsjö. The rustling noises are coming from the corner. Joona sees a bird cage on its side on the floor. Inside, a yellow canary flaps its wings and climbs around. There's a strong smell of blood in the room, iron and sweetness mixed together. Joona fetches some protective mats for the floor before he enters. There are flecks of blood next to the window fasteners. Bloody handprints mark how someone climbed on the windowsill, held onto the frame for a moment, and then jumped out, landing on the lawn below. Joona walks over to the bed. He feels ice cold as he pulls away the blanket. The sheets are smeared with dried blood, but the person who was sleeping here was not the one who bled. Whoever was in the bed was covered with someone else's blood. Joona stands still and reads the traces of movement left by the bloodstains. She was actually sleeping here, he thinks. He tries to lift the pillow, but it feels stuck. Joona pulls it loose. Beneath the pillow is a hammer covered in blood. He can also see strands of brown hair. Most of the blood has been absorbed by the pillow and sheets, but the head of the hammer still gleams, shining wet. Chapter 20. Birgitta Gordon is bathed in a beautiful, soft light, and Lake Himmelsjö is shimmering magically between the tall, ancient trees. Just a few hours ago, Nina Molander got up in the middle of the night to pee and found Miranda dead. When the police arrived, Nina was in such severe shock that she was taken by ambulance to the provincial hospital in Sundsvall. Gunnarsson stands in the middle of the yard with Daniel Grimm and Sonja Rask. He's opened the hatchback of his white Mercedes and laid out the sketches which the technicians have just finished on the platform for baggage. The dog, still fastened to the running line, has not yet stopped barking and pulling on its leash. Joona Linna comes up to the back of the car. "The girl's run away. She climbed out the window," he says. "Run away?" asks Daniel Grimm. "Vicky's run away? Why would—" "There is blood on the windowsill, blood on the bed, and—" "That doesn't mean—" "And a blood-stained hammer beneath her pillow," Joona finishes. "Seems weird," Gunnarsson says. "Can't be right. This murder was committed with brutal force." Joona turns to look at Daniel Grimm. Grimm's face is naked and fragile in the sunlight. "What do you think?" Joona asks. "About what? That Vicky would—" "That's just sick," Daniel says. "How so?" "Well, just a minute ago you policemen were saying that this had to be a grown man," he says. "Vicky is a small girl who weighs not much more than 100 pounds, and her wrists are as thin as—" "Is she violent?" asks Joona. "Vicky did not do this," Daniel says calmly. "I've been working with her for 2 months, and I can tell you for a fact that she didn't do this." "Was she violent when she arrived here?" "I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Patient confidentiality." "Your damn patient confidentiality is a waste of our time," Gunnarsson says. "All I can tell you is that I work with certain students to help them find alternatives to their aggressive reactions, for instance, disappointment or fear," Daniel said, keeping his composure. "Vicky wasn't one of them," Joona says. "She was not." "So why was she here?" asks Sonja Rask. "I am sorry, I cannot comment on specific students." "But you believe she is not violent?" Sonja insists. "She's nice," he says simply. "What do you think happened? Why is there a bloody hammer under her pillow?" "I have no idea. It doesn't add up. Maybe she helped someone, wanted to hide it for someone else." "Which students here are violent?" snaps Gunnarsson. "I can't single out any one student. You must understand—" "We understand," Joona says. Daniel turns toward Joona gratefully. "You can try to talk to them yourself," Daniel says to Joona. "You can tell which ones I indicated earlier fairly quickly." "Thanks." Joona starts to leave. "Keep in mind that they've just lost a friend," Daniel calls after him. Joona stops and turns to look at him. "Are you aware which room Miranda was found in?" Daniel shakes his head. "No, but I assumed—" "I find it hard to believe that the room she was found in was her own room," Joona continues. "It's almost empty. On the right side of the hall, next to the bathrooms." "The isolation room," Daniel says. "Why are the girls put in that room?" "Because—" Daniel falls silent and appears to think of something. Joona asks, "What is on your mind?" "The door should have been locked." "There is a key in the lock." "Which key?" Daniel asks. "Only Elisabeth has the key to the isolation room." "Who is Elisabeth?" asks Gunnarsson. "My wife," Daniel replies. "She was the one on call last night." "Where is she now?" asks Sonia. "What do you mean?" Daniel asks. "Your wife, is she at home?" Sonia asks. Daniel appears surprised and unsure of himself. "I assumed that Elisabeth went with Nina in the ambulance," he says slowly. "No, Nina Molander was alone," Sonia says. "Of course Elisabeth went with Nina. She would never let a student—" "I was the first person on the scene," Sonia says abruptly. Her exhaustion has made her voice hoarse and brusque. "There was no staff here, just a group of terrified girls." "But my wife—" "Call her now," Sonia says. "I've tried repeatedly. Her phone is off," Danielle says softly. "I assumed—"
"This is a real goddamn mess," Gunnarsson says.
"My wife, Elisabeth, she has heart trouble," Daniel Grimm continues. His voice becomes even shakier. "Maybe she could have—"
"Try to speak calmly," Joona says.
"My wife has an enlarged heart, and she worked here last night. She should be here. Her phone is off."
Chapter 21.
Daniel looks at the two officers in despair. He pulls at the zipper on his jacket and keeps repeating that his wife has heart trouble. The dog barks and pulls on its leash hard enough that it almost strangles. It wheezes and then starts barking again. Joona walks up to the dog, murmuring in a soothing tone, and lets him off the leash. The second it's released, the dog dashes across the yard. Joona sprints after it. The dog starts scratching at the door to an outbuilding, whining and panting. Daniel stares at Joona and the dog for a moment, and then starts to walk toward them. Gunnarsson yells at him to stay put, but he keeps walking. His body is stiff, and his face contorts with fear. The gravel crunches beneath his feet. Joona tries to calm the dog down. He grabs it by the collar and drags it away from the door, while Gunnarsson runs across the yard and grasps Daniel's coat, but Daniel tugs loose. As he yanks free, he slips on the gravel and scrapes his hand. He gets back up. The dog keeps howling, straining at its collar, its body quivering. A uniformed police officer moves to block the door, but Daniel tries to push past him. "Elisabeth! Elisabeth! I have to—" The police officer grips Daniel by the shoulder and steers him away, while Gunnarsson reaches Joona and helps him get the dog under control. "It could be my wife in there!" screams Daniel. "My wife—" Joona feels a pang of pain behind his eyes as he pulls on a pair of latex gloves. There's a wooden sign hanging below the low roof. It says, "Brewery." Joona opens the door slowly and peers into the dark. A tiny window is cracked, and hundreds of flies are buzzing in the air. There are bloody paw prints all over the glazed tile floor. Joona makes sure not to step on them as he moves to the side to look beyond the stone fireplace. He sees the back panel of a cell phone next to a trail of smeared blood. The flies grow louder. A woman is lying on the ground with her head in a pool of blood. She looks about 50 years old. Her mouth is open. She is wearing jeans, rose-colored socks, and a gray cardigan. From her posture it looks as if the woman had tried to slither away, but then her head and face were smashed in. Chapter 22. Pia Abrahamsson knows she's driving over the speed limit. She'd hoped to get on the road a bit earlier, but the meeting in Östersund for pastors of the Church of Sweden dragged on later than usual. She glances at her son, Dante, in the rearview mirror. His head is leaning on the side of the child seat, and his eyes are closed beneath his glasses. His little face is calm, and the car seems softly cloaked by the morning fog. She reduces her speed to 50 miles an hour, even though the road heads straight through the spruce forest. The highway is hauntingly empty. 20 minutes ago she passed a lumber truck filled with logs, but since then she hasn't seen a single vehicle. She screws up her eyes to see the road properly. Tall fences flash past her on either side. They are meant to keep wildlife off the road. They're not meant to protect wildlife, but to protect people. People are the most frightened animals on the planet, she thinks. She glances again at Dante in the child's seat. She was already a pastor in the parish of Hesselby when she found out she was pregnant. The father was the editor of the newspaper Church Times. She found herself standing and staring at the results of the pregnancy test, realizing that she was 36 years old. She decided to keep the baby, but not the father. Her son was the best thing that had ever happened to her. The sleeping boy's head has fallen to his chest, and his security blanket has slipped to the floor. Before falling asleep, he was so tired that he cried at the slightest frustration. He cried because he didn't like the way the car smelled like Mama's perfume. He cried because Super Mario had been eaten up. Pia Abrahamsson realized she had to pee urgently. She'd had too much coffee at the meeting. It's at least 12 miles to Sundsvall, and more than 250 to Stockholm. There has to be an open gas station soon. She tells herself that she shouldn't stop the car in the middle of the forest. She shouldn't, and yet she finds she is stopping anyway. Pia Abrahamsson, who often preaches that there is a reason for everything that happens, is about to be the victim of chance. She turns onto a logging road and stops at the boom that prevents traffic from entering. Behind the boom, a gravel road stretches through the forest to a storehouse for lumber. She thinks she'll walk just beyond the view of the road, and she'll leave the car door open in case Dante wakes up. Which he does. "Mama, don't go." "Sweetie," Pia says, "Mama has to pee. I'll leave the door open so I can see you the whole time." He looks at her with sleepy eyes. "Don't leave me alone," he whispers. She smiles and pats his sweaty cheek. She knows that she's overprotective, but she can't help it. "Just an itty-bitty minute," she says. Dante grabs for her hand, but she pulls away. She ducks under the boom and walks along the gravel road. She turns and winks at Dante. What if someone sees her with her bare backside and films her with a cell phone? Pia envisions the clip circulating on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. The pissing pastor. She shudders at the thought, then steps off the road and into the trees. Heavy forestry machinery, harvesters, and bulldozers have torn up the earth. As soon as she's sure that no one can see her from the main road, she lifts her skirt, moves her underwear to one side, and squats. She's tired, and she steadies herself with one hand in the soft moss that grows at the base of the trees. Relief fills her as she shuts her eyes. When she looks up again, she sees something incomprehensible. An animal has come out of the forest on 2 legs. It's walking on the logging road, bent over and stumbling, a tiny figure covered in dirt, blood, and clay. Pia holds her breath. It isn't an animal after all. It's almost as if a part of the forest has freed itself and come alive, as if it's a little girl made from twigs. She gets up and follows it. She tries to say something, but can't find her voice. A branch breaks beneath her foot. Rain has started to fall. She moves as if she's in a nightmare. She can't make her legs run. She sees between the trees that the creature has reached the car. There are dirty cloth bands hanging from the strange girl's hands. Pia stumbles up the gravel road and watches the girl sweep her purse off the driver's seat onto the ground. She gets in and shuts the door. "Dante!" Pia struggles to say. The car starts up and drives over her cell phone. It scrapes the guardrail as it turns around and onto the road. Then it straightens out and roars away. Pia is crying as she reaches the boom. Her whole body is shaking. How could this have happened? The twig girl appeared from nowhere, and now the car and her son are gone. She bends down under the boom, then walks onto the long, empty road. She is not screaming. She can't scream. The only sound she hears is her own breathing. Chapter 23. The rain is beginning to beat against his windshield. Mess Jensen, a Danish long-haul trucker, sees a woman standing in the middle of the road barely 200 yards in front of him. He swears and blows the horn. The woman seems to come alive at the sound of the horn, but instead of moving, she stays in the middle of the road. The trucker honks the horn again, and the woman takes a step toward him, lifting her chin to look right at him. Mess has already put on the brakes and feels the weight of the semi-trailer press against the old Flegel cab. He has to brake harder while gearing down. The transmission is bad and there's knocking in the steering axle. A shudder goes through the trailer before he manages to bring the vehicle to a full stop. The woman is just standing there, barely 3 yards from the headlights. Now Jensen can see that she's wearing the dress of a Lutheran pastor beneath her jean jacket. The little white rectangle at her collar shines against the black backdrop of her shirt. The woman's face is devoid of color. When their eyes meet through the windshield, tears begin to stream down her face. Mess turns on his warning lights and leaves the cab. Heat and the smell of diesel stream from the motor. As he walks around the cab, he sees that the woman is now leaning on a headlight and is having trouble breathing. "What is all this?" asks Miss. She turns to look at him. Her eyes are wide open. "Do you need help?" She nods, and he leads her to the side of the cab. The rain is getting heavier and the skies are darkening. "Has someone done something bad to you?" At first she hesitates, but then she climbs into the passenger seat. He closes the door behind her, hurries around the cab, and gets into the driver's seat. "I can't keep blocking the road," he says. "Do you mind if I get going again?" She doesn't answer. So he starts the motor and the tractor-trailer moves forward. He turns on the windshield wipers. "Are you hurt?" he asks. She shakes her head and holds her hand in front of her mouth. "My son," she whispers. "My son." "What did you say? What happened?" "She took my child." "Would you like me to call the police?" he asks. "Let me call the police." "Oh, God!" the woman moans. Chapter 24. The wipers sweep the rain away as fast as they can, but the road ahead appears to be boiling under the downpour. Pia is shivering, and she can't calm down. She realizes she can't speak coherently, but she's able to listen as the truck driver talks with the emergency center. He's being advised to continue along Highway 86 and then take Highway 330 to Timrå, where an ambulance can take Pia to Sundsvall Hospital. "What are you talking about?" asks Pia, suddenly finding her voice. "I don't need an ambulance. You have to stop the car. That's all that matters." The truck driver gives her a look, and Pia realizes that she has to pull herself together and make herself clear. Even though she feels as if she's falling through space, she must sound rational. "My son has been kidnapped," she says. "She is saying that her son has been kidnapped," reports the truck driver.
The police must stop the car. It's a Toyota, a red Toyota Auris. I can't remember the license plate number."
The truck driver asks the operator to hold on for a minute.
"It should be ahead of us on the road. You have to stop it. My son is only 4 years old. He was still in his car seat when I had to—"
The truck driver repeats her words, and then explains that he is on Highway 86, just 24 miles from Timrå.
"We have to hurry."
The truck driver slows down as they approach a broken traffic light before a roundabout. The truck thunders as it rolls over the speed bumps. They pass a white brick building as they pick up speed and keep heading down Highway 86. The emergency center has connected the truck driver to the police. A female officer in a roaming squad car picks it up. She explains that her name is Mirja Zlatnek, and she is only 18 miles away from them on Highway 330 in Jupangen. Pia Abrahamsson takes over the telephone. She swallows hard to force away her nausea. Her voice is calm, even though it is shaking.
"Listen to me," she says. "My son has been kidnapped. The car is—"
She turns to the truck driver.
"What highway is this?"
"Highway 86, he says.
"How far ahead are they?" asks the policewoman. "Perhaps 5 minutes ahead of us,"
Pia says.
"Have you already driven past Indal?" "Indal,"
Pia says loudly.
12 miles ahead of us," the truck driver says.
"Then we'll get them," the policewoman says. "We'll catch them." As Pia Abrahamsson hears those words, tears begin to flow. She wipes them from her cheeks and listens to the policewoman talk to a colleague. They're going to erect a blockade on Highway 330, where there is a bridge over the river. The officer says that he's just 5 minutes away, and will be able to get there in time. "Good," the policewoman says quickly. The truck driver keeps driving along the highway, which follows the river through the empty spaces of Medelpad province. They know that the car with Pia's son has to be ahead of them, although they can't see it. There are no alternatives. The highway runs past small collections of houses, but there are no other roads and no turnoffs except for lumber roads that lead only to where the loggers saw down trees.
"I can't take this,"
Pia says to herself. The road forks a few miles past the village of Indal. One branch leads south to a bridge over the river, and the other continues east along the river toward the coast. Pia is sitting with her hands clasped as she prays. The police are setting up blockades on both forks of the road. One is on the other side of the bridge, and the other is 8 kilometers to the east. The tractor-trailer with its driver from Denmark and the Lutheran pastor Pia Abrahamsson is now passing through Indal. Through the downpour, they can see the empty bridge over the river and the blue light of a squad car rotating on the other side. Chapter 25. Police officer Mirja Zlatnik has parked her squad car diagonally across the road and pulled up the emergency brake. To get past her, a car would have to leave the road, and then at least 2 wheels would go into the ditch. There's a long stretch of road before her, and the rain beats against the roof of her car. Mirja peers through the windshield, but it's hard to see in the increasingly heavy rain. She thought she'd have a quiet day, since all the other police officers in the region were sent to Birgittagården after the dead girl was found there. She started at her desk, reading recipes on a food website. Baked fillet of moose, potato wedges, and Karl Johan mushroom sauce. Full-bodied puree of Jerusalem artichoke. Then, later in the morning, she had to get in the squad car and check out a stolen trailer in Jupangen, which was where she was when the call came in about the kidnapped boy. Although she's never been involved in a case involving violence, Mirja has started to fear the operative side of police work. She can trace this back many years to when she tried to mediate a family conflict which ended badly. Over the years since, Her fear has crept up on her to the point where she prefers administrative work and preventive tactics. But she tells herself that she can handle the situation. There's no other place where the car with the 4-year-old boy could go. This road is like a single long tunnel, a fish trap. Either the car will drive over the bridge after Indal, where her colleague, Lasse Bengtsson, is waiting for it, or it will come here. And here's where I'm waiting, Mirja thinks. The tractor-trailer should be about 6 or 7 miles behind the car. Much depends on how fast the car is going. In 20 minutes, no less, it will be here. Mirja tells herself that this is probably not a random kidnapping. It could be a custody battle. The woman on the phone was too upset to give much concrete information, but her car should be somewhere on this highway, this side of Newspøle. It'll soon be over, she thinks. In a little while she'll be able to return to the office, have a cup of coffee, eat her ham sandwich. But there is something that bothers her. The woman kept talking about a girl with twigs for arms. Mirja didn't ask the woman for her name. There wasn't time. She assumed that the emergency center had taken it down. The woman's agitation was frightening. She had described what happened as if it were some incomprehensible or supernatural event. The rain keeps beating down. Mirja picks up the radio and calls her colleague, Lasse Bengtsson. "What's going on?" she asked. "Raining like hell, but otherwise not much. Not a single car," he says. "Wait, now I see a truck, a huge tractor-trailer, on Highway 330. "He's the driver who placed the call," she says. "Then where the hell is the Toyota?" asks Lasse. "I've been here for 15 minutes and I haven't seen it. Unless the car is a UFO, it should reach you in less than 5 minutes. "Just a minute," Mirja says quickly, and cuts off communication. She can see headlights in the distance. Chapter 26. Mirja Zlatnik leaves the squad car and peers through the curtain of rain at the approaching car. She places one hand on her holstered gun as she walks toward it and motions for it to stop. Water runs over the road and puddles in the grass at the bottom of the ditch. Her own shadow, cast by the rotating blue light behind her, leaps around on the asphalt. Mirja sees that the car is slowing down just as she hears a call come through on her radio. She stays on the road. It sounds as if the voices on the radio are coming from inside a can. There's a hiss and crackle, but she can't tell what's being said. "There's blood everywhere," a voice says. Another body has been found at Birgittegården, a woman in her 50s. The vehicle swings to the shoulder as it comes to a stop. Mirja Zlatnik walks over to the driver's side. The vehicle is a Mazda pickup truck. Despite the rain, its fenders are encrusted in mud. The driver's door opens and a huge man in a green hunting vest gets out. He has shoulder-length hair, a powerful nose, and narrow eyes. He's smiling broadly. "Are you the only person in the vehicle?" asks Mirja, wiping water from her face. He nods and looks away toward the forest. "Move aside," she says as she reaches the vehicle. The man takes a small step back, and Mirja leans forward to look inside the truck's cab. Her hair is soaked and water runs down her back. It's hard to see anything through the windshield. A newspaper is spread out on the driver's seat. She can tell he was sitting on it. She walks around and peers into the tiny back-seat compartment. Nothing but a thermos and an old blanket. There's another call on her radio, but she can't make out the words. The huge man's hunting vest is already turning dark green from the rain. She hears a scratching sound, something scraping against the metal. She turns to look at the man. He's come closer, or perhaps she's just imagining it. She's no longer sure. He's taking a good look at her, neck to knee, and his fleshy forehead wrinkles. "Do you live around here?" she asks. She rubs the mud off the license plate with her foot and writes down the number. Then she walks around the front of the vehicle. "No," he says slowly. There's a pink sports bag on the passenger seat. Mirya keeps going around the truck. There's a tarp held down by bungee cords over the flatbed, and something's underneath it. "Where are you headed?" asks Mirya. The man doesn't move, but he follows her with his eyes. Suddenly she spots a trickle of blood running out from beneath the tarp in one of the grooves otherwise filled with mud and pine needles. "What's this?" she asks. When he doesn't answer, Mirya reaches over the side of the flatbed. It's not easy to reach. She has to press against the wet truck. The man moves to the side. She can just reach the tarp with her fingertips, but she doesn't take her eyes off the man. He's licking his lips as she begins to pull the tarp away. She unsnaps the holster of her gun and then turns quickly to look at the flatbed, where she sees the slender hoof of a young deer, a fawn. The man stops moving, but Mirya still puts her hand on her gun as she walks away from the pickup truck. "Where'd you shoot the deer?"
"It was roadkill."
"Did you mark the spot?" He spits on the ground between his own feet. "Please show me your driver's license," she says. He doesn't reply, and shows no indication that he is going to comply. "Your driver's license," she says again, and she can hear the insecurity in her voice.
"I'm through with you," the man says, and gets into his truck. "It's the law to report any animals which have been hit." The man is in the driver's seat and slams the door. He starts the truck and drives around the squad car, even though two wheels dip into the ditch. As he swings back up onto the road, Mirya thinks that she should have inspected the vehicle more carefully. She should have removed the entire tarp and checked to see if anything else was underneath it. She can hear a crow cawing from a perch in the treetops. Then she hears the noise of a vehicle coming up behind her. She whirls around with her pistol out, but she can't see anything in the downpour. Chapter 27. Mess Jensen is on his radio, being told off by his manager. He's doing his best to explain the situation while his boss is yelling about missed times and ruined logistics. "But,"
Mess keeps trying to break in,
"don't you have to help other people? The only help you'll get from me is a cut in your pay."
"Well, thank you very much, then," Mess says, and breaks off communication. The rain thunders on the roof of the cab. Pia is staring into the side view mirror, looking at the trailer and watching the trees retreating from view. Mess takes out a piece of nicotine gum. He's staring straight ahead at the road. The rumbling from the motor and the hiss of heavy tires on wet asphalt fills the cab. Pia glances at the calendar, which is swinging with the movement of the truck. A curvy woman in a swimming pool holding a plastic swan. Beneath the picture is the date August 1968. The road is sloping downhill, and the weight of the load of bar iron is making the tractor-trailer speed up. In the distance, a blue light flickers through the gray sheet of rain. A squad car is blocking the road. Pia's heart begins to pound. She stares at the police car and the woman in her dark blue sweater waving for them to pull over. Even before the tractor-trailer has come to a complete stop, Pia is opening the door. The sound of the engine is overwhelming. She feels dizzy as she climbs down and runs over to the waiting policewoman. "Where's the car?" asks the policewoman. "What are you saying?" Pia reads the woman's wet face and is frightened by the look. She feels as if her legs are about to give way beneath her. "Did you see the car as you passed it?" the policewoman asks. "Passed it?" says Pia in confusion. Mess joins them. "We hadn't seen anything on the road," he says. "You must have put up the roadblock too late."
Too late. I drove up here on this road from the other direction. So where the hell is the car, then? Asks the trucker. Mirya Zlatnik runs back to the patrol car and radios her colleague. "Lasse," she asks, out of breath. "I've been trying to get you," said Lasse. "You weren't answering. Did you get him?" "Where the hell is the car?" She is practically screaming. "The truck is here, but no car has come past." "There aren't any other roads," he says. "We have to put out a bulletin and close Highway 86 in the other direction." "I'm on it," he says, and breaks off. Pia leans into the squad car. The rain has soaked through her clothes. Mirya Zlatnik is sitting in the driver's seat with the door open. "You told me you'd get him," Pia says. "Yes, I believed you." "I know. I don't understand it either. It's impossible to drive at high speed on this road, and there's no chance the car could have reached the bridge before Lasse did." "But it has to be somewhere," Pia says. She pulls off her pastor's collar. "Wait a minute," Mirya says. She contacts the central station. "This is car 321. We need a roadblock immediately, before Aspen." "There's a small road there. If you know where the road is, you can drive from Kevsta up to Mykelsje." "That's right. Who's going there?" "Good. I imagine it'll take him 8 to 10 minutes. Mirya gets back out of the car and stares down the road as if she still expects the Toyota to appear. "Where's my boy?" Pia asks her. "There's no other place for them to go," Mirya says, trying to be patient. "I understand your worry, but we will get them. They must have turned off the road somewhere, but there's nowhere for them to go." She wipes the rain from her eyes. "We're closing the last road, and then we'll get the helicopter from the rescue station." Pia unbuttons the top button of her shirt and then leans on the front of the squad car. She's breathing much too heavily, and it feels as if her chest has burst open. She thinks she should be making demands, but she can't think clearly. She is desperate and afraid. Chapter 28. A large white command bus is parked in the middle of the yard between the buildings at Birgittegården. Command Central is inside. A group of men and women sit around a table covered in maps and laptops, analyzing the investigation, until a bulletin comes in about a kidnapped boy, and they stop. Roadblocks have been thrown up on Highway 330 and Highway 86 going north, as well as at the bridge south of Indal. It should be doable, their colleagues say, to stop the kidnapper, but they hear nothing more for the next 10 minutes at least. Then the radio breaks in again. "It's gone," a policewoman reports breathlessly. "The car should have been here, but it hasn't shown up. We've closed each and every damned road. It's just gone. I don't know what to do." Mirya sounds exhausted. "The mother is sitting in my car. I'm going to try to talk to her." The police in the bus listen silently. Then they all turn to the map spread out on the table. Bosse Norling traces the route of Highway 86 with his finger. "If they've blocked here and here, then the car can't just disappear," he says. "Obviously the kidnapper could have driven it into a garage in Beck or Bjelsta, or onto a logging road, but that would be a damn strange thing to do." "And there's nowhere to go," Sonja Rask says. "Am I the only one who's thinking that Vicky Bennett could have taken this car?" asks Bosse. The rain is starting to ease up, but water is still washing down the bus's windows. Sonja turns back to her computer and starts to go through lists of pedophiles and custody disputes via the police intranet. 9 times out of 10, Gunnar Schoen begins as he leans back and starts peeling a banana, "these kinds of events solve themselves. I think she had a guy with her in the car. They fought and he took off, leaving her at the side of the road."
"She's not married," says Sonja.
"According to our statistics," Gunnar Schoen says, keeping his pedagogic tone of voice, "most of the children born in Sweden are born outside marriage, and—"
"Here we go," said Sonja. Pia Abrahamsson requested sole custody of her son Dante, and the father tried to contest it. "So we're going to drop the possible connection to Vicky Bennett?" asks Bosse. "Look for the father first," says Joona. "On it," says Sonia. She heads to the back of the bus. "What did you find beneath Vicky Bennett's window?" Joona asks one of the technicians. "There wasn't anything on the ground. We found prints and some coagulation traces on the windowsill." "And what did you find near the edge of the forest?" "Nothing. And then it started to rain." "But apparently Vicky Bennett headed directly into the forest," Joona says thoughtfully. He watches Bosse Norling, who is leaning over the map, place a pin on Birgittagården, and then draw a circle around it with a compass. "Vicky didn't take the car," says Gunnarsson. "It doesn't take 3 whole damn hours to get from the forest to Highway 86, and then go—" "On the other hand, she was running at night. It's not easy to find your way in the dark. She could have walked all the way there," Bosse says. He jabs the map to the east of a forested area, and then traces a line going north. "The timing would work," Joona says. "Dante's father is in the Canary Islands right now," Sonia calls from the back of the bus. Ole Gunnarsson swears, then picks up the radio to call Mirja Zlatnek. "Gunnarsson here," he says. "Has the mother given us her statement?" "Yes, and Can she describe the suspect?" "It wasn't easy. The mother is emotional, and the picture of the suspect is somewhat unclear," Mirja says. "The mother is obviously in shock. She's talking about a skeleton with rags hanging down coming out of the forest, a girl with a bloody face and twigs instead of arms." "But she says it's a girl?" "I've recorded her testimony, but it's really odd. She keeps saying the strangest things. She'll have to calm down before we can get a decent—" "But she says it's a girl?" "Yes, over and over." Chapter 29. Joona stops his car at the roadblock on Highway 330. He greets one of the policemen on duty, shows his ID, and then keeps driving along the road paralleling the Indal River. He's been told that the students from Birgittagården are being housed at the Hotel Ibis in Sundsvall. Daniel Grimm has been checked into the psychiatric ward of the provincial hospital. The house mother, Margot Lundin, is now at her home in Timrå, and Fadumo Ahmed, who works part-time as an assistant, is with his parents in Vänersborg. When they heard Mirja Zlatnek tell them that Pia Abrahamsson insisted she'd seen a small girl with rags on her hands, everyone understood that Vicky Bennett had taken the car with the little boy in the back seat. "It's a mystery how she didn't get caught in the roadblocks," Bosse Norling said. They'd put a helicopter up, but the pilot could not see the car anywhere. Not in Indal, and not on any of the logging roads. "It's not much of a mystery," Joona thought. "The logical explanation is that she managed to find a hiding place before she reached any of the roadblocks. But where? She must know someone who lives in the village, someone who owns a garage." Joona asked to speak with the girls at the hotel and agreed that there should be a child psychologist and a support person from the Office of Victim Services in the room with him. He's been thinking over the girls' behavior when they were in the small house. Gunnarsson had returned with the two who'd run into the forest. The little red-haired girl had been watching television while banging the back of her head against the wall. The girl named Indy had said putting hands over her face was a game Vicky played. Then everyone realized Vicky had disappeared and had started screaming and carrying on. A couple of the girls had been sure she was still sleeping off a heavy dose of stesolid. The girl called Almira had spat on the floor, and Indy had rubbed her eyes so hard that she'd smeared blue eyeshadow over her hands. Joona thinks that the red-haired girl, Dula, was onto something. Tula was so pale even her eyelashes were white. She wore shiny pink sport shorts. She'd said something while the others were all jabbering away. She'd said that Vicky must have run off to meet the guy she likes to fuck. Chapter 30. The two-star Hotel Ibis is on Tredgårdsgatan, not far from the police station in Sundsvall. When Joona pulls the front door open, he is greeted by the smell of vacuum cleaners, musty carpets, and cigarette smoke. There's a dish at the reception desk filled with stale candies. The police have assigned the students from Birgittegården to 5 adjacent rooms and placed 2 uniformed officers in the hallway. Joona strides over the worn wooden flooring. The psychologist, Lisa Jern, is waiting for Joona outside one of the bedrooms. Her dark hair is streaked with gray. Her mouth is narrow and nervous. "Is Tula here already?" asks Joona. "Yes, but wait," she says as Joona lays his hand on the door handle. "From what I understand, you are an observer from the National Police." "A little boy's in danger," Joona says. "Tula is hardly speaking, and my recommendation as a child psychologist is that you wait until she starts speaking about it on her own initiative." "No time for that." Joona pushes down the handle. "Wait. It's really important that you keep yourself on the same level as the children. They must not feel as if they're sick or—" Joona is already in the room. All the furniture has beechwood veneer, and the floor is covered in green wall-to-wall carpet. Tula Lehti is sitting with her back to a row of windows. She's a tiny girl, just 12 years old, and she's still dressed in her pink shorts and tennis shoes. Between the slats of the Venetian blinds, Joona can see the parked cars in the street. Standing in the farthest corner of the room, there's a man wearing a blue flannel shirt with his hair combed back. He's tapping the screen on his cell phone. Joona assumes he is the support person for the students. Joona sits directly across from Tula and studies her. She has light blonde eyebrows, and her red hair is straight and needs washing. "We met briefly this morning," Joona says. Tula crosses her freckled arms over her chest. Her lips are narrow and almost colorless. "Papa Cop," she says. Lisa Jern has followed Joona into the room and now sits down next to the tiny girl. "Tula," she says in a mild voice, "remember how I told you that I sometimes feel like Thumbelina? It's not strange to feel little, just like Thumbelina, even when you're grown up." "Why do people always talk like idiots?" Tula asks, looking Joona directly in the eye. "Is it because you grown-ups are idiots, or because you think we're idiots?" "We grown-ups probably think you're a bit idiotic," Joona says. Tula smiles, which Joona doesn't expect. She is about to say something when Lisa Jern breaks in and tries to reassure her that Joona wasn't telling the truth. The officer was just making a joke. Tula hugs her arms closer to her chest, stares at the table, and puffs out her cheeks. "You're not an idiot at all," Lisa Jern keeps repeating. "Yes, I am," Tula whispers. She spits, and a long string of saliva hits the table. She says nothing, but begins to draw with the saliva on the table. She draws a star. "Do you want to talk?" Lisa says quietly. "Only with the fin," Tula replies, her voice so low as to be almost inaudible. "What did you say?" asks Lisa Jern with a smile. "I only want to talk to the fin." Tula lifts her chin, pointing at Joona Linna. "How nice," the psychologist says stiffly. Joona turns on the recorder and quietly states the formalities: time, place, people present, and the reason for the conversation. "Why are you at Birgitta Gordon?" he asks. "I was at Lovsta, and some things happened that weren't so good," Tula says. "So they put me with the girls who are locked in, even though I'm too young. I kept my nose clean, just watched TV, and 1 year and 4 months later they moved me to Birgitta Gordon."
What's the difference between Lovsta and Birgitta Gordon?
"Well, Birgitta Gordon is more like a real home, at least as far as I'm concerned. They have rugs on the floors, and they haven't bolted down the furniture, except in the isolation room, and they don't have alarms connected to everything, and you can sleep in peace and quiet, and they give you homemade food." Joona nods and notices that the support person is still flipping through pages on his cell phone. The psychologist Lisa Jern is breathing heavily as she listens to them.
What food did they make for you yesterday? Joona asks.
"Tacos."
Was everyone at dinner?
Tula shrugs. "I guess so."
Miranda, too? Did she eat tacos with you?
"Cut open her stomach and you'll find out. Haven't you done that yet?"
No, we haven't.
"Why not?"
We haven't had time yet.
Tula semi-smiles and starts pulling at a loose thread on her shorts. Her nails have been bitten to the quick, and the cuticles are raw. "I looked into the isolation room," Tula says, and she starts to rock. "It was pretty cool."
Did you see how Miranda was lying there? Asks Joona.
"Yeah, like this," Tula says, and puts her hands over her face.
Why do you think she was doing that?
Tula starts kicking at the carpet. "Maybe she was scared."
Did you ever see anyone else do that?
"No," Tula says, scratching her neck.
So you're not locked into your rooms, Joona says.
"No, it's almost like open wards," Tula says, and smiles.
Do you often sneak out at night?
"Not me." Tula's mouth becomes tight and hard as she pretends to shoot the psychologist with her index finger.
Why not? Asks Joona.
She looks back at Joona and says in a small voice, "I'm afraid of the dark."
What about the others?
Lisa Jern stands up and frowns as she continues to listen. "Yes," Tula whispers.
What do they do when they sneak out? Asks Joona.
The girl looks down and smiles to herself.
Of course those girls are older than you are, Joona says.
"Right," Tula says. She is blushing.
Do they meet boys?
She nods.
Does Vicky meet boys too?
"Yes, she sneaks out at night," Tula says. She leans on the table in Jona's direction.
Do you know who she goes to see?
"Dennis."
Who is Dennis?
"I don't know," she whispers. She wets her lips with her tongue.
But his name is Dennis? Do you know his last name?
"No."
How long is she gone?
Tula shrugs and pulls at a bit of tape stuck to the underside of the chair cushion. Chapter 31. The prosecutor, Susanne Öst, is waiting outside the Hotel Ibis. She's leaning against a Ford Fairlane. There's not a trace of makeup on her round face, and her blonde hair is gathered up in a messy ponytail. Her shirt collar sticks straight up out of her gray suit jacket. "Do you mind if I play police officer with you?" she asks, blushing.
Not at all, Joona says, shaking hands with her.
"We're supposed to go knocking on all the doors, looking into each and every garage, shed, and parking lot, etc., she says. We'll close the net. There aren't many places where you can hide a car."
"Right," says Joona.
"It'll go faster now that we have a name," she says, smiling, as she opens the door to the Ford Fairlane. There are only 4 people with the first name of Dennis in the area." "I'll follow you," Joona says, and walks over to his Volvo. The American car sways as it turns onto the road and starts toward Indal. Joona follows it and thinks about what he knows so far about Vicky Bennett. Her mother, Susie Bennett, was a drug addict and homeless at the time of her death last winter. Vicky had lived with various foster parents and institutions from the age of 6, and had probably learned to create and let go of relationships quickly. If Vicky goes out at night to meet a boy, she must meet him close by. Perhaps he waits for her in the forest or on the gravel road. Perhaps she walks along Highway 86 until she reaches his house in Bagbølle or Vestlønning. The asphalt is starting to dry. The rainwater is pooling in the ditches. The skies are brightening, although raindrops still drip from the trees. The prosecutor calls Joona, and he can see her glancing at him in her rearview mirror as she talks. "We've only found one Dennis in Indal," she says. "He's 7 years old. The second Dennis lives in Stie, but he's working in Leeds in England right now." "So that leaves only 2, Joona says. "Right. Dennis and Lovisa Kalmstedt live in a house on the outskirts of Toming. We haven't got to them yet. And then there's Dennis Rolando. He lives with his parents just south of Indal. We've just visited the house, and there's no one there at the moment. This Dennis owns a large industrial building in Sundsvall on Kvarnvegen, which we haven't entered yet. There's probably nothing there. At the moment, this Dennis is in his car on the road to Sollefteå." "Break down the door," says Joona. "Okay," she says, and ends the call. The landscape opens up, and fields line both sides of the highway. Red farm buildings press against the edge of the forest, and behind them the forest stretches endlessly. Everything is shimmering after the rain. As Joona passes through the sleepy village of Østenskjer, 2 uniformed police officers in Sundsvall are sawing through the massive iron rail across the steel door of the industrial building with an angle grinder. A cascade of sparks flashes around the walls. Then the bar separates, and the officers lever the door with a hefty crowbar. The door bends open, and they walk inside. In the beams of their flashlights they can see dark heaps on the floor. They find about 50 ancient video games, Space Invaders, Asteroids, and Street Fighter, beneath dusty plastic sheets. Meanwhile, Joona observes Susanne Øst speak on the cell phone, and then casts him a glance via her rearview mirror. A second later, his cell phone rings. Susanne tells him they now only have one address left to check. It's not far from where they are, and it should take 10 minutes to get there. Finally she slows down, and Joona follows her as she turns onto a road between 2 waterlogged fields and drives up to a yellow wooden house. Its blinds are drawn. Apple trees are growing in a well-tended yard, and a blue and white striped hammock hangs between 2 of them. They park their cars and walk toward 2 police officers standing by a squad car. Joona greets the officers and then studies the house. He says, "We don't know if Vicky took the car in order to steal the child, or if she just wanted a car and the child happened to be in the back seat. At the moment, we must think of the child as a hostage." "A hostage," the prosecutor repeats in a low voice. She walks up to the door and rings the bell. No response. She shouts a warning that the police will break down the door if they are not let inside. There's someone inside. A piece of heavy furniture is being moved. She can hear the floor groan as the piece is turned over. "I'll go in," Joona says. One of the policemen stays to watch the front of the house and the garage. The other follows Joona around the rear. The back of the house has a small set of concrete steps up to a back door with a window of frosted glass. Joona kicks the door. The window breaks and shards of glass fall onto a blue doormat. "Stay here," he tells the policeman, and he slips inside. Chapter 32. The slivers of glass crunch under Joona's shoes as he enters a neat laundry room, complete with a hand-crank mangle fastened to a sink. Miranda was sitting in a chair when she was killed, Joona thinks. Elisabeth, wearing only socks on her feet, was hunted across the yard and into the brewery. She tried to crawl away, but was beaten to death. Joona can feel the weight of his new pistol in its holster beneath his right arm. It's a semi-automatic Smith & Wesson .45 caliber ACP. It weighs slightly more than his previous one and carries fewer bullets, but its first shot is quicker. Joona slowly opens a creaky door and finds himself looking into a traditional Swedish country kitchen. A large ceramic bowl with apples is on the round wooden table, and there's the scent of a fire burning in the beautiful old wood-fired stove. He sees frozen cinnamon buns thawing on a tray, and a drawer with sharp knives has been left open. He catches a glimpse of the yard between the drawn curtains. He shuts the door and walks down the hall. He stops when he hears the sound of tinkling from the ceiling lamp. Its glass prisms are swaying and colliding. Someone is upstairs. Hugging the wall, he climbs the stairs. Between the open treads, he can see clothes hanging in neat rows beneath the staircase. When he reaches the landing, he creeps silently to the closest bedroom. There's a double bed covered by a crazy quilt and a wardrobe, its sliding door partially open. The curtains are closed and the ceiling light is off. Joona steps into the room, his line of fire clear, and moves to the side. The front sight of a rifle is lying on the bed. He hears someone breathing close by. Joona aims his gun at the corner of the room as he steps farther inside. Beside the wardrobe, there's a man with stooped shoulders and light brown hair. He's staring at Joona. He's barefoot and wearing dark blue jeans and a white T-shirt with the words Stora Enso. He's hiding something behind his back and is slowly moving toward the center of the room and closer to the bed. "I'm from the National Police," Joona says. He lowers his gun slightly.
"This is my house," the man says.
"You should have opened the door." Joona sees that sweat is running down the man's face.
"Did you bust my back door?"
"I'm afraid so."
"Can it be fixed?"
"I'm afraid not." Something glints in the smoke-tinted mirror on the wardrobe door. Joona sees in the reflection that the man is holding a large kitchen knife behind his back. He says calmly, "I need to see what's in your garage."
"The only thing there is my car."
"Put the knife on the bed and take me to your garage." The man moves the knife and looks at it. It has a stained wooden shaft, and the blade has been worn down by sharpening. "I don't have time to wait," Joona says.
"You shouldn't have broken my—"
Joona hears bare feet moving in his direction. He moves slightly to the side while keeping his eyes on the knife. A shadow is heading for his back. Joona turns his body and puts his energy into lifting his elbow to meet the rushing shadow. Joona's gun is still aimed at the man with the knife as his elbow hits a boy in the middle of his chest, knocking the wind out of him. The boy tries to stay upright, but he falls to the floor, gasping for breath. He pulls himself into a fetal position on his side, the rag rug rucked up beneath him.
"They're from Afghanistan," the man says. "They needed help."
"I am going to shoot you in the leg if you don't throw the knife on the bed right now," Joona says. The man glances down at the knife in his hand, and then throws it on the bed. Two small children appear at the door. Transfixed, they stare at Joona. "You're hiding refugees?" Joona asks. "How much do they pay you?"
"Why would I even think of charging them?" the man says indignantly.
"Do you?"
"No, I don't."
Joona looks at the dark-eyed boy. He asks in English,
Do you pay him?
The boy shakes his head.
No human being is illegal,
the man says in Swedish.
You don't have to be afraid,
Joona says to the boy, still in English.
I promise I will help you.
Are you being abused?
Dennis is a good man,
the boy says.
I'm happy to hear that,
Joona says. He looks the man in the eye, then leaves the room. He walks down the stairs and out the back door. He heads to the garage. He stands there, looking through the window at a dusty old Saab inside. He's thinking that Vicky and the boy Dante are still missing, and there are not many more places to look. Chapter 33. Flora Hansen is mopping the floor in the hall of Eva and Hans Gunnar's second-floor apartment. Her left cheek is still burning from the blow, and her ear is ringing. The shine was rubbed off the vinyl long ago, but the water makes it glisten again for a short time. Flora has beaten all the rugs and mopped the living room, the narrow kitchen, and Hans Gunnar's room. But she's waiting to do Eva's until Solsidan starts. Both Eva and Hans Gunnar are fans of the show and never miss an episode. Flora shoves the mop into every crevice and corner. Walking backward, she bumps against a picture she made at nursery school 30 years ago. All the children glued pasta to a wooden board and then sprayed their pictures with gold paint. She hears the theme music of the TV show start. Now is her chance. Her back twinges as she lifts the bucket and carries it into Eva's room. She closes the door behind her and blocks it with the bucket so that no one can fling the door open. Her heart starts to pound as she dips the mop into the bucket, presses out the excess water, and glances at the wedding photo on the nightstand. Eva has hooked the key to her desk on the back of the photograph. Flora does all the housework in exchange for a place to stay. She'd had no choice but to return to Eva and Hans Gunnar after she lost her job as an assistant nurse at St. Euron's Hospital, and her unemployment ran out. She lives in the maid's room. As a child, Flora used to dream that her birth parents would find her and take her away, but apparently they were drug addicts, and Hans Gunnar and Eva say they know nothing about them. Flora came to their house when she was 5, and doesn't remember anything about her earlier life. Hans Gunnar always treated Flora like a burden, and ever since she was a young teenager, Flora has longed to escape. When she was 19, she'd gotten the job as an assistant nurse and moved to her own apartment in Kallhäll that same month. The mop drips as she carries it over to the window. Beneath the radiator, the vinyl is black from old leaks. The Venetian blind hangs crookedly in the window. There's a Dala horse from Rättvik between the geraniums on the windowsill. Flora moves slowly toward the nightstand. She stops and listens. She can hear the television. Hans Gunnar and Eva are young in their wedding photo. She's wearing a white dress and he's in a tuxedo with a silver tie. The sky behind them is white. On a hill beside the church there's a black bell tower with an onion dome. The tower sticks up behind Hans Gunnar's head like a strange hat. Flora doesn't know why, but she finds the picture unpleasant. She tries to breathe evenly. Silently, she leans the shaft of the mop against the wall. She waits until she hears her foster mother's laughter before she picks up the photo and unhooks the ornate bronze key hanging behind it. Her hands shake so much she drops the key, which hits the floor and bounces beneath the bed. Flora has to support herself on the nightstand as she bends down to retrieve it. The blood beats in her temples, and the floor outside creaks, but then goes silent again. The key has landed by the dust-covered electrical cords that run along the wall. Flora can just reach it. She stands back up and waits a moment before she goes to the secretary desk and unlocks it. She lowers the heavy lid and slides open one of the tiny drawers inside. Beneath 2 postcards from Mallorca and Paris, there's an envelope where Eva keeps cash for immediate expenses. Flora opens the envelope for next month's bills and takes half. She stuffs the bills into one of her pockets and puts the envelope back. She tries to shut the tiny drawer, but it sticks. "Flora!" Eva calls. Flora opens the drawer and doesn't see anything strange about it, so she tries to shut it again, but she's shaking so hard that she can't. She can hear footsteps head down the hall. She shoves the drawer, and it jerks in, although it is crooked now. She lifts the desk lid back into place, but doesn't have time to lock it. The door is pushed open, and water from the bucket sloshes out. "Flora!" Flora grabs the mop and moves the bucket as she starts cleaning up the spilled water. "I can't find my hand cream," Eva says. Eva's eyes are tense, her lips pursed. She's barefoot in sagging yellow sweatpants, and her white T-shirt strains over her stomach and voluminous breasts. "It's next to the shampoo in the bathroom cabinet," Flora says as she twists the mop. There's a commercial break. The sound is louder, and a shrill voice is talking about foot fungus. Eva keeps standing inside the doorway, looking at Flora. "Hans Gunnar did not like his coffee," she says. "I'm sorry." Flora squeezes out the excess water. "He says that you're putting cheaper coffee into the expensive packet." "Why would I?" "Don't lie to me." "Well, I don't," mutters Flora. "Go get his cup right now and brew him a new one, a decent one." Flora leans the mop against the wall. She asks forgiveness as she walks out and heads for the living room. She can feel the key and the bills in her pocket. Hans Gunnar does not even look at her as she takes his coffee cup from the tray.
"Eva, get the hell back here!" he yells. "The show's starting again!"
Flora jumps at his voice and hurries away. She meets Eva in the hallway and catches her eye. "Do you remember that I'll be gone this evening for a job search class?" "Like you would ever find a job." "But I have to go. Those are the rules. I'm making new coffee now, and then I'll finish the floors. Maybe I can do the curtains tomorrow instead." Chapter 34. Flora hands over the cash to a man in a gray coat. His umbrella drips water on her face as he gives her the key and tells her that, as usual, she should drop it in the antique dealer's mail slot when she's finished. Flora thanks him and hurries down the sidewalk. The seams in her old coat are beginning to rip open. She is 40, but her face is childlike. It radiates loneliness. The first block on Upplandsgatan, after Odenplan, in Stockholm, is filled with antique and curiosity shops. Crystal chandeliers and display cases, old toys made of painted tin, porcelain dolls, medals, and mantel clocks clutter the shop windows. Next to the barred windows of Carlian antiques, there's a narrow door. Flora tapes a piece of white cardboard onto the door's thick glass window. On it she's written, "Spiritualist Evening." A steep staircase leads to the basement. There are 2 rooms here, a small pantry and a larger meeting room. The pipes in the walls roar whenever anyone in the upper floors flushes the toilet or turns on the faucets. Flora has hired the larger room for 7 séances. 4 to 6 people usually attend, which barely covers the rent. She's written letters to a number of newspapers to inform them of her ability to contact the dead, but nobody has replied. She's put an advertisement in the New Age magazine Fenomen for this evening's séance. She only has a few minutes before the participants will arrive. but she knows what to do. She quickly pushes the excess furniture to one side and takes 12 chairs and puts them in a circle around a table. In the center of the table she places the porcelain figurines of a man and a woman wearing clothes from the 19th century. She believes that they will help evoke a feeling of the past. As soon as the séance is over, she'll return them to their place in an oak cabinet because she's not fond of them. She arranges 12 tea lights around the figurines after pressing a little strontium salt into one of the candles with the end of a match and covering the whole. Then she goes to the cabinet and sets an ancient alarm clock to ring. She first tried this trick 4 weeks ago. The bell is gone, so the only thing that can be heard is a chattering sound inside the cabinet. Before she can wind up the clock, however, she hears the door upstairs open. The first guests have arrived. She hears people shake their umbrellas and start walking down the stairs. Flora catches a glimpse of herself in the square mirror. She stops, takes a deep breath, and presses her hand along the front of the gray dress she bought at the Salvation Army store. She smiles at her reflection. She appears calm. She lights some incense and smiles kindly as Dina and Oscar Sibelius enter the room. They hang up their coats, talking quietly to each other. The outer door opens again, and more people come down the stairs. This time it's an elderly couple that she hasn't met before. The participants of Flora's séances tend to be old people near the end of their lives. They can't accept the fact that many of their loved ones are gone, and that death is final. Flora greets the new couple in her usual quiet manner and starts to turn away. Then she stops and studies the man as if she's seen something particular about him, and she makes as if to shake off that feeling as she motions for them to take a seat. The door opens again. A few more guests have arrived. At 7:10, Flora realizes that no one else is coming. There are 9 people seated around the table. It's the highest number yet, but not enough to pay back the money she's taken from Ava. Her legs are shaking as she pulls out a chair and sits down. The conversation stops, and everyone looks at her. Chapter 35. Flora lights the candles on the tray, and then lets her gaze wander over the participants. She's met 5 of them before. The others are new. Directly across from her there's a man who looks barely 30. His face is open and handsome in a boyish way. "Welcome," she begins. "Welcome to our séance. I believe we should get started right away." "Yes, indeed," old Oscar says. "Take each other's hands and close the circle," Flora commands in a warm, friendly way. The young man is looking directly at her. He's smiling and obviously curious. A feeling of excitement and expectation begins to flutter in Flora's stomach. For several minutes there is only silence. It feels powerful and dark. 10 people have made a circle, and they can sense the dead arriving behind their backs. "Don't break the circle," Flora cautions the group. "No matter what happens, don't break the circle. Our visitors might not find their way back to the other side." Her guests are so old that most of their relatives and friends have already died. Death is a country with many well-known faces. "Never ask the date of your own death," Flora continues, "and never ask about the devil." "Why not?" asks the young man, smiling. "Not every spirit is good, and the circle is just a gateway to the other side." The young man's black eyes shine. "Demons?" he asks. "I don't believe in demons," Dina Sibelius says. She sounds nervous. "I keep watch on the gate as best I can," Flora says. but all the spirits feel our warmth, see our lights." Everyone is silent again. There's a noise in the pipes, an odd, busy buzzing, as if a fly is caught in a spider web. "Are you ready?" Flora asks gently. The participants all nod, and Flora is pleased by how serious they seem. She thinks she can hear their hearts beating and their blood pulsing through the circle. "Now I'm going into a trance." Flora holds her breath and presses Oscar Sibelius's hand, as well as the hand of one of the new women. She keeps her eyes closed and waits as long as she can, fighting the impulse to breathe until she starts to shake. Then she takes a deep breath and fills her lungs. "We have many visitors from the other side tonight," Flora says after a few moments. The participants who have been here before hum in agreement. Flora senses that the young man is looking at her. She feels his watchful, interested gaze on her cheeks, her hair, her neck. She lowers her face and thinks she should begin with Violet, so that the young man will be convinced. Flora knows Violet's history, but up to now has let her wait. Violet Larsen is a terribly lonely person. She lost her only son 50 years ago when he became ill with meningitis, and no hospital would admit him for fear of infection. Violet's husband had driven the boy from hospital to hospital the entire night. When dawn came, the boy died in his arms. Violet's husband broke down in grief and died a few years later. One terrible night had eliminated the woman's happiness for the rest of her life. Flora opens her eyes. "Violet," she whispers. The old woman turns her tearful face toward Flora. "Yes." "I have a child here, a child who is holding the hand of a grown man." "What are their names?" Violet asks. Her voice trembles. "Their names are... The boy says you used to call him Jusse." Violet gasps. "It's my little Jusse," she whispers. "The man, he says that you know who he is. You are his beautiful flower." Violet nods and smiles. "That's my Albert." "They have a message for you, Violet," Flora continues. "They say that they follow you day and night so that you are never alone." A large tear runs down Violet's cheek. "The boy asks you not to be sad. 'Mamma,' he is saying, 'Mamma, I am fine. Papa is with me all the time.'" "I miss you so much," Violet says. "I can see the boy," Flora whispers. "He is standing next to you. He is touching your cheek." Violet is crying quietly, and the room is silent. Flora is waiting for the tea light to ignite the strontium salts, but it's taking its time. She mumbles to herself and wonders which person she should choose next. She closes her eyes and sways her upper body. "So many here, so many here," she mutters. "They're crowding at the small gate. I feel their presence. They are longing to talk to you." She falls silent as the candle begins to sparkle. "Don't crowd at the gate," she says. The candle suddenly flashes a red flame, and someone in the room screams. "You are not invited," Flora says sternly. She waits until the flame dies down. "Now I would like to speak with the man wearing glasses. Yes, please come closer. What is your name?" She appears to listen inwardly. "You are telling me that you want things to be as they were." Flora looks at her guests. "He says he wants things as they always were. Skinless sausage and boiled potatoes." "It's my Stig," says the woman, holding Flora's hand. "It's hard to hear what he is saying," Flora continues. "There are so many people here. They keep interrupting him." "Stig," the woman whispers. "He says, 'Forgive me.' He wants you to forgive him." Flora feels the woman shaking. "I have already forgiven you," she whispers. Chapter 36. After the séance, Flora sends her guests off with a brief farewell. She knows that people like to be alone with their fantasies and memories. She walks around the room slowly, blowing out the candles and returning the chairs to their original positions. She is pleased that everything has gone so well. Then she goes to the entryway, where she's placed a box for contributions, and counts the money inside. Next week is her final spiritual evening, and her last chance to recover the money she's taken from Eva. Too few people came in spite of her ad in Phänomen. She started to lie awake at night and stare into the darkness, dry-eyed, wondering what she's going to do. When Eva pays her bills at the end of the month, she's going to realize that the money is missing. The rain has stopped by the time she gets outside. The sky is black, and the reflections of streetlights and neon signs glitter on the wet pavement. Flora locks the door and slips the key into the mailbox for Carlian Antiques. She takes down her cardboard sign and stuffs it into her bag, then notices that someone is standing in the doorway, one building down. It's the young man who attended the séance. He takes a step toward her and smiles apologetically. "Hi, I was wondering, could I ask you out for a glass of wine or something?" "Not possible," she says, feeling her usual shyness. "You were really great," he says. Flora has no idea what she should say. Her face colors more and more the longer he looks at her. "It's just that I'm going to Paris," she lies. "Would I be able to ask you a few questions?" She realizes that he must be a journalist from one of the newspapers she's tried to contact. "I'm leaving really early tomorrow," she says. "Just half an hour, no more," he says. As they cross the street to the nearest bistro, he tells her that his name is Julian Borje, and he writes for the magazine Nera. A few minutes later, Flora is sitting across from him at a table with a white paper cover. A waiter delivers red wine, and she cautiously takes a sip. It tastes both sweet and bitter, and soon she feels warmth spreading through her body. Julian Borje is eating a Caesar salad, and he's looking at her with curiosity. "So how did this start?" he asks. "Were you always able to see spirits?" "When I was little. I thought everyone could see them. I didn't find it strange," she said, and blushed again because the lie came so easily. "What did you see?" "People I didn't know were in our house. I only thought they were lonely. Once in a while a child came into my room, and I'd try and play." "Did you tell this to your parents?" "I learned quickly not to say anything," Flora says, and takes another sip of wine. "It's only recently I realized that many people need the spirits, even if they can't see them, and the spirits need people. I've finally found my calling. I'm between them and help them meet each other." She finds herself resting in Julian Borje's warm gaze. In reality, the whole thing started when she lost her job as an assistant nurse. She saw less and less of her former colleagues, and within a year she had no friends left. The unemployment office paid for a course in nail aesthetics, and she got to know another person in the class, Jadrenka from Slovakia. Jadrenka had periods of depression, but during the months she felt well, she earned a bit of extra money by handling calls for a website called Tarot Help. Flora and Jadranka started to hang out together. Jadranka took Flora to a séance held by the Sanningsekarna. Afterward, they chatted about how much better they could do it themselves. A few months later, they found the basement space in Upplandsgatan. 2 séances later, Jadranka's depression worsened, and she was admitted to a clinic south of Stockholm. Flora decided to continue the séances on her own. She took out books from the library on healing, previous lives, angels, auras, and astral bodies. She read about the Fox sisters, the mirrored cabinet, and Uri Geller. But she learned the most from the skeptic James Randi's efforts to expose the bluffs and tricks mediums use. Flora had never seen ghosts or spirits, but she realized she was good at saying things that people longed to hear. "You use the word spirits and not ghosts," Julian says. "They're the same thing, really, but ghosts is such a negative word." Julian smiles, and his eyes are sympathetically honest as he says, "I have to confess, I have difficulty believing in spirits." "You have to have an open mind," Flora explains. "Arthur Conan Doyle was a spiritualist, for example. You know, the man who wrote the Sherlock Holmes stories." "Have you ever been called in to help the police?" No. Flora turns beet red and doesn't know what to say. She looks at her watch. "I'm sorry, I know you have to get going," Julian says, and he takes her hands. "I just want to say that I know you really do want to help people, and I think that's wonderful." Flora's heart pounds from his touch. She doesn't dare meet his eyes as they say goodbye and go their own ways. Chapter 37. The red buildings of Birgittegården look idyllic in the light of day. Joona is standing by a birch tree, talking with Susanne Öst. Raindrops loosen from the branches and fall sparkling through the air. "The police are still knocking on doors in Indal," the prosecutor is saying. "Someone crashed into a traffic light and there's a bunch of glass on the road. After that, nothing." "I'll have to talk to the students again," Joona says. "I really hoped this lead on Dennis would give us something," Susanne says. Joona is picturing the scene he observed in the isolation room. His intuition is on alert. He tries to imagine the sequence of violence, but he only sees shadows moving between the furniture. The human beings are fuzzy, as if he were seeing them through frosted glass, shimmering and impossible to differentiate. He takes a deep breath, and his picture of the room where Miranda is lying with her hands over her face shifts into focus. He sees the velocity shown by the blood spatter and the heavy blows. He can follow each and every blow and see how the angle changes after the third one. The lamp starts swaying. Miranda's body is covered in blood. "But there was no blood on her body," he mutters. "What did you just say?" asks the prosecutor. "There's something I have to check," Joona says, just as the door to the main building opens and a small man in a tight, protective jumpsuit comes out. This is Holger Hjalmert, a professor of criminology at Umeå University. He takes off his mask and wipes the sweat from his face. "I'll arrange for you to question the girls at the hotel in 1 hour from now," Susanne says. "Great, thanks," Joona says, and he starts across the yard. The professor is by his van, taking off his jumpsuit and putting it in a garbage bag. He closes the bag tightly. "The blanket is missing," Joona says. "Finally, I get to meet the famous Joona Linna in person," the professor says with a smile. He's opening a new package of disposable clothing. "Were you just in Miranda's room?" asks Joona. "Yes, I was. I'm done there now." "There's no blanket in it." Holger stops what he's doing and wrinkles his brow. "You're right. Vicky must have hidden Miranda's blanket in the wardrobe or under the bed in her own room," Joona says. "I'm going there now," Holger says, but Joona is already on his way. The professor looks after him and remembers hearing that Joona Linna is so stubborn he'll stare at a crime scene until it opens before him like a book. He tucks the new jumpsuit under his arm and follows. Before opening the door to Vicky's room, they both pause to put on their protective clothes and their shoe covers and latex gloves. "It looks like there's something under the bed," Joona says. "One thing at a time," says Holger. He puts on a mask. Joona waits at the door while Holger photographs and measures the room with a laser. They will mark all their discoveries in a three-dimensional coordinating system. A poster of Robert Pattinson with his pale face and dark eyebrows covers a painted Bible scene. On a shelf there's a bowl of security tags from H&M. Joona follows Holger as he covers the floor bit by bit with black plastic film, presses it down with a rubber roller, lifts it carefully, photographs it, and packs it. Holger works methodically from the door to the bed, and then over to the window. This time, when he lifts the film from the floor, a weak print of a running shoe shows on the yellow gelatin layer. "I have to get going soon," Joona says. "You want me to look underneath the bed first?" Holger shakes his head at Jona's impatience, but then spreads protective plastic on the floor by the side of the bed. He gets on his knees, reaches in, and catches the corner of some fabric shoved up against the wall. "It probably is a blanket," Holger says, stretching his arm farther. Holger carefully drags the heavy blanket onto the plastic sheet. It's twisted and soaked in blood. "I think Miranda had the blanket around her shoulders when she was killed," Joona says in a low voice. Holger folds the plastic sheet over the blanket and then pulls a large sack over the bundle. Joona glances at the clock. He can stay for just 10 more minutes. Holger is doing a new test. He's using damp cotton swabs on the smears of dried blood on the bedsheet, letting them dry a second before he packs them. "If you find anything that indicates a place or a person, call me immediately," Joona says. Sure. Around the hammer beneath the pillow, Holger uses 120 swabs, which he packs individually and marks. He tapes hairs and fibers onto clear plastic film and carefully folds white paper around tufts of hair. He has tubes for tissue scraps and skull fragments. These will be chilled to prevent bacteria growth. Chapter 38. At the hotel where the girls are staying, the conference room is occupied, so Joona has to wait in the breakfast room. Susanne Öst is talking to the nervous hotel manager about another room they can use for questioning. Joona rings Anja Larsson back in Stockholm and is connected to her voicemail. He leaves a message requesting information on a good forensic doctor in Sundsvall. A television is suspended from the ceiling on metal wires. The lead story on the news tonight is about the murders at Birgittagården. They're giving up-to-the-minute, dramatic reports. There are pictures of the police tape, the red buildings, and the sign at the end of the driveway. Birgittagården, HVB, a home for youth with special needs. The probable route of the killer's flight is marked on a map, and a reporter is standing in the middle of Highway 86 talking about the kidnapping and the failed roadblocks. Joona stands up and walks closer to the television when the news anchor says that the mother of the kidnapped child has asked to plead with the kidnapper on live television. The screen now shows Pia Abrahamsson sitting at a kitchen table and holding a sheet of paper. Her face looks tortured. "If you can hear this," she starts, Please listen to me. I understand that you're the victim of injustice, but please, Dante doesn't have anything to do with it." Pia looks directly into the camera. "Please bring him back," she whispers, her voice shaking. "You are probably a kind person at heart. Dante is only 4 years old, and I know how frightened he must be. He is so—" She looks down at the sheet of paper, and tears start running down her cheeks. "Please don't hurt him. Please don't hit him, or—" She starts to sob and turns her face away from the camera. The news returns to the studio in Stockholm. A forensic psychologist from Säter Hospital explains to the news anchor how dangerous the situation is. "I have not seen the girl's medical records, and I do not want to speculate on whether or not she is guilty of these 2 murders, but just considering where she has been placed, she is most likely psychologically unstable. Even if—" "What kind of threat does she pose to the child?" asks the anchor. "It could be that she's not concerned about the boy at all. She might have forgotten about him entirely. He's just 4 years old, though, and if he starts crying or calling for his mother, she could become angry and dangerous." Suzanne smiles as she arrives to get Joona. He follows her to the elevator, and they ride to the top floor and enter a gloomy bridal suite. The minibar is padlocked, and there's a jacuzzi with golden feet in the bedroom. Tuula Lehti is lying on a king-size bed that is covered with bolsters. She's watching the Disney Channel. The person from the Office of Victim Services nods as they enter. Suzanne closes the door, and Joona pulls out a chair with red plush cushions and sits down. "Why did you tell me that Vicky was meeting a man named Dennis?" Joona asks. Tuula sits up and clutches a heart-shaped pillow to her chest. "I thought she was," she replies. "Why did you think that?" Tuula shrugs and looks back at the television. "Did she tell you about a man named Dennis?" "No." Tuula smiles. "Tuula, I really need to find Vicky." Tuula kicks the bed cover off the bed and turns her gaze back to the television. "Do I have to be stuck here all day?" she asks. "No, you can return to your room whenever you want," the support person says. "Sinä olet vain pieni lapsi," Joona says in Finnish. "You're just a small child." "Ei," she replies, and looks him in the eye. "You shouldn't have to live in institutions." "I'm fine here," she says flatly. "Don't bad things happen to you?" She turns red, and her white eyelashes flutter. "No," she snaps. "Miranda hit you yesterday." "That's right." Tuula holds the pillow even tighter. "Why was she angry?" "She thought I went to her room and was messing around." "Did you?" Tuula licks the pillow. "Yeah, but I didn't take anything." "Why were you messing around in her room?" "I mess around in everyone's room." "Why?" "For fun." "But Miranda thought you'd taken something from her room." "Yeah, she got mad." "Why did she think you'd taken something?" "She didn't say," Tuula says, and smiles. "What do you think?" "I don't know. Usually people think I take their pills. Luchu pushed me down the stairs when she thought I'd taken her damned uppers." "If it wasn't pills, what did Miranda think you'd taken?" "Who cares? Makeup, earrings." Tuula moves until her legs are dangling off the edge of the bed and then flops backward. She whispers something, and Joona catches the words, "rhinestone necklace." "What about Vicky?" asks Joona. "Did Vicky like to hit people?" "No." Tuula smiles again and sits up. "What does she do?" "I can't say because I don't know her. She hasn't said a single word to me. But—" The girl shrugs and stops talking. "Why didn't she talk to you?" "Don't know." "You must have seen her angry at some point?" She cuts herself. You can—" Tula shakes her head. "What were you going to say?" "You can forget about her. She'll kill herself soon enough. Then you'll have one less problem." Tula looks at her fingers, says something inaudible, then gets up abruptly and leaves the room. Chapter 39. Caroline, who looks somewhat older than the others, enters the room with the support person. She's wearing a long, baggy T-shirt with a picture of a kitten on it. There's a tattoo of runes along one of her arms, and there are old injection scars on the insides of her elbows. As she greets Joona, she smiles shyly. Then she sits down in the armchair next to the brown desk. "Tula says that Vicky usually sneaks out at night to meet a guy," Joona begins. Caroline laughs. "No, she doesn't." "Why do you say that?" "I know she doesn't." Caroline is smiling. "You're absolutely sure?" "Tula believes that we're all sluts." "So Vicky doesn't sneak out?" "No, she does." Caroline looks serious. "What does she do when she sneaks out?" Caroline looks him briefly in the eye, and then looks out the window. "She goes behind the brewery and calls her mother." Joona knows that Vicky's mother died before Vicky arrived at Birgittegården. He decides not to confront Caroline with this information. Instead, he calmly asks, "What did they usually talk about?" "Well, the thing is, she just leaves messages on her mother's voicemail. I don't think her mother ever calls her back." Joona nods and thinks that perhaps no one has told Vicky that her mother is dead. "Has she ever mentioned someone named Dennis?" he asks. "No." "Think back." She looks at Joona and jumps when Suzanne Öst's cell phone rings. Suzanne checks it for a message. "Who would Vicky run to for help?" asks Joona, although he realizes the energy has gone out of the interview. "I think the only person she'd run to is her mother." "No friends or boys?" "No," Caroline says. "But I don't really know her. We're both ADL, and so we meet often, but she never talks about herself." "What is ADL?" "It sounds like a diagnosis, but it means all-day lifestyle. It's for those who behave. They let you go with them to Sundsvall to go shopping for groceries and stuff. Exciting, isn't it?" "But you'd have the chance to talk." "Yes, but we didn't say much." "So, whom did she talk to?" "Nobody," Caroline says. "Except Daniel, of course." Chapter 40. Joona and Suzanne walk back to the elevator in silence, but she laughs when they both hit the button simultaneously. "When can we question Daniel Grimm?" asks Joona as they ride down. "The doctor thought it was too early yesterday, which is understandable," Suzanne says, giving him a brief glance. "This is not an easy case, this one. I'll give them a reminder call and let's see what they say." Gunnarsson is waiting for them on the ground floor. "Oh, right, I got a text message while you were talking to Caroline. The autopsy is underway," Suzanne says to Joona. "Good. When will we have the first report?" asks Joona. "Go home," says Gunnarsson angrily. "You are not supposed to be here. You are not supposed to read any reports. You are not to—" "Calm down," says Suzanne, surprised. "We're so damn slow on the uptake that we've let a damned observer come and take over the entire investigation just because he's from Stockholm." "I'm only trying to help," says Joona. "Since there's—" "Shut up!" "This is my preliminary investigation," Suzanne says, glaring at Gunnarsson. "Then I have to inform you that Joona Linna has the Internal Review Board after his ass, as well as the head prosecutor." "Is it true? Have you been reported to the Internal Review Board?" Suzanne asks. "Yes, but my duty—" "And I let you into the investigation?" she says, and purses her lips. "I listened to what you have to say? You lied to me."
"I don't have time for this," says Joona. "I have to question Daniel Grimm." "That's my job," Gunnarsson says. "You have to understand how important it is," Joona says. "Daniel Grimm may be the only person who—" "I am not going to work with you," Suzanne interrupts. "We're cutting you off from the investigation," says Gunnarsson. "I've lost all trust in you," Suzanne says, and then she turns on her heels and heads for the exit. Gunnarsson takes off after her. "If you talk to Daniel, you have to ask him about Dennis," Joona calls after them. "Ask Daniel if he knows who Dennis is, and ask if he knows where Vicky would go. We need a name or a place. Daniel is the only person Vicky talked to, and he—" "Go home!" Gunnarsson waves without turning back. Chapter 41. Commissioner Gunnarsson has a fresh cigarette in his mouth as he leaves the elevator. He's headed for Ward 52A in the psychiatric unit at Västernorrland Provincial Hospital. A young man in a buttoned-up lab coat walks over to greet him. They shake hands, and Gunnarsson follows him down a hall painted light gray. "As I said on the phone, I don't believe that questioning him will be useful at this time, so soon after—" "You're right, but I want to have a little chat with him anyway." The doctor stops and turns to look at Gunnarsson. "Daniel Grimm is in a traumatic state of stress that we call arousal. It is activated by the hypothalamus and the limbic system." "I don't give a shit," says Gunnarsson. "Just tell me if he's been stuffed with so many drugs he's on Mars." "He's able to talk, but I won't let you near him if you—" "We're dealing with a double murder." "You know very well who has the last word in this building," the doctor says calmly. "If I believe that the patient's recovery will be hindered by a talk with the police, I will forbid it." "I understand," Gunnarsson sighs. "However, the patient himself has said that he would like to help the police, so I will allow you to ask a few questions in my presence." "Thank you." They start along the hall again, turn a corner, and pass a row of dormer windows that overlook a courtyard. A few moments later, the doctor opens a door to a single patient room. There's a sheet and a blanket on the small sofa, but Daniel Grimm is sitting on the floor with his back to the radiator. He looks serene, and he doesn't even glance at them when they come in. Gunnarsson moves a chair near Daniel and sits down. Then he swears, gets off the chair, and squats in front of him. "I have to talk to you," Gunnarsson starts. "We are searching for Vicky Bennett. She is a suspect in the murders at Birgittegården, and I—" "But I—" Daniel murmurs. Gunnarsson stops talking as Daniel keeps whispering. Finally he says, "Sorry, I can't hear you." The doctor stands by the door, listening to them. "I don't believe she did it," says Daniel. "She's much too nice." He wipes the tears from his cheeks and from beneath his eyeglasses. "I know that you are bound by patient confidentiality," Gunnarsson says. "But is there any way you can help us find Vicky Bennett?" "I'll try," Daniel says, but then presses his lips firmly together. "Does she know anyone who lives near Birgittegården?" "Maybe. I'm having trouble collecting my thoughts right now." Gunnarsson groans and decides to change tactics. "You were Vicky's counselor," he says. "Where do you think she went? We don't give a shit whether she's guilty. We don't know anything yet. But there's one thing we do know. She's kidnapped a child." "No," Daniel whispers. "Who is she trying to find? Where is she going?" "She's afraid," Daniel says. His voice is shaking. "She crawls beneath a bush and tries to hide. It... What did you ask again?" "Is there a hiding place you know about?" Daniel starts mumbling about Elisabeth's heart and how he thought she died from her heart problems. "Daniel,"
the doctor says. "You don't have to do this unless you want to. I can ask the police to come back later after you've had a chance to rest." Daniel shakes his head and tries to breathe calmly.
"Just give me a place," Gunnarsson says.
"Stockholm."
"Where in Stockholm?"
I don't know anything."
"What the hell?"
barks Gunnarsson. I'm sorry. Daniel's chin is quivering. He turns his face away and starts sobbing.
"She killed your wife with a hammer?"
And Daniel throws his head back against the radiator so hard his glasses fall off into his lap. "It's time for you to go," said the doctor. "Not another word. Bringing you here was a mistake, and I will not allow any further questioning." Chapter 42. The parking lot outside the provincial hospital in Sundsvall is almost empty. The long, low building looks depressing, especially under these gray skies. Its brown brickwork is broken by windows that seem to have closed their eyes to the world. Joona strides up a path lined by bushes and through the front door. There's no one at the reception desk, but in a moment a janitor comes by.
"Where's your forensics department?" asks Joona.
150 miles north of here, the janitor says with a smile. "But if you want pathology, I can show you the way." He takes Joona down to the basement and through a pair of heavy metal doors. Down the hall, Joona sees a sign over another door, Department of Clinical Pathology and Cytology. "Good luck," the janitor says as he points to the door. Joona thanks him and walks down the empty hall. It's cold, and the tiled floor is cracked in places and scuffed with wheel marks from gurneys and carts. He passes a laboratory and opens the door to the autopsy room. No one is there, and the stainless steel autopsy table is empty. The overhead fluorescent fixtures bounce a cold, hard light off the white-tiled walls. Joona waits, and after a few minutes the door squeaks open, and two people wheel in a gurney from the morgue.
"Excuse me,"
says Joona. A thin man in a lab coat turns around, and his aviator glasses glare in the light. He's one of Joona's old friends, Dr. Niels Åhlén, the head doctor of the SKL, the National Laboratory of Forensic Science in Stockholm. His colleagues and friends call him the Needle. With him is his assistant, a young doctor Joona knows only as Frippe. He sports thick black dreadlocks that reach to his shoulders.
"What are you doing here?"
Joona asks.
"A woman from the National Police threatened me," the Needle says. "Anya. She terrified me. She was yelling that you're not allowed to go all the way up to Umeå to talk to anyone in forensics." "But we're going to Nordfest as long as we're here," Frippe says.
Joona notices black leather pants under his lab coat and cowboy boots, swathed in blue protectors.
"The Haunted are playing at Club Destroyer,"
the Needle smiles.
"That explains it," says Joona.
Frippe laughs.
"We've just finished the woman, Elisabeth Grimm," the Needle says. "The only unusual thing about her were the injuries on her hands."
"Defensive wounds?" asks Joona.
"Except they're on the wrong side," says Frippe. "We'll get back to her in a moment," says the Needle. "First, let's take a look at Miranda Eriksdotter."
"When did they die? Can you determine that?" asked Joona.
"As you know, body temperature sinks."
"Algor mortis," Joona says.
"Right, and this cooling follows a billowing graph, which evens out to room temperature."
"He knows all that," Frippe says.
"So with that and the rigor mortis, as well as the lividity, we've determined that the girl and the woman died at approximately the same time, late Friday night."
Joona watches them roll the gurney over, count to 3, then effortlessly lift the body bag onto the autopsy table. Frippa opens the bag, and the smell of moldy bread and dried blood escapes. Miranda is in the same position in which she was found, her hands over her face and her ankles crossed. Joona knows that the rigor mortis won't have passed yet, and that it is going to take some effort to move her hands away from her face. For a moment he wonders if perhaps it isn't Miranda behind those hands. Perhaps her face is gone, or her eyes were poked out. Perhaps she didn't want her face to be seen.
"We didn't receive an examination request," the needle says. "Why is she covering her face like that?"
"I don't know," Joona says. Frippa is photographing the body carefully.
"I take it this is a forensic autopsy, and that you will need a certified autopsy report?" the needle says.
Joona nods.
"I could use a secretary,"
mutters the needle as he walks around the body.
"Now you're just complaining again,"
Frippa says, and smiles.
"So I was,"
the needle says. He pauses behind Miranda's head, and then completes his circuit. Joona is reminded of Rainer Maria Rilke's idea that only the living insist on distinguishing between the living and the dead. Rilke thought that other beings, such as angels, didn't notice any difference.
"The lividity indicates that the victim has not been moved," the needle starts.
"The way I read the blood spatter, I'm sure that she was moved immediately after she was killed," Joona says. "Her body would still have been limp when it was placed on the bed." Frippa nods. "If she was moved right away, she won't show any lividity elsewhere." Joona watches quietly as the doctors examine the body. He's thinking that his own daughter is not much younger than this girl, whose life has been stolen. The network of veins has started to show beneath her white skin, and her flat stomach has started to bloat and has darkened. Joona observes everything the doctors are doing and listens as they describe what they're seeing, but he's thinking of what he saw at the scene of the crime. The needle determines that there are no defensive injuries, no soft tissue injuries, no indications of a fight or domestic abuse. Perhaps she didn't see the blow coming, Joona thinks. Perhaps she just sat there and waited for it. The doctors pull some hair out by the roots for comparison tests and fill in EDTA tubes with blood. Then the needle scrapes beneath her fingernails and turns to Joona.
"No traces of skin. She did not defend herself."
"I know," Joona says. They start examining the skull injuries, and Joona comes closer to watch.
"Strong, blunt trauma to the head, most likely cause of death,"
the needle says, noticing Joona's close attention.
"From the front?"
Joona asks.
"From the front, though slightly to the side."
The needle points at the bloody hair.
"Depression fracture on the temporal bone. We'll do a CT scan, but I imagine the major blood vessels behind the skull were ruptured and bone fragments impaled the brain."
"As with Elisabeth Grimm, we're going to find trauma to the frontal lobe," Frippa says.
"Brain tissue in the hair,"
the needle says. "There were broken blood vessels, and blood and cerebral spinal fluid had run through her nostrils," Frippa says. "And in your opinion they died at about the same time?" Joona says. Frippa nods. "They've both been hit from the front. The same cause of death for both of them," Joona says. "The same murder weapon."
"No,"
the needle says.
"The murder weapon was not the same."
"But the hammer," Joona murmurs.
"Elizabeth's skull was crushed by a hammer,"
the needle says.
"But Miranda was killed by a rock."
Joona stares at him. She was killed by a rock? Chapter 43. Joona stayed in the autopsy room until he saw Miranda's face. He felt uneasy as the doctors forced her hands away. His earlier thought that she didn't want her face to be seen rang in his brain. Now he's sitting at Gunnarsson's desk in the Sundsvall police station. He's reading through the early technical reports. A woman is sitting a few feet away in front of a computer. Her telephone rings and she mumbles something as she checks the number display. One wall is covered with maps and pictures of the little boy, Dante Abrahamsson. There are binders and heaps of paper in the bookshelves lining the other walls. A copier rumbles ceaselessly. A radio is playing in the lunchroom, and when the pop music stops, Joona is able to hear the police alert for the third time. "We have a missing person alert," the radio host says. "The police are searching for a 15-year-old girl and a 4-year-old boy, probably together. The girl has long blonde hair, and the boy is wearing a dark blue sweater and corduroy pants. They were last seen in a red Toyota Auris on Highway 86, heading toward Sundsvall. Please contact the police at 11414 if you have any information regarding these missing children." Joona gets up, goes to the empty lunchroom, and changes the channel to P2. He pours himself a cup of coffee. The radio plays a scratched recording of an unusually clear soprano voice. It is Birgit Nilsson singing the role of Brunhilde in Wagner's Ring of the Nibelung. Joona sits back down at the desk, and it occurs to him that the girl who took the little boy is probably psychotic. He pictures them hiding in a garage. Perhaps the boy has been forced to lie beneath a blanket with tape over his mouth. Perhaps he's tied up. If he is still alive, he must be terribly frightened. Joona continues to read the technical report. It confirms that it was Elisabeth's key in the lock to the isolation room at Birgittegården, and that the boots that had left bloody footprints in the main house were the same ones found in Vicky Bennett's closet. We have 2 murders, Joona thinks. One is primary and the other is secondary. Miranda is the primary victim, but to get to her, the suspect had to take Elisabeth's key. The technician's reconstructed chain of events suggests that an argument could have been the triggering factor, even if there had been rivalry for some time. According to the report, Vicky Bennett had gotten the hammer and the boots before the lights out and waited in her room. Once the other girls had gone to sleep, she'd approached Elisabeth and demanded the key. Elisabeth refused and fled through the hallway, out the door, and into the brewery. Vicky had followed her, killed her with the hammer, and taken the key. She'd returned to the main building, unlocked the isolation room, and killed Miranda. For some reason, she'd shifted Miranda onto the bed and placed Miranda's hands over her face and crossed her legs at the ankles. She then returned to her room, hid the hammer and the boots, climbed out the window, and fled into the forest. Joona puts the report down on the desk. He knows that it will be several weeks before the Needles forensic report is ready. Without that information, the crime scene investigators have assumed that both Elisabeth and Miranda were killed with the hammer. But Miranda was killed by a rock. Why was she killed by a rock when Vicky had a hammer? Joona looks carefully at every photograph sent with the report. There is Miranda, lying on the bed, her skin as pale as porcelain, her ankles crossed, a small bruise on her leg, a tiny jewel in her belly button, her hands over her face. He puts himself in the mind of the killer, as he usually does, and forces himself to see each action, each frightening choice, as absolutely necessary, the simplest or the best solution right that minute. It's unlikely that the killer thought this murder bestial or appalling. It could have been rational, or even enticing. Sometimes the killer can't see beyond one blow at a time. He needs to strike just this one blow. He justifies just this one blow. And there is no thought of the next until the need for it comes over him like a wave. time is warped, and the murder can seem epic, starting with the first blow and ending years later with the last, although in reality it might take no more than 30 seconds. The evidence points to Vicky Bennett. Everyone believes she killed both Elizabeth and Miranda, and yet no one believes that she is capable, physically or mentally, of murder. Every human being is capable of murder, Joona thinks. He puts the report back in Gunnarsson's folder. We see this in our dreams and our fantasies. Everyone is violent inside, but most people have tamed or caged their inner beast. Joona gets up from the desk just seconds before Gunnarsson arrives. He hangs up his wrinkled coat and goes into the cafeteria. When he comes out with a cup of coffee in his hand and sees Joona, he breaks into a grin.
"Aren't they missing you in Stockholm yet?"
"Not yet," Joona says. Gunnarsson searches his jacket for his cigarettes and turns to the woman at the computer.
"All reports go directly to me."
"Yes," she says, but she doesn't look up. Gunnarsson mumbles to himself and fishes out a cigarette and lighter.
"How did the interview with Daniel Grimm go?" asks Joona. "Fine, not that it's any of your business. But I had to be damned careful."
"What did he know about Vicky?"
"Nothing the police can use."
"Did you ask about Dennis?"
"The doctor was on my ass like the man's mother and cut off questioning."
Gunnarsson pats his pockets, not noticing he's holding a cigarette.
"I want the report from Holger Hjalmar as soon as it comes in," Joona says. "I want the forensic examination results and—" "Get the fuck out of my sandbox," says Gunnarsson.
He smiles widely at the woman, but falters when he sees Jona's serious, steely gaze.
"You have no idea how to find Vicky Bennett and the boy," Joona says, "and you have no idea how to proceed with the investigation." "I'm waiting for tips from the public," Gunnarsson says. "There's always someone who's seen something."
Chapter 44. That morning, Flora woke up before her alarm clock went off. Hans Gunnar needed breakfast in bed at 8:15 sharp. Once he got up, Flora aired out his room and made his bed, while Eva sat in a chair, dressed in yellow sweatpants and a skin-colored bra, keeping an eye on Flora. She got up to check that the sheet was completely smooth and that the corners were tucked in precisely. The crocheted bed cover needed to hang evenly on each side of the bed. Flora had to remake the bed before it passed Eva's inspection. Now it's lunchtime. Flora returns home with groceries as well as cigarettes for Hans Gunnar. She hands him the change and waits while he examines the receipt.
"God damn, that cheese was expensive," he says.
"You told me to be sure to buy cheddar," Flora says.
"Not if it's this damned expensive. You should realize you need to buy a different kind if this one is too expensive."
"I'm sorry, I thought—" Flora is stopped by a powerful blow to the side of her head. She's knocked to her knees, and her ear begins to ring. Her cheek is burning. Hans Gunnar stands over her, staring, until she gets up. "You said cheddar," Eva says from the sofa. "You said cheddar or nothing, so it's not her fault." Hans Gunnar mutters that they're both idiots and goes out onto the balcony to smoke. Flora puts away the groceries, then goes into the maid's room and sits on the bed. She touches her cheek and thinks that she's tired of Hans Gunnar's punches. There are days when he hits her more than once. She can tell when he's working up a head of steam because he keeps looking at her, and normally he ignores her. The worst thing is not the blows, but the way he looks at her and breathes afterward. He never hit her when she was a child. In those days he worked and was almost never home. She remembers once his showing her different countries on the globe he kept in his bedroom. She can hear Eva and Hans-Gunnar leave the apartment. Flora looks over at the glass horse and carriage on her dresser. It was a gift from one of her teachers. In one of the dresser drawers there's an old toy from her childhood, a bright blue Smurf with blonde hair and high-heeled shoes. In the middle drawer is a pile of pressed handkerchiefs. Flora gets up and opens the drawer, shifts the handkerchiefs, and takes out an elegant green dress, which she bought at the beginning of the summer at the Salvation Army store. She never wears it except in her room, but she likes to try it on whenever Eva and Hans-Gunnar are out. She's buttoning it up when she hears voices coming from the kitchen. The radio is on. She walks out to turn it off and notices that Eva and Hans-Gunnar snacked on cake before they left. There are crumbs on the floor by the pantry. They've left a glass of strawberry juice on the counter by the sink. It's half full. The bottle is still out as well. Flora gets a dish rag, washes the glass, then wipes up the crumbs from the floor. There's a news report on the radio about a murder in northern Sweden. A young girl has been found dead in a youth home for girls. Flora rinses out the dish rag and hangs it on the faucet. The police are refusing to comment, but a reporter has tracked down a few of the girls who'd been living at the home, and the girls are being interviewed live. "I wanted to see what was going on, so I pushed ahead of the other girls," says one girl. "I couldn't see much because the others pulled me away from the door. I screamed for a bit, but then I realized it didn't matter much." Flora picks up the bottle of strawberry juice and heads to the refrigerator. "Can you tell us what you saw?" "Yes, I saw Miranda, and she was lying on the bed. Like this, just like this, see?" Flora stops to listen. "Her eyes were closed?" asks the reporter. No, like this, with her hands in front of her face." "You're such a fucking liar," another girl's voice breaks in. Flora hears a crash. She glances down and sees she's dropped the bottle. Her feet are wet. Her stomach suddenly flips, and she barely makes it to the toilet before she throws up. Chapter 45. A woman with a German accent is discussing fall recipes when Flora gets back to the kitchen. She cleans up the mess of glass and juice and stands for a while staring at her cold, white hands. Then she walks into the hallway to call the police. Flora listens to the crackle on the line before the first signal. "Police," says a woman with a tired voice. "Yes. Hi, my name is Flora Hansen, and I—" "Just a second, I didn't catch that." "All right." Flora starts over. "My name is Flora Hansen. I want to leave a tip about the murdered girl in Sundsvall." There's a moment of silence, and then the same tired voice says, "What do you want to tell us?" "Do you pay for tips?" asks Flora. "No, sorry." "But I saw the dead girl." "Are you saying you were present when the girl was killed?" "I'm a psychic," says Flora in her most mysterious voice. "I can contact the dead. I saw everything, but I need to get paid to remember things better." "You can contact the dead. Is that it?" "The girl held her hands in front of her face." "The headlines say that already." The policewoman sounds impatient. Flora feels her heart shrink from shame. She feels sick. She hadn't planned what to say, but she realizes she should have said something else. "I didn't know," she whispers. "I can only tell you what I see. I've seen other things that you might want to pay for." "As I said, we don't pay." "I saw the murder weapon," she says. "Maybe you think you found the murder weapon, but you haven't. It's not the right one. I saw—" "Do you know that it is against the law to call the police without cause?" the policewoman interrupts. "It's actually a criminal offense. I don't mean to sound angry, but you've been taking up my time when someone with real information could be trying to get through." Flora is about to tell the policewoman about the murder weapon when she hears a click. She looks at the phone for a moment. Then she dials the number again. Chapter 46. The Church of Sweden has loaned Pia Abrahamsson a temporary apartment in Sundsvall in a large wooden house filled with furniture designed by Carl Malmsten and Bruno Mattsson. The deacons, who come by with groceries for her, keep urging her to talk to one of the other Lutheran pastors, but Pia can't bring herself to do it. She's been driving her rented car up and down Highway 86 the entire day, going through all the small villages and along all the timber roads. Sometimes she's run into police officers who keep telling her to go home. It's night now, and she's lying on the bed in this strange house, fully dressed and staring at the ceiling. She has not slept since Dante disappeared. She keeps hearing him cry. He's frightened and keeps begging to go home. Her cell phone rings. She reaches for it and looks at the number before turning off the ringer. It was her parents. They call all the time. Pia gets up, puts on her jacket, and leaves. There's a taste of blood in her mouth. She gets into the rental car and begins to drive. She has to find Dante. What if he's in a ditch at the side of the road? What if the girl just left him in the woods? The road is dark and empty. It appears that everyone is asleep. She tries to peer through the mist beyond her headlights. She drives to the logging road where her car was stolen. She sits there for a while, clutching the steering wheel to stop herself from shaking. Then she turns around and drives back to Indal. She drives slowly past a preschool and turns at the next street, Solgårdsvägen. The houses she passes are all quiet, their windows dark. She sees something move under a trampoline and stops. She gets out and pushes through a row of roses to get to the front yard, the thorns tearing at her legs. She reaches the trampoline and a cat darts out from underneath. She turns toward the house, her heart racing. "Dante!" she cries. "Dante! Where are you? Mamma's here!" Lights go on inside the house. Pia runs across the lawn to the next house and rings the bell. "Dante!" she screams as loud as she can. She hammers on the door, then abruptly heads to the shed. She runs from house to house, calling for her son, pounding on closed garage doors, opening the doors to playhouses, pushing her way through hedges, and finally through a ditch until she finds herself back in Indalsvägen. A car races up behind her and screeches to a stop. Pia starts running, but trips, landing on all fours. She rolls onto her back, blinking back tears. A policewoman hurries up to her. "Are you all right?" The policewoman helps Pia to her feet. "Have you found him?" asks Pia. A second police officer comes up and says that they'll drive her home. "Dante is afraid of the dark," Pia says. Her voice is hoarse. "I'm his mother, but I haven't been patient enough with him. He comes into my bedroom at night, and I make him go back to bed. He just stands there in his pajamas, scared, and I just—" "Where did you park your car?" asks the policewoman, as she takes Pia's arm. "Leave me alone!" Pia screeches. "I have to find him!" She jerks free and slaps the woman's face. The two officers grab her and force her, screaming, face down onto the asphalt. She thrashes against their hold, scraping her chin, but they've pulled her arms behind her. She starts to weep as helplessly as a child. Chapter 47. Joona Linna is driving along a beautiful stretch of road between lush meadows and glittering lakes, wondering why there are no witnesses. No one seems to know anything about Vicky Bennett, and no one saw a thing. He puzzles over this until he arrives at a white stone house. There's a lemon tree in a huge pot on the veranda. He rings the doorbell, waits a moment, and then walks around to the back. Natan Pollock is sitting at a table beneath an apple tree. He has a cast on one leg. "Natan?" The thin man twists around, shading his eyes with a hand, and smiles in surprise.
"Joona Linna, as I live and breathe."
Natan's a member of the National Criminal Investigation Department, a group of 6 experts who help both the national and the county police with difficult homicide cases. He has long silver hair that is tied in a thin ponytail and hangs over one shoulder, and he's dressed in black pants and a loosely knitted sweater.
"Joona, I'm really sorry about the internal investigation. I should have allowed you to go see the brigade."
"That was my decision," Joona says. He sits down. Natan shakes his head slowly.
"I had a real fight with Carlos because they were making an example of you."
"Is that how you broke your leg?"
"No, this came from an angry mama bear that rushed into our yard."
Natan grins so that his gold tooth shows. "Or perhaps the truth of the matter is that he fell off the ladder when he was picking apples," a bright voice says behind them.
"Hello, Matilda,"
Joona says. He gets up from his chair to give the woman with thick reddish-brown hair a big hug. Matilda, like most redheads, has a freckled face. "Hello, Detective Inspector," Matilda says as she sits down beside Natan. "I hope that you have some work for my beloved husband to do for you. Otherwise he's going to have to learn how to do Sudoku."
"Yes, I might have something," Joona says.
"The murders at Birgitta Gordon."
"Really?"
Natan looks up from scratching beneath his cast.
"I've gone to the crime scenes and I've examined the bodies, but they won't let me look at the reports or the results from the tests." "Because of this internal investigation business?"
"It's not my preliminary investigation," Joona says. "But I would like to hear your thoughts." "You've made my Natan a happy man," says Matilda, as she leans over to pat her husband on the cheek.
"Nice that you're thinking of little old me," Pollock says.
"You're the best investigator I know," Joona says. Natan is particularly good at psychological profiling, extrapolating from the evidence what kind of person most likely committed the crime. So far, he's been right every time. Joona sits back down and begins to report everything he knows about the case. After a while, Matilda heads indoors, but Pollock listens intently, occasionally interrupting with a question. A gray tabby cat winds itself around Natan's legs, and warblers sing in the apple tree, while Joona describes the position of the bodies, the pattern of the blood spatter, where the blood pooled, where it dripped, where it was smeared, the tracks of bloody footprints, where there were traces of liquid and crusted blood. Natan closes his eyes and listens as Joona tells him about the hammer beneath the pillow, the blood-soaked blanket, and the open window.
"Let's see," Natan starts. "The killer was extremely violent, but there are no bites, no hacking or dismembering."
Joona says nothing, and watches Natan's lips move as he thinks things through. At times he whispers something to himself, or he pulls his ponytail absent-mindedly. After a few minutes, he starts to talk.
"All right, I can see the bodies in my mind, and I see how the blood spattered as it did. You already know this, of course, but most murders are committed in a moment of frenzy. Then the killer is panicked by all the blood and chaos. That's when they'll grab a chainsaw and a garbage bag, or skid around in the blood with a scrub brush and leave evidence everywhere. Not here. This killer did not attempt to hide a thing."
"I agree,"
The violence was severe and methodical. It's not punishment that's gone too far. In both cases, the intent was to kill and nothing more. Both victims were in small rooms. They couldn't escape. The violence is not passionate. It's more like an execution or a slaughter.
"We think the murderer is a girl," Joona says.
A girl?
Joona meets Natan's surprised look and hands him a photograph of Vicky Bennett. Natan laughs.
Sorry, but really I don't buy it.
Matilda reappears with a tea service and jam cookies on a tray. She sits down at the table, and Natan pours the tea into 3 cups.
So you don't believe a girl is capable of this? Joona asks. Never had a case like that, Natan says.
Not all girls are nice girls, Matilda points out.
Natan jabs a finger at the photograph. Is she known to be violent?
No, the opposite.
Then you're looking for the wrong person.
We're certain she kidnapped a child yesterday.
But she hasn't beaten the child to death?
Not as far as we know, Joona says, as he helps himself to a cookie. Natan leans back in his chair.
If the girl is not known for violence, if she hasn't been punished for being violent, if she hasn't ever been suspected of a similar kind of violence, she's not the one you're looking for, Natan says, and looks at Joona sharply.
What if it is her in spite of that? Joona asks.
Natan shakes his head and blows on his tea. Can't be, he says. I've just been reading a paper by David Cantor. He says what I've always thought, that during the commission of the crime, the suspect assigns the victim the role of an opposing player in an interior drama.
Yes, that makes sense, Joona says.
According to his hypothesis, a covered face means that the killer wants to remove her face and make her into nothing more than an object. Men in this category often use exaggerated violence.
What if they were just playing hide-and-seek? Joona asks.
Where are you going with that?
The victim covers her eyes and counts to 100 while the suspect hides. Natan lets this thought sink in.
Then I believe the suspect intends for you to do the seeking.
But where?
All I can tell you is go back and seek the answer in the past, Pollock says. The past always reveals the future.
Chapter 48. Carlos Eliasson, the national police chief, is standing by his office window on the 8th floor. He's looking out at the steep hillsides of Kronoberg Park. He has no idea that Joona Linna is walking through the park after a brief visit to the old Jewish cemetery. Carlos goes back to sit at his desk and doesn't see the detective with the disheveled hair cross Polhemsgatan and head for the main entrance of the police station. Joona walks past a banner proclaiming the role of modern police in a changing world. He passes Benny Rubin, who is sitting hunched in front of his computer, and Magdalena Ronander's office, where she's on the phone, saying something about cooperation with Europol. Joona is back in Stockholm because he's been summoned to a meeting with both of the internal investigators later this afternoon. He takes his mail from his box, goes to sit at his desk, and then flips through the messages and envelopes while thinking about what Natan said. He agrees with Natan. Vicky Bennett's profile doesn't fit these 2 murders. In the admittedly incomplete psychological documentation the police have on Vicky Bennett, there's nothing to indicate that she could be dangerous. She's not on the police register. The people who have met her find her shy and withdrawn, but nice. But all the technical evidence points to her. Everything indicates that she took the little boy. Maybe the boy is already lying in a ditch with a broken skull. If the boy is still alive, they must find him quickly. Maybe he's with Vicky in some dark garage. Maybe she's furious with him right now. Go seek the past, Natan Pollock's usual advice. It's as simple as it is clear. The past always indicates the future. Joona knows Natan is right. In her short life, Vicky has moved many times. She'd moved around with her homeless mother, then from foster home to foster home, into an urgent care facility, then a youth home, and finally to Birgittegården. But where is she now? Maybe the answer is hidden in one of her conversations with her counselors, social workers, or temporary foster parents. There must be someone whom she trusted and confided in. Joona is about to look for Anya to ask if she's found any new names or addresses when he sees her standing in the doorway. Her hefty body is squeezed into a tight black skirt and one of several Angora sweaters she owns. Her blonde hair is artfully pinned up, and her lipstick is bright red. "Before I tell you what I've found, let me just say that 15,000 children are placed in foster homes every year," Anya starts. "And let me remind you that it was called health reform when politicians opened the door of health care to the private sector. Now venture capitalists own the youth homes. It's like the olden days when they used to auction off orphans. They save money on staff, on education, on therapy, and even on dentists, all to stoke their coffers." "I know," Joona says. "Just tell me about Vicky Bennett. I thought I would start by finding out who was responsible for her last placement." "And?" asked Joona. She smiles and leans her head to the side. "Mission accomplished, Joona Linna." "Fantastic. I do whatever I can for you." "I don't deserve it," Joona says. "I know," she says, and leaves the room. He waits in his chair for a few minutes. Then he goes to Anya's office and knocks on the door. As he enters, she says, "The addresses are there," and nods at the printer. "Thanks." When the last person responsible for Vicky's placement heard my name, he said that Sweden once had a famous butterfly swimmer by the same name, she says, and blushes. "So you told him you were that famous swimmer?" "No, I didn't. But he told me that Vicky Bennett doesn't appear in any records before the age of 6. Her mother, Susie, was homeless and appears to have given birth alone and kept Vicky out of the health system. When Susie was committed to a mental hospital, Vicky was placed with foster parents here in Stockholm." Joona is holding the list in his hand. It's still warm from the printer. He glances down the list of dates and placements. He sees that Vicky's first foster parents were Jaak and Eileen Frank, who lived at Strandvägen 47. Among numerous other placements, there are 2 youth homes on the list, Ljungbacken in Uddevalla and Birgittegården in Sundsvall Township. Against several names on the list, there's a note saying that the child asked to be returned to her first foster family. Each one says the same thing. The child requests to be returned to the Frank family, but the family declines. The sentence is dry and clinical. The 2 youth homes are at the end of the list after other foster families, emergency placements, and treatment homes. Joona thinks about the bloody hammer underneath the pillow and the blood on the windowsill. He thinks about the bitter, thin face in the photograph, her hair in tangled curls. "Can you find out if Jaak and Eileen Frank are still living at this address?" Joona asks. Anya's plump face shows her amusement. "You should read See and Hear. You'd learn a thing or two." "What are you saying?" "Eileen and Jaak are divorced, but she kept the apartment because, well, it's all her money." "So they're celebrities?" "She's involved in charity work, more so than most rich folks. She and her former husband have given quite a bit of money to orphanages and foundations." "There was a time when Vicky lived with them?" It probably didn't work out so well, Anya replies. Joona heads to the door, holding the printout. He turns to look at Anya. What can I do to thank you? I've registered us both in a class, she said. Promise you'll go with me. What kind of class? Relaxation. Kama Sutra something. Chapter 49. Strandvägen 47 is right across the street from Djurgård Bridge. It is a luxury 5-story limestone apartment building with an elegant entrance and a dark, attractive stairwell. The name Frank is engraved on a shiny black plaque beside a door on the 2nd floor, which opens almost as soon as Joona rings the bell. A man with gelled short hair and an even tan looks at him questioningly. I'm looking for Eileen Frank. I'm Robert Bianchi, Eileen's personal assistant, the man says as he holds out his hand. Joona Linna, the National Police. A slight smile passes over the man's lips. Sounds exciting, but I need to speak with her. May I ask what it concerns? She is not to be disturbed unnecessarily. The man stops speaking, as Joona's gaze turns cold. Please wait in the foyer while I ask her if she is able to receive visitors, Bianchi says, and disappears behind a door. The foyer is white and empty. There is no furniture, no coats, no shoes, just smooth white walls and a single enormous mirror in a white frame. Joona tries to imagine Vicky Bennett in this environment, a nervous, chaotic girl who did not appear in the Swedish register until she was 6 years old. A child who had lived only in garages or tunnels or stairwells, and probably a different one each night. Bianchi returns, smiling calmly, and asks Joona to follow him. They walk past a large lounge with several sofa arrangements and a tile stove, elegantly decorated. Thick rugs muffle the sound of their footsteps as they walk past the various rooms until they reach a closed door. You can knock, Robert says to Joona. His smile has become uncertain. Joona knocks and hears someone in high-heeled shoes walk across a wooden floor. A thin, middle-aged woman opens the door. She has dark blonde hair and large blue eyes. She's wearing a close-fitting red dress and 3 strands of snow-white pearls. Her makeup is sparse. She looks beautiful. Come in, Joona Linna, she says. Her voice is low and well-modulated. The light-filled room has a desk, a group of sofas in white leather, and built-in bookcases, painted white. I was just about to have some chai. Is it too early for you? She asks. No, that sounds fine, Joona says. Robert leaves the room, and Eileen gestures toward the sofas. Let's sit down. She sits across from him and crosses her legs. Now, what did you want to ask me about? She says. A number of years ago, you and your former husband, Jaak, were the foster parents of a young girl. We've helped many children over the years. Her name is Vicky Bennett, Joona interrupts her quietly. For just an instant she frowns slightly, but her voice remains calm. I remember Vicky very well, she says with a brief smile. What do you remember about her? Asks Joona. She was a sweet little thing, and she... Eileen Frank falls silent and stares into space. Her hands lie completely still in her lap. We believe that she might be involved in the murder of 2 people at a youth home in Sundsvall, Joona says. The woman turns her face quickly away from Joona, but not before he sees the frown return. She smooths her skirt with her hands, which seem to be trembling slightly. How does this concern me? She asks. Robert knocks on the door and then pushes in a tea cart. Eilin Frank thanks him and asks him to leave.
Vicky Bennett has been missing since Friday, Joona says. It is possible she might have come looking for you.
Eilin is not looking at him. She bows her head slightly and swallows hard.
No, she won't,
Eilin finally says in a chilly voice.
Why not? Asks Joona.
She will never attempt to contact me, Eilin replies. She stands up. It was a mistake to let you in my house without finding out your business first.
Joona stays seated and looks up at her. Who will Vicky try to contact then? Will she try to contact Yuck?
If you have any more questions, contact my lawyer, Eilin says, and leaves the room. A moment later, Robert enters. I will show you the door, he says shortly.
Thank you very much, Joona says.
He reaches for the cart and pours tea into a cup. He picks it up, blows on it, takes a careful sip, and helps himself to a lemon cookie. He eats the cookie and sips his tea unhurriedly. Finally, he lifts the napkin from his knee and wipes his mouth, folds the napkin carefully, and places it on the table. Then he stands up. Robert follows him as he walks past the enormous rooms and the lounge with the decorated tile stove. He walks through the white foyer and opens the door to the stairwell. Robert finally speaks. I must tell you, it is important that Eilin not be associated with any negative—
I hear what you're saying, Joona interrupts. But this is not about Eilin Frank.
But for me, it is about Eilin Frank. For her, it's about Eilin Frank, Robert says.
I understand.
However, the past is never concerned about anyone's reputation. When the past catches up to you, it has no regard for anyone at all, Joona says. And he heads down the stairs. Chapter 50. Eilin usually runs 7 miles a day in the gym in her apartment and meets her personal trainer at the Mornington Health Club twice a week. Sometimes she watches one of the televisions that hang from the gym ceiling in front of the treadmill. Other days she listens to music, but she's not listening to music today. All she can hear is the thump of her shoes, the humming motor of the treadmill, and her own breathing. After 15 minutes, her running shorts and sports bra are soaked in sweat. She remembers when Vicky Bennett came to her house 8 years ago, a little girl with messy blonde hair. As a teenager, during a trip to France to learn the language, Eilin had contracted chlamydia. She didn't take it seriously, and by the time she saw a doctor, the bacteria had made her sterile. She didn't worry about it much back then. She didn't think she'd ever want to have children, and for years she thought it was great that she never had to worry about birth control. But she and Yuck had been married barely 2 years when he started to talk about adoption. Every time he brought up the subject, she said that she didn't want kids. They were too much of a responsibility. Yuck was in love with her in those days, and he pushed. So Eilin said they'd volunteer to help children temporarily, children who were having difficulty at home and needed to get away for a while. Eilin had called Stockholm's social services in the Norrmalm district, and less than 6 weeks later, after 2 lengthy interviews, a social worker rang to say that she had a child who needed a great deal of security and peace for a while. "She's only 6 years old. I think it might work out." "Well, you'll have to try it out. As soon as she is settled with you, we can arrange psychotherapy for her," the woman said. "What has happened to her?" "Her mother is homeless and mentally ill. The authorities stepped in when they found the girl asleep on a subway car." "How is the girl? Is she well?" "She was dehydrated, but otherwise fine. The doctor says she's healthy. I've tried to talk to the girl myself, but she's extremely withdrawn. She appears nice, though." What's her name? Do you know? Yes, Vicky Bennett. Aileen Frank quickens her pace. The treadmill hums. Her breathing grows more labored. Afterward, she stretches at the ballet bar in front of the large mirror. She avoids looking at her own eyes. Her legs feel heavy. Finally, she kicks off her shoes and heads for the shower. She lets the stream of warm water pummel her back until her muscles begin to relax. But then her anxiety returns. It's as if hysteria has crept beneath her skin. She wants to scream or sob and never stop. Instead, she turns the water to cold and stands beneath the flow until her temples throb from the chill. Then she turns off the water. Chapter 51. Aileen emerges from her walk-in closet wearing a mid-length velvet skirt and a nylon bodysuit studded with small, glittering stones. The cloth is so delicate she has to use silk gloves to put it on. Robert is in the reading room, sitting in a lambskin armchair and shuffling through some papers, which he is sorting into various folders. "What was that all about? Why are the police interested in this girl?" "She's not important," Aileen answers. "Do we have to worry about this?" "No, we don't." Robert Bianchi has been her assistant and advisor for the past 6 years. Robert's gay. Jock thought it would be best if she had a homosexual assistant, since he wouldn't get jealous. Aileen settles into the chair opposite him, stretches out her legs, and shows off her new patent leather heels. "Jimmy Choos." "They're magnificent," he says, smiling. "You have to be at the reception at the Clarion Hotel in 1 hour." She doesn't move. Aileen can feel Robert's eyes on her, but she doesn't meet them. She plays with the tiny diamond-studded cross she's wearing. She swallows hard. "Once, Jock and I took care of a little girl by the name of Vicky. It was a long time ago." "Took care of? You mean like adopted?" "No, her mother was alive. We fostered her, but She falls silent and pulls at her cross. "When was this?" "A few years before you started here," she says. "I wasn't on the board then, and Jock had just started working for Zentropa." She falls back into silence. Robert studies her closely. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want." "I thought we were ready as anyone could be. We knew that it wasn't going to be easy, but... Do you have any idea of how the system works? There were unbelievable hoops to jump through. We had to meet with social workers and counselors. Everything had to be examined, from our finances to our sex lives. But as soon as we were approved, it only took them 3 days to hand over a child to us. It was really strange. They didn't tell us anything about her, and they gave us no help at all. We really wanted to do some good. Vicky lived with us for 9 months, off and on. They kept trying to send her home to her mother, but Vicky would always end up being found alone in some old cardboard box in a garage. Sad. Finally, Jock couldn't take it any more. All those times we were woken in the middle of the night to pick her up and take her to emergency, or just put her in the bathtub, or give her some food. One night Jock said I had to choose. She offers Robert a wan smile. "I don't understand why." "He only thinks about himself," said Robert. "But we were supposed to be her parents until her mother could care for her properly. There was no way I could choose between him and a child who was only supposed to live with us for a few months. It was crazy, and he knew I was completely dependent on him at the time." "Well," Robert prompts. "Yes, I was. It's true," Aileen says. "So when Vicky's mother got a place to live, I agreed he should call social services. I mean, it looked like things were finally starting to go well for her mother this time." Her voice breaks. and she's surprised to feel tears running down her face. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" Elin dries her tears. "It wasn't a big deal. I don't think about it all that much." She doesn't know why she's lying. "You have to move on," Robert says, excusing her. "That's right," she says, and then covers her face with her hands. "What's wrong?" "Robert," she says with a sigh, and then looks at him. "I have nothing to do with this whatsoever, but the policeman who was just here told me that Vicky has killed 2 people. "You mean those murders up in Västernorrland?" "I don't know." "Do you have any contact with her now?" "None at all." "You must not be dragged into this." "I know, of course. I would do whatever I could to help her, but keep out of it." "Maybe I should give Jack a call." "No, don't do that. He should know." "He doesn't need to hear it from you, and it will only make you unhappy. You know that. Every time you talk to him—" She tries to smile in agreement and leans over to place her hand on Robert's warm fingers. "Come here at 8 tomorrow morning, and let's go through the week's schedule." "Good," Robert says. He knows he's being dismissed, and he gets up and leaves the room. Elin picks up the phone, but waits until she hears Robert close the front door. Then she calls Jack. He sounds hoarse and sleepy.
"Elin, do you know what time it is? You can't keep calling me."
"Were you asleep?"
"Yes."
"Alone?"
"No."
"Are you being honest to hurt me?"
"We are divorced, Elin," he says.
Elin walks into her bedroom and looks at her huge, empty bed. "Tell me you miss me," she says.
"Good night, Elin,"
he says. "I'll give you the apartment on Broome Street if you want it."
"I don't want it. You're the one who loves New York."
"The police were here. They seem to think that Vicky has murdered 2 people.
"Our Vicky?"
Elin's mouth trembles, and tears leap to her eyes. "Yes, they came here to ask about her."
"How sad," he says in a low voice.
"Can you just come here? I need you. Bring Nora if you want. I won't be jealous."
"Elin, you know I'm not going to come to Stockholm."
"Sorry I disturbed you,"
Elin says, and ends the call.
Chapter 52. The Swedish Prosecution Authority for Cases Concerning Police Officers and the Internal Review Board of the National Police both have their offices at Kungsbro 21. Joona is sitting in a small room there with Mikael Boge, who is the head of internal investigations, and his secretary, Helene Fiorina. At this time, the security police cracked down on an extremist left-wing group called the Brigade, Boge is saying. The report states that Detective Inspector Linna from the National Police was at the address at the same time, or right before.
"It's true," says Joona.
He's looking out of the window at the railroad tracks and the bay of Barnhusvik. Helene Fiorina puts her pen and notebook down. "Joona, I must ask that you take this inquiry seriously," she says. "I am," he says, though his voice makes it clear his thoughts are elsewhere. Helene waits until Joona looks at her before she nods and picks up her pen. "Before we conclude," Mikael Boge says, "there is the matter of the main charge against you." "Perhaps it's just a misunderstanding," Helene says quickly. "2 investigations happened to cross paths at the same time." "In the report, the charge against you is that the crackdown on the brigade by Seppo failed because you'd warned the inner circle."
"Yes, I did,"
Joona says. Helene gets up from her chair, but does not know what to say. She stares at Joona with sad eyes. Boge smiles. "You warned the group about the crackdown?"
They were just kids, Joona says. They weren't dangerous.
Seppo thought otherwise, Boge says.
I know,
Joona says quietly. This is the end of the preliminary investigation, Elaine says, and collects her papers. Chapter 53. It's already 4:30 in the afternoon by the time Joona drives past Tumba. He once investigated a brutal triple homicide in a townhouse there. On the seat next to him is a list of all Vicky Bennett's known residences through the years. The last one is Birgitta Gordon, and the first is Strandvägen 47. He's sure Vicky must have talked to someone she stayed with. She must have confided in someone, or have a friend somewhere. Elin Frank said that Vicky was sweet. That's all she'd said. Sweet, Joona thinks. For the wealthy Franks, Vicky was a child in trouble, a girl who needed help, someone who had to be shown mercy. It was a question of charity. But for Vicky, Elin was the first sane mother she'd had. Life for her at Strandvägen must have been like a fairy tale. She was kept warm and ate regular meals. She slept in a bed and wore lovely clothes. She would have had toys to play with. The time she spent with Elin and Jak must shine bright in her memory. Joona turns on the signal before he moves into the left lane. He has studied the list. Before she was sent to Birgitta Gordon, Vicky was at the Ljungbacken orphanage. Before that, she spent 2 weeks with a family named Arnander Johansson in Katrineholm. In his mind's eye, he sees the needle and Frippe forcing Miranda's hands away from her face. They'd fought her stiff arms as if the dead girl was resisting, as if she was ashamed to be seen, but her face was calm and white as a pearl. She'd been sitting with the blanket around her body when, according to the needle, a large rock hit her. She'd been hit 6 or 7 times. Then she was lifted onto the bed, and her hands were placed in front of her face. The last thing she saw in life was her killer. Joona slows down as he reaches an older residential area. He parks by the side of the street, next to a hedge of flowering Öland cinquefoil. He gets out of the car. A woman is walking around the house carrying a bucket of apples. It's apparent she has trouble moving her hips, and her mouth is tense with pain. She's hefty, with large breasts and thick upper arms.
"You just missed him," she says.
"Typical," Joona says.
"He had to go to the warehouse, something about the invoices."
"Who are we talking about?" asks Joona. He's smiling. She puts down the bucket.
"I thought you were here about the treadmill."
"How much does it cost?"
7,000. It's brand new."
She rubs her hand along the crease of her pants as she looks at him. "I'm not here about the treadmill. I'm here from the National Police," Joona says. "I need to ask you a few questions."
"What's this about?"
"Vicky Bennett. She lived with you about a year ago." The woman's face turns sad. She nods and points to the door. Joona follows her into a kitchen with a table covered by a crocheted cloth beside a window with floral curtains, which faces onto the backyard. Outside, the lawn is freshly mown. Plum trees and gooseberry bushes form a hedge along the property line, and a small swimming pool is tucked behind a wooden lattice fence.
"Vicky has run away," Joona says directly. "I read about it in the newspapers," she says, as she puts the bucket in the sink.
"Do you know where she might be hiding?"
"No idea."
"Did she ever mention friends or boys?"
"Vicky didn't really live here long," the woman says.
"Why is that?"
"It didn't work out."
She fills a carafe with water and pours it into the coffee machine. Then she stops.
I guess offering coffee is part of what you do when the police stop by," she says without any strength in her voice. Joona is looking out the window at two blond boys playing karate in the backyard. They're thin and tanned and wearing swimming shorts that are too large. The play is rough and wild, but the boys are laughing. "So you foster children?" "Our daughter is 19 now, so, well, we've done this for a few years." "How long do the children usually stay with you?" "It varies. They can go back and forth for a while," she replies. She turns to Joona. "Some of these kids come from really broken homes." "Is it difficult?" "No, not really. Of course there are always conflicts, but you just have to be clear about the limits." One of the boys jumps into the swimming pool and is followed by the second, who somersaults in. "Vicky stayed only 2 weeks," Joona says, looking at the woman. She avoids his gaze. "We have the 2 boys," she says. "We've had them for 2 years now. They're brothers. We hoped it would work with Vicky, but we had to stop." "What happened?" "Nothing. I mean, nothing, really. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't anyone's fault. We just weren't up to it." "Did Vicky cause trouble? Was she hard to manage?" No, she says. "It was—" She stops speaking. "What were you going to say? What happened?" "Nothing at all." "You were both experienced foster parents. Why did you decide to give up after only 2 weeks?" "It is what it is." "Something must have happened." "No, really. It was just too much for us." "Something must have happened," Joona repeats in the same soft tone of voice. "Tell me, please." She reddens, and the blush travels all the way down her neck to between her breasts. "Someone visited us," she whispers. "Who?" She shakes her head. Joona hands her his notebook and a pen. Tears start to run down her cheeks. She looks at him, and then she takes the pen and notebook. She begins to write. Chapter 54. It takes Joona 3 hours to drive west to Bengtsfors. By the time he gets there, the tears on his notebook where the woman wrote the address have long since dried. He had to pry it gently from her hand, and when he tried to get her to say something, she just shook her head. Then she hurried from the kitchen and locked herself in the bathroom. Joona drives slowly along Shrachagatan. Number 35 is the last house on the street. The front yard is overgrown, and white plastic furniture is lying in the tall grass. The mailbox by the gate is stuffed with flyers, and black garbage bags have been taped to the inside of the front window. Climbing out of his car, Joona walks through the weeds to the front door. A doormat has been printed with the reminder, keys, wallet, cell phone. When he rings the doorbell, a dog barks, and after a while an eye looks through the peephole. He can hear 2 locks being unlatched, and then the door is opened as far as the security chain allows. He can't see the person in the dark hallway, but he can smell red wine. "May I come in?" Joona asks. "She doesn't want to see you." It's a boy's voice, husky and hoarse. The dog is panting, and Joona can hear the links of a choke collar click. "I need to talk to her." "We're not buying anything," a woman shouts. "I'm from the police," Joona says. Joona hears steps inside the house. "Is he by himself?" asks the woman. "Yes, I think so." "Hold on to Zombie." "Mama, are you really going to open the door?" Joona hears the woman approach. "What do you want?" she says. "Do you know anything about a girl named Vicky Bennett?" Joona hears the dog's nails scratch against the floor.
The woman yells at the boy, then closes the door and takes off the security chain. The door opens a crack. Joona pushes it wider and steps inside. The woman is standing with her back to him. She's wearing flesh-colored leggings and a white T-shirt. Her blonde hair hangs over her shoulders. As Joona shuts the door behind him, it's so dark he has to stop. By the time his eyes adjust, the woman is at the far end of the hall. He walks past the kitchen, where a vague gray light shows a box of wine on the table and a pool of wine on the brown linoleum underneath. He goes into the television room, where the woman is already sitting on a denim sofa. Dark purple curtains reach the floor on either side of a window covered in more garbage bags. The door to the veranda lets in a ray of light which lands on the woman's hand. Her nails are well cared for and painted red. "Go ahead and sit down," she says. "Thank you." Joona sits across from her on a footstool and immediately notices that there's something wrong with the woman's face. "What do you want to know?" she says. "You visited the Arnander Johansson family?" Joona says. "That's right." "Why did you need to go see them?" "I had to warn them." "What did you need to warn them about?" "Tompa!" the woman yells. "Tompa!" A door opens and slow footsteps head toward them. A shadow comes in. "Turn on the light." "But, Mama—" "Do as you're told." The boy hits the light switch, and a large globe of rice paper lights up the entire room. The tall, thin boy is standing with his head bowed. His face looks like it had been savaged by a dog and never healed properly. His lower lip is missing so that his teeth are showing. His chin and his right cheek are bright red like fresh beef, and a deep red gash goes diagonally from his hairline through one eyebrow. When Joona turns toward the woman, he sees that her face is even more ruined. Still, she's smiling at him. She's missing her right eye, and there are several deep gashes in her face and neck, at least 10. Her eyebrow droops over her remaining eye, and her lips have been slashed into sections. "Vicky got angry at us," the woman says. Her smile disappears. "What happened?" "She cut us with a broken bottle. I never thought a human being could get so angry. I passed out, and when I woke up I could feel the gashes from the broken glass, all the wounds, and the bits of broken glass inside my body. I realized I had no face left." Chapter 55. The agreement that Sundsvall Township has made with the company that owns Birgittagården is costing it a lot of money, but at least it deals with the difficult situation. To cut back on expenses, the girls have been moved from the Hotel Ibis to the small fishing village of Horte on the Jungfru coast. The school in Horte closed more than 100 years ago when a nearby iron mine was abandoned, and the grocery store closed a few decades later when its owners got too old to run it. But the village hangs on, and during the summer comes alive with visitors to its white sand beaches. The 6 girls are staying in a large old country house with a huge glass-enclosed veranda. It stands at the point where the small road in the village forks like a snake's tongue. They've finished dinner, and a few are hanging out in the dining room next to the small kitchen. A guard is sitting where he can watch both the room and the front door, as well as see out through the windows to the lawn facing the road. Luchu and Nina are looking for potato chips in the pantry, but they can only find frosted flakes. "So what are you going to do when the killer gets here?" asks Luchu. The guard's tattooed hand jerks, and he smiles stiffly at her. "You're safe here," he says. He's 50 years old. His head is shaved, and he has a stiff goatee. His large muscles bulge the arms of his dark blue security company sweater. Lu Chu stares at him while she snacks on the breakfast cereal. Nina finds a packet of smoked ham and a jar of mustard in the fridge. At the other end of the house, sitting around a table on the veranda, Caroline, Indy, Tula, and Almira are playing cards. "I want all your jacks," Indy says. "Go fish," Almira giggles. Indy draws a card and looks at it happily. "Ted Bundy was just a butcher," Tula says in a low voice. "God, how you talk," Caroline sighs. "He went from room to room and clubbed the girls like they were seal pups. Lisa and Margaret and—" "Shut up," Almira says, laughing. Tula smiles too, but Caroline can't help shivering. "What the fuck is that old lady doing here?" Indy says as loud as she can. The woman sitting in front of the fireplace looks up and then goes back to her knitting. "Come on, aren't we playing cards?" asks Tula impatiently. "Whose turn is it?" "My turn," says Indy. "Cheater," says Caroline, but she's smiling. "My phone is dead," Almira says. "I was charging it in my room, and now—" "Let me look at it," says Indy. Indy opens the back, takes the battery out, and puts it back in again. Nothing happens. "Weird," she mutters. "Fuck that," says Almira. Indy takes the battery out again and exclaims, "The fucking SIM card is missing!" "Tula," Almira says severely, "did you take my SIM card?" "Don't know," Tula says triumphantly. "I need that SIM card." The woman puts down her knitting. "What's going on?" "We can take care of ourselves," Caroline replies calmly. Tula whines, "I haven't taken anything." "My SIM card is missing." Almira's voice is loud. "It doesn't mean that Tula has taken it," says the woman. "Almira says she's going to hit me," says Tula. "We don't tolerate violence of any kind here," the woman says. Then she picks up her knitting. "Tula," Almira says in a low voice, "I really need my SIM card so I can make phone calls." "Well, too bad for you," says Tula, smiling. The forest across the bay and the sky above it are dark, but the water is still shimmering like molten lead in the last rays of the sun. "The police think that Vicky beat Miranda to death," Caroline says. "They're so fucking stupid," Almira mutters. "I don't know Vicky." "No one knows Vicky," Indy says. "Well, watch out then." "What if she's on the way over here to kill us all?" "Shh," Tula says. She gets up and looks out into the darkness. She's tense. "Did you hear that?" She turns and looks at Caroline and Almira. "No, I didn't hear a thing," Indy sighs. "We're soon going to be dead, all of us," whispers Tula. "You're a sick little bitch, aren't you?" Caroline says, but she can't hide a smile. She catches Tula's hand and pulls her onto her lap and strokes her hair. "Don't be afraid. Nothing's going to happen," she says. Chapter 56. Caroline wakes up on the sofa. She sits up and looks around the empty room. A few embers are glowing in the fireplace. She realizes that everyone else has gone to bed and just left her sleeping. She gets up and looks out the window. She can see the water beyond the fishing huts. Everything is silent and still, and the moon, behind a few wisps of clouds, shines over the ocean. She opens the door and feels the cool air of the hallway on her face. The shadows are deep, and she can barely make out the doors to the girls' bedrooms. She can hear a bed creak. Caroline walks into the darkness, the floor icy cold beneath her bare feet. She stops when she hears someone softly moaning. The sound is coming from the bathroom. She tiptoes there, her heart pounding. The door is slightly ajar. Someone is inside, and Caroline can hear the moan again. She peeks through the gap. Nina is sitting on the toilet seat with her legs wide apart and her face expressionless. There's a man kneeling on the floor with his face burrowed between her thighs. She's opened her pajama top, and he's squeezing her breast as he licks her. "You should be done by now," Nina whispers. "Okay," he says, and gets up quickly. As he pulls some toilet paper off the roll and wipes his mouth, Caroline can see that the man is the security guard. "So where's my money?" Nina holds out her hand. The guard starts digging around in his pocket. "Damn it, I just have 80, he says. "You told me you had 500. "What am I supposed to do? I only have 80. Nina sighs and takes the money. Caroline hurries away and slides into her own cold little bedroom. She closes the door and turns on the light. She can see herself reflected in the black window and realizes that she's visible to anyone outside. She stands to one side as she pulls the blind down so she can't be seen. For the first time in a long while, she feels afraid of the dark. She leans against the wall, suddenly remembering Tula's light blue eyes as she talked about various serial killers. She knows Tula was frightened and only wanted the others to be scared too when she said that Vicky had followed them to the fishing village. Caroline decides to forget about brushing her teeth. Nothing can induce her to go back out into that cold hallway. She moves the chair to the door and tries to wedge its back under the handle, but it's too short. She gets a stack of old magazines from the bookshelf and puts them underneath the rear legs until the back reaches the handle at an angle. She thinks she hears someone outside in the hallway, and a shiver runs up and down her spine. There's a sudden bang behind her. The window blind has snapped up and is now spinning. "Oh, God," she sighs and pulls it back down. She stands still in the room and listens. Then she turns off the ceiling light and hurries into bed, pulling the quilt tightly around her. As she waits for the sheets to warm up, she stares fixedly at the door. She thinks about Vicky Bennett. Vicky, who seemed so shy and withdrawn. Caroline doesn't think that she really did that awful thing. She just can't wrap her mind around that. Before she can force her thoughts in another direction, she remembers the sight of Miranda's crushed skull and the blood dripping from the lampshade. There are footsteps in the hallway. They fall silent for a moment, then start again. Whoever it is stops outside her door. Caroline can hear the faint scrape of the door handle being pushed down. Then it stops. She shuts her eyes and prays to God who loves little children. Chapter 57. In the middle of the night, a child's car seat bumps against the dam by the hydroelectric plant at Bergerforsen, its gray plastic back barely breaking the glassy surface of the water. The car seat has floated here in the current of the Indal River. The river has been high since the snow melted in the Jämtland mountains. The power company has been partially opening the sluice gate as needed to prevent water from spilling over the dam. The heavy rainfall of the past few days has aggravated the threat, and the sluice gates are now wide open. For months the Indal River resembled a lake, but now its current is strong and evident. The car seat hits the dam, whirls back a short way, and then bumps against it again. Joona is running along the lane at the edge of the dam. On the far side, a slick concrete wall falls straight down 100 feet. It's dizzyingly tall. Water is gushing out of the dam's gates with chaotic violence and churning over black rocks far below. But on this side of the dam, the shining river is almost at the brim. 2 uniformed policemen and a guard from the power plant are standing farther along the lane. One of the policemen is pointing at the water below, and the other has a boat hook. A great deal of garbage has collected around the car seat. The river has brought empty plastic bottles, branches, spruce logs, and half-dissolved cardboard boxes to the dam. Joona joins the three men and looks at where the officer is pointing. The current is swirling the car seat around, and it repeatedly bumps into the wall. Only its gray plastic back is visible. It's impossible to tell whether a child is still strapped to the front. "Turn it over," Joona says. The other policeman nods and leans as far as he can over the rail. He lets the boathook break the surface of the water, and he pulls a spruce log to the side. Then he moves the hook over to the car seat and lets it sink. He lifts it again carefully so that the hook will catch. He draws it up, and there's a splash when the car seat flips over. It's empty. The unbuckled seat belts trail in the water. Studying the car seat, Joona thinks that the child's body could have slipped through the belts and sunk to the bottom. "As I said on the phone," the policeman says, "it appears to be the right car seat. It's not noticeably beaten up, but it's hard to see the details from here." "Tell the technicians to put it in a watertight plastic bag when they get it out of the water." The policeman lets the car seat go, and it begins to tumble in the current again. "Meet me at the bridge near Indal," Joona says. He starts walking back to his car. "There's a beach there for swimming, right?" "What are we going to do?" "We're going swimming," Joona says, without a trace of a smile. He keeps walking to his car. Chapter 58. Joona stands at the point where the bridge meets the ground on the river's north bank. He's looking down the grassy slope and at the floating swimming dock that stretches from the sandy edge of the beach out into the river's current. The wind blows open his jacket. He walks away from the bridge along the edge of the road and feels the humidity rising from the grass. He can smell the scent of sweet fireweed. He stops, bends down, and picks up a small cube of glass hidden among the plants. He lets it sit in his palm, and then looks at the water again. "Here's where they drove off the road," he says. He points out the direction. One policeman walks to the sandy beach and shakes his head. "There's no sign of anything here. Nothing at all," he calls back. "I'm sure I'm right," Joona says. "Well, we'll never know. There's been too much rain," the other policeman says. "It didn't rain underneath the water," Joona says. He strides past the two police officers to the water's edge. Walking upstream, he catches sight of tire tracks in the shallows. Parallel tracks in the sand head straight out to the deep water. "Do you see anything?" yells one of the officers. "Yes, I do," Joona shouts back, and then he walks into the river. The cool water swirls around his legs and tugs him gently to one side. It's hard to see beneath the shimmering surface, but he can make out reeds dancing in the current. One of the policemen follows him into the river, swearing audibly. Now up to his thighs in the river, Joona makes out a dark form about 30 feet farther out. "Let me call for a diver," says the policeman. Joona takes off his jacket and hands it to the officer as he keeps going. "What are you doing?" "I need to know if they're dead," Joona says. He hands his revolver to the officer, who is also thigh-deep in the river, and wades farther out. The water is cold here, and the current pulls at his pants. "Hey, there are logs floating in the river. You can't go swimming around in there," yells the other policeman from the shore. Joona keeps going. The riverbed is falling away beneath his feet, and the water is up to his stomach. He dives in. His ears thud as water fills them. He opens his eyes. Rays of sunlight cut through the water. Mud whirls in the current. He kicks and glides deeper beneath the surface. Suddenly he can see the car. It's slightly to the side of the wheel tracks. The current has already shifted it toward midstream. The red body panels glimmer. The windshield and the 2 side windows on the right are missing. Water glides through the interior. Joona swims closer, trying not to think about what he might find. Still, his brain flashes images of the girl in the driver's seat, the seatbelt diagonally across her body, her arms floating, her mouth open, her hair swirling. His heart is beating hard now. This deep below the surface, everything is dim and silent. He reaches the rear door on the right side and grabs the empty window frame. The power of the river is drawing him away. There's a groan of metal, and the car shifts. Mud whirls up, and he can't see. He swims a few strokes. The cloud of mud clears, and he can see again. About 3 meters above his head is the other world, drenched in sunlight. A waterlogged log is gliding just below the surface, a heavy projectile. Joona's lungs are starting to ache. The water current is strong down here. Joona grabs the empty window opening and sees that blood is flowing from his hand. He forces his body down and looks inside the Toyota. The car is empty. There is nobody there. No girl, no child. The windshield is gone. The bodies could have been washed out through the gap and drifted along the bottom of the river. He quickly registers the area around the car. There's nothing to catch a child's body. The stones are rounded, and the plants are sparse. His lungs are screaming for oxygen, but he knows he has just a bit more time. His body has learned to wait. When he was in the Navy, he often had to swim 12 kilometers carrying the signal flag. He's left a submarine with an emergency balloon. He's swum beneath the ice of the Gulf of Finland. He can go without oxygen for a few more seconds. He swims around the car and searches the smooth riverbed. The water pulls him like a strong wind. Shadows from the logs above pass swiftly over the bottom. Vicky drove off the road, down the beach and into the water. The windows were already broken from crashing into the traffic light in Indal. The car would have filled with water immediately, but kept going for a few seconds before it settled on the riverbed. But where are the bodies? He sees something shining among the stones. It's a pair of glasses that have tumbled away from the car. Joona swims over and grabs them as they are about to whirl farther downstream. Bright spots flash before his eyes. He's out of time. He kicks, swimming up blindly. He breaks the surface and draws air into his lungs. He doesn't see the log until just before it hits his shoulder. It hurts so much he howls. His shoulder has been dislocated by the force of the blow. Joona finds himself underwater again. The ringing in his ears sounds like church bells calling him to service. Above him, the sun flares in broken rays. Chapter 59. The police on shore watch as the log slams into Joona, and within moments they are in the river, swimming out to grab him before he goes under. They drag him up onto the beach. "I'm sorry," Joona manages to pant. "I just needed to know. Where did the log hit you?" "There aren't any bodies in the car," Joona says. The pain in his shoulder is excruciating. "Let's take a look at your arm," says an officer. "Shit," another whispers. Blood has spread through Joona's soaked shirt, and his arm hangs at a weird angle. It's dangling loosely from its tendons. They take the glasses from his good hand and put them in a plastic bag. One of the police officers drives him at top speed the 18 miles to Sundsvall Hospital. Joona sits quietly, his eyes shut, and holds his arm close to his chest. In spite of the pain, he tells the other officer how the current had shifted the car over the riverbed and the direction of the water flowing through the broken windows. "The children weren't there," he says, barely audible. "Bodies can float pretty far in the current," the officer replies. "There's no reason to start a diving search just yet. Either they will be snagged by something and never surface, or they'll end up at the dam just like the car seat did." At the hospital, two cheerful, chatty nurses who could be mother and daughter get him out of his wet clothes, but when they see his arm, they fall silent. They clean him up and take him to the X-ray unit. 10 minutes later, a doctor comes in to report that nothing is broken, the clavicle is intact, but Joona's shoulder is dislocated. Joona lies on his stomach, his arm hanging straight down, and the doctor injects 20 milligrams of lidocaine directly into the joint. Then the doctor sinks to the floor. He pulls the arm down, while the two nurses press it back into position. Joona bites hard on a towel. Then he hears a crack, and he finds to his relief he can release his breath. And think. The car with Vicky Bennett and Dante had disappeared on a stretch of the road without intersections, and with the press hounding them, the police had searched every possible place a vehicle could be hidden. But what Joona realized when he saw the car seat at the dam was this. If the car had gone off the road and into the river, there was only one spot where it could have happened without being spotted. After Indal, Highway 86 swings to the right and over the bridge. There, Vicky must have missed the turn and headed the car straight down the riverbank and into the water. The hard rain would have washed away the tracks on the sandy beach, and given its broken windows, the river would have rushed in to fill the car. In just a few moments, it would have disappeared from sight. Chapter 60. The air is cool inside the police garage, and Joona is thankful for it as he walks down the stairs, his arm in a dark blue sling. A large plastic tent covers the car Vicky Bennett stole. Police used a 4-point suspension crane to salvage it from the Indal River, then wrapped it in plastic and transported it here. All the seats have been removed and set aside. Plastic bags containing everything found inside the car have been marked and placed on a long bench. Joona takes a look at the secured evidence. There are fingerprints from Pia, Vicky, and Dante. There are bags of glass splinters, hairs and fibers, an empty water bottle, a tennis shoe, which most likely belonged to Vicky, and the boy's tiny pair of glasses. The door to the garage office opens, and Holger Hjalmar comes out, holding a folder. "You wanted to point out something to me?" Joona says. "Yes, it's just as well," Holger says and sighs. He gestures toward the car. "The entire windshield is gone. You saw that yourself when you dove down into the water. It was knocked out when the car collided with the traffic light. Unfortunately, I've found a few strands of hair from the boy in the windshield frame." "That's sad to hear," Joona says. A wave of loneliness washes over him. "Well, it's what everyone suspected." Joona takes a look at the photograph of the strands of hair on the right side of the jagged windshield frame, and at an enlargement showing that the hairs were pulled out by their roots. The only way hair could have been ripped from Dante's head was if he'd been thrown from the child seat, over the front seat, through the windshield frame, and into the river. Joona imagines the child hurtling through the car and being carried off by the strong current. Vicky Bennett hadn't killed the boy, he realizes. She'd kept him with her in the car. "Is it your opinion that the boy was alive when the car hit the water?" he asks. "Yes, probably he was knocked out and drowned, but we'll have to wait until the bodies appear at the dam to know for sure." Holger shows Joona a plastic bag containing a red water pistol. "I have a little boy, too." He stops speaking. Joona rests his good hand on Holger's shoulder. "We'll have to tell the mother that we're going to stop the search and wait and see," Holger says, and he turns away. It's unusually quiet at the small police station. A few men in uniform are standing around talking near the coffee machine. A woman is typing on her computer. The twilight outside is heavy and gray, like an endless, dreary day at school. When the front door opens and Pia Abrahamsson enters, the men stop talking. She is wearing jeans and a tight denim jacket. Her nut-brown hair, hanging from beneath her black beret, is unwashed. She's not wearing makeup, and her eyes look exhausted, terrified. Mirja Zlatnik gets up quickly and pulls up a chair. "I don't want to sit down," Pia says weakly. "We asked you to come here because we fear that—" Pia steadies herself with a hand on the back of the chair, but stays standing. "What I'm trying to say," Mirja says, "what I'm trying to say is that—" "Yes. No one believes that they can still be alive." Pia doesn't react. She doesn't break into sobs. She just nods slightly and licks her lips. "Why do you believe that?" she asks in a calm voice. "We have found your car," Mirja says. "She drove it off the road and it landed in the river. The car was at a depth of 12 feet. It was heavily damaged and—" Mirja's voice fades away. "I want to see my son," Pia says with the same disturbing calm. "Where is his body?" "It is— We haven't found it yet, but this is difficult. The decision was made to stop the search. The divers haven't found anything." "But—" Pia Abrahamsson's hand reaches for the silver cross she's wearing underneath her shirt, but stops over her heart. "Dante is just 4 years old," she says. "He can't swim." "I understand," Mirja says, looking stricken. "But he does like playing in the water," Pia whispers. Her chin begins to tremble. She moves slowly like an old and broken woman as she finally sits down. Chapter 61. Eyelin Frank gets out of the gym shower and crosses the polished stone floor to the large mirror over the double wash basins. She dries off with a warm towel. Before the shower she spent some time in the sauna, and her skin is still hot and damp as she pulls on the black kimono Jock gave her the year they separated. She leaves the bathroom and walks over the white parquet floor past all the pale rooms to her bedroom, where she's already laid out a copper-colored dress from Karen Millen and golden panties from Dolce & Gabbana. She hangs up the kimono, perfumes herself with La Perla, and waits a moment before putting on her clothes. When she reaches the large salon, she sees Robert quickly hide the telephone behind his back. Worry sweeps through her, landing like a black stone in her gut. "What's going on?" Robert's boyish striped T-shirt has pulled free from his white jeans. His little stomach is visible. He shouldn't have a little stomach. "The photographer from French Vogue is 10 minutes late," he says, but he avoids her gaze. "I haven't had a chance to look at the newspapers," Eyelin says, trying to keep her voice light. "Do you know if the police have found Vicky yet?" For the past 2 days she hasn't dared listen to the news or read the paper. Both nights she's taken a sleeping pill at 10 p.m. and another at 3 just to get some rest. "Have you heard anything?" Robert scratches his head. "Eyelin, I really don't want to upset you." "I'm not upset, but no one can connect you to any of this." "There's nothing wrong with keeping an eye on the situation," Eyelin says, trying to appear nonchalant. "You're not a part of any of this," he says stubbornly. Eyelin smiles at him coolly. "Do I have to get angry with you?" Robert shakes his head and tucks his T-shirt in. "I caught the end of the news as I was driving over," he says. "Apparently they've found the car in the river. I think they were searching with divers." Eilin quickly turns her face away. Her lips are trembling, and her heart is beating so hard she feels it will break. "Would you like me to turn on the television?" "No, that's not necessary," she whispers. "It'll be sad, of course, if they've drowned." "Don't be so blasé," Eilin says. She has to swallow, but her throat hurts. Chapter 62. Eilin has a vivid memory of the day Vicky arrived. The girl was standing inside the hallway with a closed face and yellowing bruises on her arms. She'd never even fantasized about having children, but the minute she saw Vicky, she realized how much she longed for one. Vicky was her unique self, just as a child should be. In the beginning, she would run into Eilin's bedroom at night and stare at her before turning away. Perhaps she hoped to find her real mother there. Perhaps she regretted that she'd come in at all, or couldn't risk being turned away. Eilin still remembers the patter of her small feet running over the parquet floor as she disappeared back to her room. Sometimes Vicky would sit in Jock's lap while watching TV, but she never wanted to sit in Eilin's lap. Vicky didn't trust her, didn't dare trust her, but Eilin noticed that she often glanced at her furtively. Little Vicky, the silent girl who would play only if she was sure no one was watching her. Little Vicky, who didn't dare open her Christmas presents because she thought that such beautiful packages couldn't be hers. Little Vicky, who shrank from every hug. Eilin bought her a little white hamster and a large cage with ladders and tunnels of red plastic. Vicky took care of the hamster during Christmas vacation, but when school started, the hamster vanished. Eventually they found out that she'd let it go in a park on the way to school. When Jock explained to her that it might not survive the cold, Vicky ran to her room and slammed the door repeatedly. Then she downed a bottle of Burgundy during the night and threw up all over the sauna. Later that week, she stole 2 rings that Eilin had inherited from her grandmother and refused to say what she'd done with them. Eilin never got the rings back. Jock was beginning to reach his limit. He started saying that their lives were too complicated to give a child security, especially one who needed as much as this one did. He spent less time at home and stopped engaging with the girl. Eilin realized she was going to lose him. When the social workers said they wanted to try placing Vicky temporarily back with her real mother, Eilin welcomed the news. She felt that both she and Jock needed the break to find their way back to each other. Vicky refused to take the cell phone Eilin offered her so they could keep in touch. The day Vicky left, Eilin and Jock had a late dinner at the Opera Schillerin restaurant, went home and made love, and then slept through the night undisturbed for the first time in months. In the morning, Jock said he'd leave if Vicky came back. Eilin let him call Vicky's case manager to explain that they couldn't cope with the child and were not able to take her back. She learned later that Vicky and her mother ran away from their placement at an open-care facility in Västerås and were later found hiding in a small playhouse at a playground. The mother started leaving Vicky alone at night, and after she'd been gone for 2 days, Vicky walked the 70 miles back to Stockholm. Jock was not home the night Vicky rang their doorbell. Eilin had no idea what to do. She pressed her body against the wall by the door, listening to the girl ring the bell and call her name over and over. Finally, Vicky started to cry. She opened the mail slot and called, "Please, can I come back? I want to stay with you. Please, Eilin, open the door. I'll be a good girl. Please, please." When Jaak and Eilin had met with Vicky's case manager after they told her they were dropping out of the program, she'd said, "Do not explain to Vicky why you can't take her in any longer." "Why not?" Eilin had asked. "Because," the case manager had said, "the child will blame herself. She'll assume it's her fault." So Eilin had stood silently in the hallway, and after what seemed like an eternity, she'd heard Vicky's footsteps fade away. Chapter 63. Eilin is looking in the huge bathroom mirror and watching her eyes sparkle in the indirect light. She's taken 2 Valium and has had a glass of Alsatian Riesling. Out on her large terrace, Nassim Dubois, the young photographer from French Vogue, is setting up. The interview was done last week when Eilin was in Provence for a charity auction. She auctioned off not only her collection of contemporary French art, but also her Jean Nouvel-designed house in Nice. She's donating the proceeds to a guaranteed fund for microloans to women in North Africa. "Could there be a better cause?" she'd declared. She moves away from the mirror and picks up the phone to call Jaak. Even though Jaak's lawyer has told her that any contact regarding Vicky Bennett should go through his office, she wants to tell Jaak that the car Vicky stole has been found in the Indal River. She won't care if he seems tired or irritated. She's no longer in love with him, but at times she feels the need to hear his voice. Before he can answer, she changes her mind, hangs up the phone, and heads to the terrace. She steps languidly through the large glass door. Nassim sees her and whistles. "You look absolutely wonderful," he says with a smile. She knows she looks good in her copper-colored dress with its thin shoulder straps and her necklace of hammered white gold. Her gold earrings, a gold so deep it's almost bronze, cast reflections over her bare skin. Nassim wants her to stand with her back to the terrace wall and drape herself in a flowing white Ralph Lauren shawl. She lets it billow in a beautiful curve behind her body. The photographer moves a silver reflecting screen so that her face is filled with light and photographs her from a distance with a telephoto lens. Then he comes closer. He sinks down on his knees. He's wearing tight-fitting jeans. He takes a series of shots with an old-fashioned Polaroid. She notices the sweat breaking out on his forehead, but he never stops praising her. Still, she knows his concentration is elsewhere, on composition and light. "You're dangerous. You're sexy," he mumbles. "You really think so?" she answers with a smile. He gets to his feet, nods, and then breaks into a wide, self-conscious smile. "Though more sexy than dangerous?" "You're sweet," she says. Eilin is not wearing a bra, and she feels her nipples harden in the cool breeze. She's hoping he's noticing and realizes she's tipsy. Now he's lying down beneath her with an old Hasselblad camera, and he's asking her to lean forward and pucker her mouth as if she wants to be kissed. "Une petite pomme," he says. They smile at each other, and Eilin feels happy all of a sudden, almost giddy from the flirtation. His thin, tight T-shirt has come untucked, and she can see how firm his body is. She pouts a little, and he keeps taking her photograph, keeps mumbling that she's the best, just like a top model. Then finally he lowers his camera and looks at her. "I can keep going all night," he says, "but I can see that you're freezing." Eilin nods. "Let's go inside and have a glass of whiskey." Chapter 64. The salon feels warm when they get inside. Eilin's housekeeper has lit a fire in the tile stove. They sit side by side on the couch with their malt whiskies and talk about the importance of microloans to women in the Third World. The Valium and alcohol still have a spell over Eilin. she feels relaxed. Nassim is saying that the journalist from Vogue is very happy with the interview. Then he tells Alien that his mother is from Morocco. "What you've done is incredible," he says with a smile. "If my grandmother had been able to have a micro-loan, perhaps my mother's life would not have been so hard." "I do what I can, but—" She falls silent and looks into his serious eyes. "No one is perfect," he says, and slides closer. "Once I let a little girl down, a girl I never should have abandoned, a girl who—" He touches her comfortingly on the cheek and whispers something in French. She smiles at him. "If you weren't so young, I might fall in love with you," she says in Swedish. "What did you say?" "I'm jealous of your girlfriend." She can smell his breath, mint and whiskey. Like herbs, she thinks. She has the sudden urge to kiss him, but thinks this will frighten him. She remembers when Jaak stopped sleeping with her. It was after Vicky had left their lives. She realized she no longer excited him. She had thought that it was just stress. They'd had too little time together. They were too tired. So she started to make an effort. She always dressed well, arranged romantic dinners, planned excursions, but he just didn't react to her any longer. One night he came to her when she was in bed wearing a delicately laced negligee, and he told her that he was not in love with her any longer. He'd met another woman. He wanted a divorce. "Watch out," Nassim says. "You're spilling your drink." "Oh, God," she whispers as she looks at the drips in her lap. "Not to worry." He takes a cloth napkin and kneels in front of her. As he carefully wipes the spill, his other hand touches her waist. "I have to change," she says, and she gets up and tries to stand upright. Her head is spinning. He supports her, and they walk single file through her apartment. She feels weak and leans back to kiss him on the throat. The bedroom is cool and shadowy. A single lamp beside the bed casts a soft light. "I have to lie down," she says. She says nothing more as he lays her on the bed and slowly pulls off her shoes. "Let me help you," he says softly. She's acting more intoxicated than she actually is, and lies still as if she's not even noticing how he's unbuttoning her dress. She listens to his heavy breathing and wonders if he will dare touch her. She's lying still in her golden panties and is looking at him as through a pulsing fog. Then she shuts her eyes. His fingers are ice-cold as he pulls off her panties. She opens her eyes slightly to look at him as he gets undressed. His body is thin and tanned, and he has a gray Horus Eye tattoo on his shoulder. Her heart begins to race as he lies down beside her. She thinks of stopping him, but she's flattered by his desire. She thinks that she shouldn't let him come inside her, and instead let him look at her and masturbate as if he were a boy. She tries to concentrate on what is happening and let herself enjoy the moment. He's breathing quickly as he parts her legs. She's wet and slippery, but her desire is fading. He is now over her, and she feels him warm and hard against her soft folds. She slowly writhes away and presses her thighs together. She opens her eyes and meets his puzzled look, and then closes her eyes again. Carefully, as if he does not want to wake her, he opens her legs again. She smiles and lets him look. She feels him over her, and then he slides inside. She moans softly. She wants to respond to his desire, but he's in too much of a hurry. He's thrusting too quickly and too hard. Loneliness catches up to her, and what little lust she was feeling dies. She lies still until he's finished and pulls out. Sorry, Nassim whispers as he gathers his things. "I thought you wanted it." I thought so too, she thinks, but she's unable to speak. He quickly gets dressed, and all she wants is for him to leave. Then she'll get up and wash and spend the rest of the evening praying to God that Vicky is alive. Chapter 65. Joona is back at the dam, looking down the high concrete wall where water is gushing from 3 openings 60 feet beneath him. Below the sluice gates, the concrete wall bends like a massive slide. Joona's arm is still in a sling, and his jacket is hanging over his injured shoulder. He looks back along the river and thinks about the car with the 2 children inside. It's pouring rain. The car skids into the traffic light in Indal, and the windows are knocked out. Vicky's wearing her seatbelt, but hits her head against the side window. The car is filled immediately with crumbs of glass, and the cold rain starts pouring inside. All is silent. Then the child begins to scream. Vicky gets shakily out of the car, brushes off the glass, and opens the back door. She unbuckles the boy and looks to see if he is all right. She tries to get him to be quiet, and then she drives on. Perhaps she intends to drive over the bridge until she sees the blue lights of the police car blocking the road on the other side. She swings off the road in panic, brakes hard but can't stop the car as it drives into the river. Vicky hits her head again, perhaps on the steering wheel, and loses consciousness. As the car plows through the water, they are probably both already unconscious. The current drags them through the window softly and quietly, and pulls them along the rocky bottom of the river. Joona picks up his cell phone to call Carlos Eliasson. The diver from the rescue service is already standing in his blue wetsuit on the dock at the power station. He's checking the fasteners on his regulator.
"Carlos here,"
Joona hears his boss say.
"Susanne Öst wants to end the preliminary investigation," Joona says. "But I'm not done. It's always sad, but the killer is most likely dead, and so unfortunately we can't justify the expense of continuing the investigation. We haven't found any bodies."
Joona hears Carlos mutter something, then break into a coughing fit. He waits while Carlos takes a drink of water.
"It can take weeks for bodies to appear,"
Carlos whispers, and clears his throat again.
"But I'm not done," Joona says. "Now you're being stubborn. I have to—" "This isn't even your case," Carlos interrupts.
Joona is looking at a black log which is speeding with the current. It hits the edge of the dam with a dull thud.
"Yes, it is," Joona says. "Joona," Carlos sighs. "The technical evidence points to Vicky, but there are no witnesses, and she hasn't been accused." "You can't accuse the dead," Carlos says.
Joona thinks about the girl, the lack of motive, the fact that she'd slept in her bed after those violent murders. He thinks about the fact the needle mentioned, that Elizabeth was killed with a hammer, but Miranda with a rock.
"Just give me a week, Carlos," Joona says. "I need a few answers before I come back."
Carlos mumbles something.
"I'm sorry, I didn't hear you," Joona says. "This is not formal," Carlos repeats more loudly. "But as long as the internal investigation is underway, you can do what you want."
"What are my resources?"
"What resources? You're still just an observer, and—"
"I've hired a diver."
"A diver?" Carlos says agitatedly. "Do you know how much a diver costs? You can't just—"
"And a dog." Joona hears the sound of a motor, turns, and watches a small gray car with a rattling engine park beside his. It's a Messerschmitt Kabinenroller from the early 60s, with 2 wheels in the front and 1 in back. Joona rings off as the car door flies open and Gunnarsson, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, climbs out.
"I'm the one who decides whether or not to call in a diver," roars Gunnarsson.
He's sprinting toward Joona.
You're not supposed to have anything to do with this case." "I'm just observing," Joona says calmly, and heads for the dock. Chapter 66. The diver is a man in his 50s. He's starting to put on a bit of weight, but he has wide shoulders and strong upper arms. "The name's Hasse Bowman," he says. "We can't close the sluice gates, as there's a flood risk," Joona says. "I understand the situation," Hasse says, while he contemplates the unsettled, swirling water. "There's going to be a strong current," Joona says. "I know," the diver says, and looks at Joona calmly. "Can you handle it?" Joona asks. "I was in mine removal in the K1 unit. Can't be worse than that," Hasse says, and there's a hint of a smile. "Do you have nitrox in your cylinders?" asks Joona. "Yes, indeed." "What the hell is that?" Gunnarsson asks, catching up to them. "It's air with extra oxygen," Hasse says, as he struggles into his vest. "How long can you be down there?" "Maybe 2 hours. Don't worry." "I'm grateful you could come," Joona says. The diver shrugs. "My boy is at soccer camp in Denmark. I promised to go with him, but you know how it is. It's just me and the boy, and I need the extra money." He shakes his head. Then he points at his diving mask and its digital camera. A cable runs from it along the lifeline and into a laptop. "I always record my dives. You'll see everything I'm seeing. We can even talk while I'm underwater." Another log thuds into the dam. "Why are there logs in the water?" asks Joona. Hasse is putting on his cylinders. "Who knows? Somebody probably dumped timber destroyed by bark beetles." A woman is heading toward them. Her face is worn, and she's wearing blue jeans, rubber boots, and an open, down-filled coat. She is leaving the parking lot with a russet-colored German shepherd on a leash. "And here's a goddamn bloodhound," Gunnarsson says, and shudders. The dog handler, Sara Bengtsson, unclips the leash and says something in a low voice. The dog immediately sits down. She doesn't look at it as she walks toward them. She knows it will do what she says. "Good that you could come," Joona says, as he shakes her hand. Sara Bengtsson briefly glances at him as she pulls her hand back. Then she feels for something in one of her pockets. "I'm in charge here," says Gunnarsson, "and I'm not fond of dogs, just so you know." "Well, I'm here now," Sara says. She looks back at the dog. "What's its name?" Joona asks. "Yaki," Sara smiles. "We're going to send a diver down in a minute," Joona says. "But it would be helpful if Yaki could mark the spot. Do you think she can?" "Oh, yes," Sara says, and kicks a stone into the water. "There's a lot of water and a strong current," Gunnarsson warns. "Last spring she found a body at a depth of 180 feet, Sara replies, and turns red. "Well, what the fuck are we waiting for, then?" asks Gunnarsson, lighting a cigarette. Sara Bengtsson ignores him. She looks over the black, glittering water. She stuffs her hands into her pockets before she says in a soft voice, "Yaki?" The dog leaves her spot immediately and walks up to her. Sara squats down and pats the dog on her neck and behind her ears. She talks encouragingly to the dog and tells her what they are looking for, and then they start walking along the edge of the dam. The dog is trained to recognize the smells of blood and the lungs of the recently dead. The search dogs are trained by rewarding correct identifications, but Sara knows that Yaki gets nervous and needs to be comforted afterward. They walk past the place where Dante's car seat was found. Sara steers the dog's nose toward the water. "I don't believe in this crap," Gunnarsson smiles. He throws the butt of his cigarette into the water. Sara stops and gestures for them to halt as Yaki catches a scent. The dog stretches her nose out over the edge of the dam. "What did you find?" asks Sara.
The dog sniffs, moves to the side, and then loses the scent and keeps walking.
"A bunch of hocus-pocus," the diver mutters and adjusts his vest.
Joona watches the dog trainer and her unusual red German shepherd. They are moving slowly along the railing over the open sluice gates where the current is strongest. Hair has loosened from Sarah's ponytail and is blowing in her face. The dog stops and whines, leans out, licks her nose, becomes agitated, and walks in a tight circle. "Is there someone down there?" asks Sarah quietly as she looks into the black water. The dog does not want to stay there. She walks farther to the electricity box and sniffs there, then returns to the first spot and whines again. "What is it?" Joona asks. "I honestly don't know," the dog handler says. "She hasn't marked a corpse, but she's acting as if she's found something." The dog barks, and the woman squats next to her. "What is it, Yaki?" she asks tenderly. "What is so strange?" The dog wags her tail as Sarah hugs her and tells her that she's a good girl. Yaki whimpers again, and then lies down, scratches behind her ear, and licks her nose. "What are you doing, you little rascal?" Sarah asks with a surprised smile. Chapter 67. There's a vibration at the dam. Watertight body bags are folded neatly on top of a plastic tub with attached signal buoys to mark the position of any discoveries. "I'll start by the power station and take the area in squares," Hasse says. "No, let's start where the dog reacted," Joona says. "Are we going to let the ladies tell us what to do now?" Hasse complains. Deep below the turbulent surface of the water are the openings of the gates, with heavy grates to catch everything brought downstream by the river. The diver checks his air hose, connects the cable from the camera to the laptop, and then puts on his mask. Joona can see himself on the computer screen. "Wave to the camera," Hasse says, and then he puts in his mouthpiece and slides into the water. "If the current is too strong, we'll call it off," Joona says. "Be careful," says Gunnarsson. "I'm used to diving in heavy current," Hasse says, "but if I don't come up again, tell my boy that I should have gone with him instead." "Let's have a beer at Hotel Laxen when you're through," Gunnarsson says, and waves. Hasse Bowman disappears beneath the surface. The only thing they can see on the computer screen is the rough surface of the concrete as it slips past the camera. They can hear Hasse's deep breathing in the speaker. On the river, bubbles from his exhalation break the surface. "How far down are you now?" asks Joona. "Just 30 feet. "How hard is the current?" "It's like someone pulling at my legs." Joona keeps watching the divers plunge on the computer screen. The concrete wall slides past. The diver's breathing sounds heavier. Sometimes they catch glimpses of his hands against the wall. His blue gloves shine in the camera's light. "There's nothing down there," Gunnarsson says, and begins to pace back and forth. The dog sensed, but it didn't mark the spot properly. Gunnarsson raises his voice. "No, but she sensed something," Joona replies stubbornly. He thinks how the bodies could have traveled with the water, tumbling over the riverbed, getting closer to the midstream current. 50 feet. The current's pretty strong here," the diver says. Gunnarsson is letting the lifeline out now. It's moving swiftly over the metal railing and disappearing below the surface. "You're going too fast," Joona says. "Fill your vests." The diver begins to fill his vests with air from his cylinders. Usually this is done only when it's time to return to the surface, but the diver knows that Joona is right. He has to slow down because of all the flotsam in the water. "I'm fine," he says after a moment. "If you can, I'd like it if you can take a look at the nearest grate," Joona says. Hasse moves slowly, and then is caught in the current, which has sped up, as if the sluice gates have been opened wider. Garbage, twigs, and leaves rush past his face and head straight down. Gunnarsson shifts the lifeline and cable as a log approaches and crashes into the dam. Chapter 68. The strong current is pulling Hasse Bowman straight down. He's going much too fast again. The water pounds against his ears. He knows he could break both legs if he collides with something. His heart races as he tries to fill his vest more, but the dump valve is giving him trouble. He tries to slow down using his hands. Algae loosens from the concrete walls and disappears with the current. He doesn't tell the police above water that he's getting frightened. The suction is more powerful than he'd believed possible, and everything beyond the camera light is completely black.
"How deep are you now?"
asks the inspector from Stockholm. He doesn't reply because he doesn't have time to look at the depth meter. He has to slow his descent. He's using one hand to work the inflation valve and the other to keep himself upright. An old plastic bag dashes past. He's plunging straight down. He tries to reach the regulator on his back, but he bangs his elbow against the concrete wall. He sways as he's buffeted by the fierce current and feels the adrenaline coursing in his blood. He thinks, in panic, he must control his descent.
85 feet,
he finally pants.
"You'll be out the grate soon,"
the inspector says. As it's sucked down the concrete wall, the water makes his legs shake uncontrollably. Hasse is still falling fast, and realizes that he's at risk of being speared by sharp branches or broken timber. He knows he'll have to drop some of his weights in order to stop, but he has to keep some so he has a chance of returning to the surface. The bubbles from his exhalation now head straight down like a string of pearls. The suction increases, and a new current of much colder water hits him in the back. It feels as if the entire river is trying to press him against the wall. He sees a large, leaf-covered branch coming at him. The leaves shake as the branch tumbles along the concrete wall. He tries to move away, but the branch is caught in his lifeline and hits him. Then it breaks free and disappears down into the darkness.
"What happened?"
asks the inspector.
"There's a lot of garbage."
The diver manages to release some lead weights from his vest and is able to break his violent fall. He hangs, shaking, next to the concrete wall. The view in his circle of light is clouded by sand and soil caught in the streaming water. He stops. His feet have reached the upper edge of the grate, where there's a lip of concrete. Vast amounts of branches, tree trunks, leaves, and garbage have collected in front of the intake grate. The suction is so strong that every movement feels impossible.
"I'm in place now,"
he says,
"but it's hard to see anything. There's a ton of shit down here."
Trying to keep his lifeline free from the branches, he climbs over a vibrating tree trunk. Something is moving slowly behind a misshapen spruce log.
"What's going on?" "I see something."
Chapter 69. Bubbles stream in front of the diver's face as he reaches to brush away a tight mass of pine needles clinging to the grate. He's standing on the lip above it, holding on tightly with one hand. Suddenly there's an eye staring straight at him, and teeth, large teeth, in a huge body, right in front of him, or so it seems. Closeness is an optical illusion of being underwater.
"Moose,"
he reports, and backs away.
"That's what the dog reacted to,"
Gunnarsson says.
"Shall I come up?"
Hasse says.
"Keep looking a little longer,"
Joona replies.
"Farther down or more to the side?"
"What's that right in front of you?" asks Joona.
"It looks like cloth."
"Can you check it out?" Hasse feels the lactic acid in his arms and legs. He looks slowly at the mass of debris that has collected at the grate. He tries to peer beyond the black spruce logs and between the branches. Everything is shaking. He thinks he'll buy a new PlayStation from the earnings from this dive. He'll give it to his son as a surprise when he returns from camp. "It's just cardboard, from a box." Hasse tries to move the cardboard box aside, but only rips it in half. The loose piece is caught by the current and sucked up to the grate. "My strength is starting to give out. I'm coming up," he says. "What is that white thing?" asks Joona. "Where?" "In the direction you're looking right now," Joona says. "There was something among the leaves, down at the grate, just a bit farther down." "Maybe a plastic bag?" suggests the diver. "I don't think so," says Joona. "Come on up now," Gunnarsson says. "We found the moose, that's what the bitch was reacting to." "A search and rescue dog can react to any dead thing, but not like she did," Joona says. "I think she was reacting to more than just the moose." Hasse Bowman climbs down just a bit farther and pulls away leaves and intertwined twigs. His muscles are shaking from the attempt. The strong current keeps pushing him forward. He has to fight it with one arm. His lifeline is vibrating. "I don't see anything," he says, panting. "Break it off," says Gunnarsson. "Shall I break it off?" asks Hasse. "If you must," says Joona. "Not everyone is like you," Gunnarsson hisses at Joona. "What do you want me to do? Right now?" asks the diver. "Go to the side," Joona says. A branch hits Hasse Bowman on the neck, but he keeps searching. He pulls away the reeds and bulrushes covering the lower corner of the grate. New waste keeps accumulating. He digs more quickly, and then he sees it. A shiny white shoulder purse. "Wait, don't touch it," Joona says. "Go closer and shine your light on it." "Can you see it now?" "Yes, it could be Vicky's. Be careful how you bag it." Chapter 70. The river moves inexorably toward the dam, bearing another large log. A branch is sticking up above the surface of the water. Gunnarsson can't shift the lifeline in time, and there's a dull thud and some splashing. The digital connection to Hasse is lost. "We've lost contact," Joona says. "He has to come up." "Pull on the line 3 times. "He's not answering," Gunnarsson says after pulling. "Do it again. Use more strength," Joona says. Gunnarsson pulls 3 more times on the lifeline, and this time he gets an immediate response. "He pulled twice," Gunnarsson says. "That means he's coming up." "The line is getting slack." "He's on the way up." Gunnarsson looks upstream. "There's more timber coming." "He has to get up quickly," Joona says. Gunnarsson counts 10 huge logs heading swiftly toward the dam. He climbs down the other side of the railing as Joona reels in the lifeline with his good arm. "I see him." Gunnarsson points at the blue wetsuit moving like a flag in the current. Joona pulls off the sling and grabs the boathook from the ground as the first log hits the wall 2 meters away. He manages to keep the second log away. It hits the boathook and dives beneath the first log. The 2 logs start rolling together. Hasse Bowman breaks the surface of the water. Gunnarsson leans over and holds out his hand. "Come up! Come up!" Hasse looks at him in surprise and grabs at the side of the dam. Joona climbs over the railing with the boathook and keeps steering the timber away from him. "Hurry up!" he yells. A huge log with wet black bark is approaching, almost hidden beneath the surface. "Watch out!" Joona steers the boathook between the rolling timber, and a few seconds later the black log hits it, breaks the shaft, and changes direction. It misses Hasse's head by mere inches and smashes into the dam. Then it tumbles over and bangs Hasse in the back. One of its wet branches pushes him back underwater. "Try to grab him," yells Joona. The log keeps rolling against the dam, wrapping the lifeline around its girth. Hasse is being dragged down. Bubbles break the surface. Hasse manages to pull out his knife and cut the lifeline. He kicks as hard as he can and grabs Gunnarsson's hand. Another log hits the black one, and just as 3 more logs loom close, Gunnarsson hauls Hasse out of the water. He lands on his knees and tries to stand, but his legs are shaking. Gunnarsson quickly frees him from his cylinders, and Hasse sinks down to the ground. Joona takes the plastic bag from his trembling hands and helps Hasse out of his wetsuit. He's bruised, and scrapes the length of his back have stained his sweaty T-shirt red. He's in pain and cursing loudly. "This isn't exactly the smartest thing I've ever done in my life," he says, panting. "But you found something important," Joona says. He's looking at the clear plastic bag, where the purse is floating in the scummy water along with a few yellow blades of grass. Joona holds it up to the sunlight. His fingers press on the plastic until he's touching the purse. "We're looking for corpses, and you're happy with a damned purse," Gunnarsson sighs. Light through the plastic bag casts a gold shadow on Joona's face. The purse has brown stains on it. Blood. "It's bloody," Joona says. "The dog must have smelled it as well as the moose. No wonder she didn't know how to mark it." Joona turns the heavy bag over, and the purse bobs in the scummy water. Chapter 71. Joona is standing by the locked gates to the parking lot behind the police station in Bergsgatan, the industrial area of Sundsvall. The technicians there have the purse, and he wants to talk to them, but no one is answering the intercom at the gate. The parking lot is empty, and all the station's doors are closed. Joona gets back in his car and drives to the station at Storgatan. Gunnarsson should be there. In the stairwell he runs into Sonja Rask. She's in civilian clothes, and her hair is still damp from the shower. She's put on a bit of makeup and seems happy. "Hello," Joona says. "Is Gunnarsson upstairs?" "He can go to hell," Sonja says. "He feels threatened. He thinks that you're after his job." "I'm just an observer," Joona says. Sonja's dark eyes shine. "I heard you dove right into the water and swam to the car." "I just wanted to look at it," Joona says. She laughs and pats his arm, but then turns shy and hurries off down the stairs. Joona keeps going up. In the police station, the radio in the lunchroom is on, as usual, and through a glass door he can see several people sitting around a conference table. Gunnarsson is at one of its ends. A woman sitting at the table catches Jona's eye and shakes her head, but he still opens the door and walks inside. "What the hell?" Gunnarsson says when he sees Joona. "I need to look at Vicky Bennett's purse," Joona says tersely. "We're in a meeting," Gunnarsson says, cutting him off. He looks back at his paperwork. "Everything is with the technicians at the Bergsgatan station," Rolf says, looking embarrassed. "There's no one there," Joona says. "Give it up, for fuck's sake," Gunnarsson growls. "The preliminary investigation has come to an end, and as far as I'm concerned, the internal investigators can eat you for breakfast." Joona nods and leaves the room. He goes back to his car and sits there for a while, then starts driving to the provincial capital in Sundsvall. Something is still bothering him about the murders at Birgittegården. Vicky Bennett, he thinks. The nice girl who isn't always nice. Vicky Bennett, who slashed the faces of a mother and son with a broken bottle. They were seriously injured, but they didn't go to a doctor. They also did not report the incident to the police. Before Vicky drowned, she was a suspect for 2 violent murders. Everything indicates that she prepared her killings in advance. She waited for nightfall, killed Elisabeth with a hammer, returned to the house, unlocked the door to the isolation room, and then killed Miranda. The needle says that Miranda was killed by a rock. Why would Vicky leave the hammer in her room and then go find a stone? There are times when Joona thinks his old friend must be wrong. It's why he has not yet said anything about his suspicions to anyone. The needle will have to present his theory in his report. Vicky went to bed after killing these two women. Joona saw the blood on her sheets and how it had been smeared by Vicky's arm as she changed positions in her sleep. Holger Hjalmert said that this observation was interesting, but impossible to prove. Without witnesses, he would never get an answer to this case. Joona has read Elisabeth Grimm's final note in the Birgitta-Gordon logbook, but nothing in it indicates the violence that erupted later that night. The girls did not see a thing. No one knew Vicky Bennett. Joona has already decided he needs to talk to Daniel Grimm, the therapist. It's worth a try, even though it's difficult to question someone in mourning. Daniel was the person the girls trusted the most. If anyone understands what happened, he's probably the one. His shoulder is hurting, so Joona pulls out his cell phone slowly. He remembers that Daniel Grimm kept himself together in front of the girls when he first got to Birgitta-Gordon, but his face had contorted in pain when he found out Elisabeth had been killed. The doctor had called his acute shock arousal, a consequence of traumatic stress, which might prevent Daniel from remembering much for some time. "Psychiatric clinic, Rebecca Steinbeck speaking," a woman says after 5 rings. "I would like to speak with one of your patients, Daniel Grimm." "One moment." He can hear the woman typing on a keyboard. "I'm sorry, but the patient is not allowed to receive phone calls," she says. "Who made that decision?" "His doctor." "Would you connect me with him, please?" There's a series of clicks, and then the phone rings. "Karl Riemer here." "I'm Joona Linna, a detective with the National Police," Joona says. "It's very important that I speak with a patient by the name of Daniel Grimm." "I'm sorry, I can't allow that," Riemer says immediately. "We are investigating a double murder, and nothing will change my decision. The patient needs to recover. I understand that Daniel Grimm is suffering, but I promise my decision stands," Karl Riemer says, but his tone is friendly. "In my opinion, the patient will recover, and then the police can talk to him." "When will that be?" "I'd guess in a few months." "I need to talk to him for just a little while, but I need to talk to him now. As his doctor, again, I must say no." Riemer is adamant. "He was extremely upset after your colleague questioned him earlier." Chapter 72. Flora is hurrying home with a heavy bag of groceries. The sky is dark, but the street lights haven't come on yet. Her stomach knots as she thinks of how the police rebuffed her. Her face had flushed with shame when the female officer told her that it was a crime to make a false report. Still, she'd called back to tell them she'd seen the murder weapon. Now she keeps going over the conversation again and again in her mind. "Police," said the same officer who had just given her a warning. "My name is Flora Hansen. I just called a moment ago," she said, and swallowed hard. "Yes, about the murders in Sundsvall," the officer said calmly. "I know where the murder weapon was hidden," she lied. "Do you realize that I'm going to report you, Flora Hansen?" "I'm psychic. I've seen the bloody knife. It's in the water, dark, glittering water. That's all I saw, but I can go into a trance and find out more for a fee. I can point out the exact place." "Flora," the officer said sternly, If you persist, you will be under suspicion for a crime, and the police will—" Flora hung up. Now she's walking past the halal food market. She stops and looks in a garbage can for empty bottles. Then she shifts the grocery bag to her left hand and keeps walking to the apartment building. The front lock has been broken, and the elevator is stuck in the basement. Flora climbs the stairs to the second floor and unlocks the door to the apartment. She walks into the hall and flicks the light switch. There's a click, but the light does not go on. She puts down the grocery bag, locks the door behind her, and slips off her shoes. As she bends over to put them away, the hair on her arms rises. The apartment suddenly feels extremely cold. She takes her wallet and the grocery receipt out of her purse as she walks down the hall to the dark living room. She can make out the sofa, the big worn armchair, and the dark pane of the television. There's an odor of electric dust, a short in the wiring. Without stepping into the living room, she reaches to turn on the lights. Nothing happens when she pushes the button. "Is anyone home?" she whispers. The floor shakes, and a teacup rattles in its saucer. There's someone moving through the darkness. Flora follows. The floor is cold beneath her feet. It feels as if someone has left the windows open too long on a winter day. The door to the bathroom is shut. As Flora reaches for the handle, she remembers that Eva and Hans Gunnar are not supposed to be home this evening. They are at a pizza parlor, celebrating a friend's birthday. This means no one should be in the bathroom. But still she pushes open the door. In the gray light of the bathroom mirror, she sees something that makes her stagger backward and gasp for breath. On the floor of the bathroom, between the tub and the toilet, a girl is lying with her hands in front of her face. There's a huge pool of blood next to her head, and tiny red drops have spattered on the bathtub, the floor mat, and the shower curtain. Flora trips over the vacuum cleaner hose, and as her arm swings out, it catches Eva's plaster relief from Copenhagen. It crashes at the same time Flora does. Her head hits the hall floor. Chapter 73. The floor is icy under Flora's back. She lifts her head and stares at the bathroom, her heart pounding. There's no girl there. There aren't any drops of blood on the bathtub or the shower curtain. A pair of Hans Gunnar's jeans is lying on the bathroom floor, close to the toilet. It must have been her imagination. She rests on the floor as she waits for her heart to stop pounding. She can taste blood in her mouth. She turns her head and looks down the hall. The door to her room is open. She knows she closed her door. She always closes her door. She shudders, and goosebumps rise over her entire body. Icy air is being drawn toward her room. 2 dust bunnies roll in the draft down the hall, and she follows them with her eyes. They stop at her door, between 2 bare feet. Flora moans. The girl who was lying on the bathroom floor is now standing in the doorway to her room. She steps into the hall. Flora tries to sit up, but her body is frozen with fear. She realizes that she's seeing a spirit. For the first time in her life, she is face to face with a real ghost. The girl's hair is tangled and bloody. Flora is breathing quickly, and her pulse thunders in her ears. "Do you want to know what I have in my hands?" the girl asks, so quietly that the words are almost impossible to hear. "You don't exist," Flora whispers. Do you want me to show you what I have in my hands? No. But I don't have anything. A heavy rock lands with a thud behind the girl. The floor shakes, and the pieces of broken plaster jump. The girl shows her empty hands and smiles. The rock is silvery gray and has sharp edges. It looks like it's from an iron ore mine. The girl steps on it with one foot. It rocks back and forth. She pushes it away. "Well, go ahead and die," the girl mumbles to herself. "Hurry up and die already." The girl squats down and puts her ashen hands on the rock. She rocks it, trying to get a good grip on it. It slips out of her grasp. She wipes her hands on her dress and tries again. The rock turns over with a thud. "What are you going to do?" asks Flora. "Close your eyes, and then I'm gone," the girl says, and picks up the sharp rock. She lifts it over Flora's head. Its dark underside looks wet. The electricity suddenly turns back on. Ceiling lights come on all over the apartment. Flora rolls to the side and sits up. The television starts to blare, and the refrigerator resumes humming. Flora gets up and walks to her room. The door is shut, and she opens it. She turns on the ceiling light, opens the wardrobe, looks under the bed. Then she goes into the kitchen and sits at the table. Her hands are shaking as she dials the phone for the police. The automatic voice message system gives her a few choices. She can report a crime, leave a tip, or receive an answer to a general question. The last choice contacts her with an operator. "Police," says the friendly voice. "What can I do to help you?" "I would like to talk to someone working on the Birgitta Gordon case," Flora says in a shaky voice. "What does this concern?" I've seen the murder weapon," Flora whispers. "I see," the operator says. "I'm going to connect you to our department that takes tips from the general public. Just a moment." Flora is about to protest, but there's already clicking on the line. Then there's another woman's voice. "How can I help you?" Flora can't tell if it's the same woman she's talked to before, the one who got angry when Flora told her about the bloody knife. "I need to talk to someone who is working on the Sundsvall murder case," Flora says. "Talk to me first," says the voice. "It was a large rock," Flora says. "I can't hear you. Please speak louder." "What happened in Sundsvall? You should be looking for a large rock. Its underside is all bloody and—" Flora falls silent. She's starting to sweat. "How do you know anything about the Birgitta Gordon murders?" Someone told me." "Someone told you about the Birgitta Gordon murders?" "Yes," Flora whispers. Her ears are ringing. "Keep going," the woman says. "The murderer used a rock, a large one with sharp edges. That's all I know." "What is your name?" "It doesn't matter. I just wanted—" "I recognize your voice," the policewoman says. "You called earlier about a bloody knife. I've already written up a report on you, Flora Hansen, but I think you should contact a doctor. You need some serious help." The policewoman hangs up, and Flora looks at the telephone in her hand. She jumps, knocking over the paper towel roll when the grocery bag in the hallway falls over. Chapter 74. Eilin Frank got back to her apartment an hour ago after a long committee meeting at the Kingston Corporation to discuss 2 holding companies in Great Britain. She's feeling anxious about having mixed Valium and alcohol, and then sleeping with the Vogue photographer. She keeps reminding herself that it was just a small adventure, and she needed one after so long without sex. Still, she finds herself sweating from embarrassment. She has changed into her old faded red sports shorts and an equally worn ABBA t-shirt, and she's nursing a bottle of Perrier she picked up in the kitchen. As she gets to her bedroom, she switches on the TV, but pays little attention to it. Later this afternoon, she is supposed to have a telephone conference with the CEO of her subdivision in Chicago, while she has a paraffin bath and a manicure. At 8, she's expected at a charity dinner, where she'll sit at the head table. The chairman of Volvo has been assigned the chair beside hers. The Crown Princess is awarding a prize from the General Inheritance Fund, and Roxette is providing the evening's entertainment. From her walk-in closet, she can still hear the television, but she's still not actively listening, and she doesn't yet notice the news is now on. She opens one of the wardrobes and looks through her clothes. She selects a metallic green dress the designer Alexander McQueen made, just for her, not long before he died. "Vicky Bennett," she hears the name mentioned on the broadcast, and she rushes back into the bedroom. On screen, a detective by the name of Ole Gunnarsson is being interviewed in front of a dreary police station. He's trying to smile patiently, but his eyes are narrowed. He's stroking his mustache as he nods. "I cannot comment on an ongoing investigation," he says, and clears his throat. "But you've concluded the underwater search?" "That is correct." "Does this mean that you've found the bodies?" "I can't answer that." The image changes, and Eileen is staring at footage of the salvage of the wrecked car. The crane is lifting it straight up, and it breaks the surface of the water and starts to sway. Water pours from the car as a voice says that the vehicle that Vicky Bennett stole was found submerged in the Indal River earlier that day, and that both the murder suspect, Vicky Bennett, and 4-year-old Dante Abrahamsson were feared dead. "The police are not talking about what they've found, but we've learned that the underwater search has been suspended and the search for survivors called off." Eileen has stopped listening to the news anchor. All she can do is stare at the picture of Vicky they are now showing. The girl looks older and skinnier, but she hasn't changed. Eileen feels as if her heart has stopped. She remembers what it felt like to carry the sleeping child. "No," Eileen whispers. "No." She's staring at the girl's narrow, pale face. Her hair is falling every which way, uncombed and tangled, just as difficult to care for as always. She's still a child, and now they're saying she's dead. Vicky's gaze is defiant, as if she's being forced to look at the camera. Eileen wheels away from the television and steadies herself on the wall, not noticing that she's knocked an oil painting by Erland Kullberg. It falls to the floor. "No, no, no," she moans. "Not like this. No, no." The last thing she'd heard of Vicky was her crying in the stairwell, and now she is dead. "I don't want this," she screams. She walks over to the china cabinet with the heirloom Seder plate she inherited from her father. She grabs the upper edge of the cabinet and hurls it over with all her strength. Its glass front splinters and shards whirl over the parquet. The beautifully detailed Seder plate breaks into 5 pieces. Eileen doubles over and drops to the floor as a single thought churns in her mind. "I had a daughter. I had a daughter. I had a daughter." She sits up, takes a slice of the Seder plate, and drags its point across her wrist. Blood starts to run out, dripping down onto her knees. Eileen makes a second cut, inhaling sharply from the pain. A key rattles in the front door lock. Someone opens the door and comes in. Chapter 75. Joona is browning 2 thick ox fillets in a cast-iron skillet. He has tied up the meat and seasoned it with roughly ground black and green peppercorns. When the surfaces of the tornadoes are glazed, he places them over sliced potatoes in a clay baking dish and salts them, then moves the dish into the oven. As the meat cooks, he makes a sauce of port, currants, veal stock, and truffles. Then he pours 2 glasses of a red Saint-Emilion. The earthy aroma of the wine has spread through the kitchen when the doorbell rings. Disa is there, wearing a red and white polka-dot raincoat. Her pupils are large, and her face is damp from the rain. "Joona, I'm going to test you and see if you are as good a detective as they say."
"How can you test that?"
"By asking you if I look normal."
"You're more beautiful than ever."
"That's not it."
Disa smiles. "You've cut your hair and you're wearing that barrette from Paris for the first time in more than a year."
"Anything else?" Joona runs his eyes over her thin, blushing face, her shining hair, and her slim body.
"Those are new," he says, and points to her high-heeled shoes.
"Marc Jacobs. A little too expensive for me."
"They're nice."
"Anything else?"
"I'm not done yet," he says,
and takes her hands in his, turns them over, and inspects her fingernails. He can't help smiling as he says she's wearing the same lipstick as the time they went to Sudra Theater. He gently touches her earrings and meets her eyes and rests his gaze there a moment. Then he moves so that the light from the floor lamp falls on her face.
"It's your eyes," he says. "Your left pupil is not shrinking in the light."
"Good detective," she says. "I've had my eye examined."
"Is there anything wrong?"
"The cornea has developed an astigmatism, but it's not anything I have to worry about."
Disa walks into the kitchen. Joona says, "The food's almost ready. The meat just needs to rest."
"It smells wonderful,"
Disa says. "It's been a long time since we saw each other last," Joona says. "I'm very happy that you've come."
They raise their glasses without saying a word. As always, when Joona looks at her, Disa feels as if she's starting to shimmer. She forces herself to look away from his eyes, then tilts the wine in her glass, sniffs the aroma, and tastes it again. "Perfect temperature," she says.
Joona starts to arrange the meat and potatoes on a bed of arugula, basil, and thyme.
He slowly pours the sauce over the plate, as he thinks he should have talked with Disa long before now.
"How have you been?" he asks.
"Without you, you mean?" Disa says. "Pretty darn good." There's silence at the table, and she gently places her hand on his. "I'm sorry," she says, "but I've been so angry with you, especially when I'm my bad self."
"Who are you now?"
"My bad self."
Joona takes a sip of wine. "I've been thinking about the past lately," he starts.
She smiles. "Lately? You're always thinking about the past."
"I am?"
"Yes. You're thinking about it, but you never talk about it."
"You're right.
He falls silent, and his gray eyes seem to shrink. Disa feels a shiver go down her back. "You asked me here for dinner because we needed to talk," Disa says. "I had decided never to talk to you again, but now several months have gone by, and when you called—"
"Yes, because
You're fucking with me, Joona."
"Disa, you can think of me however you want," Joona says gravely, "but I want you to know that I care about you.
I think of you all the time." "I see," she says, as she starts to get up without looking at him. "It's something else, something horrible, which—" "Goodbye," Disa whispers. "Disa, I need you." Joona is surprised to hear himself say these words. "You're the one that I want." She's staring at him now. Her shining black bangs reach her eyelashes. "What did you say?" she asks after a few seconds. "You're the one that I want, Disa." He gets up from the table. "Don't say that." "I need you. I've needed you all this time," he says. "But I didn't want to put you in harm's way. I didn't want anything horrible to happen to you if we—" "What could happen to me that is so horrible?" "You could disappear," he says simply. He is holding her face between his hands. "You are the one who disappears," she whispers. "I'm not easily frightened," Joona says. "I'm talking about real events." Disa goes up on her toes and kisses him on the mouth, and stays to feel his warm breath on her face. He searches for her mouth and kisses her again and again until she parts her lips. As they kiss, Joona unbuttons her raincoat and lets it fall to the floor. "Disa," he whispers. He strokes her shoulders and slides his hands to her waist. He presses against her and breathes in her silky aroma. He kisses her collarbone and her throat and takes her gold necklace between his teeth. He kisses her chin and her soft, moist mouth. He searches for her warm skin beneath her thin blouse. The small fasteners snap open. Her nipples are hard. She looks him in the eye, then pulls him after her into the bedroom. Her blouse is open, and her breasts are gleaming like polished porcelain. They stop and kiss again. His hands stroke the small of her back, her ass, and then slip beneath the sheer cloth of her panties. Disa slowly draws away and feels warmth pulse in her body. She's already wet. Her cheeks are bright red, and her hands tremble as she unbuttons his pants. Chapter 76. After breakfast, Disa is propped up in bed, drinking coffee and reading The Times on her iPad. Joona is taking a shower. Yesterday he decided he would skip going to the Nordic Museum to look at the Sami bridal gown made from braided roots. Instead, he is with Disa. He didn't plan what had happened. Perhaps this was because Rosa Bergman's dementia has cut his last remaining tie to Suma and Lumi. It has been more than 12 years. He has to understand that he has nothing to be afraid of now. Still, he knows he should have warned Disa earlier. He should have told her what frightens him, so that she could decide for herself. He stands in the bedroom doorway and watches her, unnoticed, for a long time, then slips into the kitchen to call Holger Hjalmar. "I heard that Gunnarsson was being difficult," Holger said, amused. "I've had to promise him not to send you any copies of my reports." "Are you allowed to talk to me?" asks Joona. He moves his sandwich and coffee cup from the counter to the table and waves at Disa, who's reading her iPad with a wrinkled brow. "Probably not," Holger says with a laugh. "Were you able to look at the purse we found at the dam?" Joona asks. "Yes, I've finished my examination. At the moment I'm in my car on my way back to Umeå." "Were there any notes or papers in the purse?" "Only a receipt from Pressbyrån." "A cell phone?" "No, unfortunately." "So what do we have?" Joona says as he lets his eyes rest on the gray sky above the rooftops. Holger takes a deep breath and starts speaking as if he's reading aloud from a list. "There are traces of what is most probably blood on the purse. I cut out a sample and sent it to the National Laboratory of Forensic Science. Some makeup,
2 different lipsticks and a stump of a coal stick, a pink plastic barrette, a wallet with a skull on it, some cash, a photograph of Vicky herself, some kind of bike tool, a prescription bottle without its label, which I also sent to the National Lab, a few pills of diazepam, 2 pens, and hidden in one of the purse pockets I found a table knife as sharp as a sushi knife. Nothing written at all? No names, no addresses? No, that was everything. Joona hears Disa's footsteps on the wooden floor behind him. He stays where he is. He shivers, and a few seconds later he feels her soft lips on the back of his neck, and her arms slip around his body. She releases him and wanders off to take a shower. Joona sits at the kitchen table and dials the number for Solveig Sundström, the nurse responsible for the girls from Birgittegården. Maybe she knows what kind of medications Vicky took. The phone rings 8 times before it's picked up. Caroline here, answering an ugly telephone that was left on a chair. Is Solveig there? I don't know where she is right now. Can I tell her who's calling? Caroline is the older girl. She's a head taller than Tula. He remembers she had old injection scars on the insides of her elbows, but she seemed to have things together. She appeared intelligent. Is everything going all right for you girls? He asks. You're the detective, right? Yes, I am. Is it true that Vicky is dead? Unfortunately, it seems so, Joona replies. It feels strange, Caroline says. Do you know what kinds of medications she was prescribed? Joona asks. You mean Vicky? Right. She was much too thin and pretty to be on Utrexa. That's an antidepressant, right? Yeah, I used to take it. Now I just take Imovane, Caroline says. It's fucking nice not to have to take Utrexa. What are its side effects? Different for different people. I put on 22 pounds. Does it make you tired? Joona asks. In his mind's eye, he sees the bloody sheets where Vicky slept. At first it's the opposite. All I had to do was start sucking on the pill, and it took off like gangbusters. It creeps through your entire body, and you get angry and yell. I threw my phone against the wall once, and another time I ripped down the curtains in my room. After a while, it stops making you angry and does the opposite. It's like you have a warm blanket wrapped around you. You get tired, and all you want to do is sleep. Do you know if Vicky was taking any other medications? I imagine she was like the rest of us and held on to anything that worked. Diazepam, Lyrica, Ketogan. There's a voice in the background, and Joona realizes the nurse has come into the room and seen Caroline talking on the phone. I'm going to report you for theft, the woman is saying. It rang and I answered, Caroline says. It's for you anyway. It's the detective on the line. You're a suspect in the murder of Miranda Eriksdotter. Don't be stupid, the nurse says. She takes the phone and clears her throat before saying, Solveig Sundström. I'm Detective Inspector Joona Linna with the National Police, and I'm investigating. The woman hangs up without a word, and Joona doesn't bother to call back since he's already gotten the answer he wanted. Chapter 77. A white Opel pulls to a stop underneath the flat roof of the gas station. A woman in a light blue sweater gets out and stands at the pump while searching through her purse. Ari Matilainen turns his gaze back to the 2 thick grilled hot dogs on their bed of mashed potatoes with chili sauce and roasted onions. He glances up at the heavyweight motorcyclist waiting for his food and says mechanically that coffee and soft drinks are available at the opposite counter. The zippers on the motorcyclist's leather jacket scrape against the glass counter as he leans over to take his food. Danke, he says, and then heads over to the coffee machine.
Ari turns up the volume on the radio. The woman in the blue sweater has walked away from the pump as it's filling the Opal's tank. On the radio, the news announcer is reporting developments in the recent kidnapping case. The search for Vicky Bennett and Dante Abrahamsson has been called off. The Västernorrland police are not commenting, but sources have told us that they are feared drowned as of last Saturday. The police are being criticized for sending out a general bulletin. Radio Echo has been trying to reach the chief of the National Police, Carlos Eliasson, for a statement.
"What the hell?"
Ari whispers. He looks at the sticky note, which is still next to the cash register. He picks up his cell phone and calls the police again. "Police, Sonja Rask speaking," a woman says.
"Hi,"
Ari says.
"I saw them, the girl and the little boy."
"May I ask who is calling?"
"Ari Matilainen. I work at Statoil gas station in Dingersjö. I was just listening to the radio, and they said that the kids drowned on Saturday, but they didn't. I saw them here in the early morning hours Sunday."
"You're talking about Vicky Bennett and Dante Abrahamsson?" asks Sonja skeptically.
"Yes, I saw them here. It was just after midnight, so it was already Sunday. They couldn't have drowned on Saturday and then showed up here on Sunday, right?"
"You're saying you saw Vicky Bennett and Dante Abrahamsson on Sunday?"
"That's right."
"Why didn't you call right away?"
"I did call, and I talked to a police officer."
Ari had listened to Radio Gold on Saturday evening. The general bulletin hadn't gone out yet, and the local news was asking the public to keep their eyes open for a girl and a little boy. At 11 p.m., a long-haul truck parked in the lot behind the diesel pumps. The truck driver napped for 3 hours. He saw them in the middle of the night, around 2 a.m. Ari was looking at the monitor, which showed everything the security cameras were picking up outside. The picture changed and showed the long-haul truck from another angle. The gas station appeared deserted as the driver started the engine and the truck began to pull away. Then Ari noticed a figure at the back of the building, close to the car wash. He was surprised to see anyone, then realized that there were actually 2 figures. He stared at the screen. The truck was backing up and turning around. The truck's headlights shone into the window as it turned. Ari left his position behind the counter and ran around the building. The truck was on the exit ramp and the parking lot was empty. The girl and the little boy were gone. Chapter 78. Joona parks his car outside the Statoil gas station in Dingersjö, 224 miles north of Stockholm. It's a sunny day and the breeze is brisk. Ragged advertising flags are flapping in the wind. Joona and Disa had been having lunch at Villa Kellhagen when Joona received a call from a nervous Sonja Rask, the policewoman. Now Joona is walking into the shop. A hollow-eyed man with a Statoil cap is placing paperback books in a rack. Joona looks at the menu over the counter and then at the hot dogs rotating on the grill.
"What would you like?" asks the man.
"Makaraketo," Joona answers in Finnish.
"Suomalainen makaraketo,"
Ari Matalainen says with a smile.
"My grandmother used to make sausage soup when I was a boy."
"With rye bread on the side?" asks Joona.
"Yes, indeed. But here there's only Swedish food," he says, gesturing to the hot dogs and hamburgers.
"Well, I'm not really here to eat. I'm from the police," Joona says.
"I realized that. I talked to one of your colleagues the night I saw them," Ari says, and points at the monitor for the security cameras.
"What did you see that made you call?"
"A girl and a little boy at the back of the building."
"You saw them on the screen?"
"Right."
"Clearly."
"Well, I'm used to keeping an eye open."
"Did the police come here that night?"
"This guy Gunnarsson stopped by the next morning and didn't think there was much to the video. He told me I could erase it."
"But you didn't."
"What do you think?"
"I imagine you've kept a copy on an external hard drive." Ari Matilainen smiles and shows Joona to the minuscule office beside the storage area. A sofa bed is open and some empty cans of Red Bull are lying on the floor. A carton of milk is standing in the frosty window. On a school desk, there's a laptop computer connected to an external hard drive. Ari Matilainen sits down on a plastic chair and quickly goes through the files.
I'd heard on the radio that everyone was looking for a girl and a little boy, and this is what I saw in the middle of the night, he says,
as he opens a file. Joona leans forward to get a better look. There are 4 small squares showing the inside and outside of the gas station. A counter in the corner of each square ticks away the time. The gray pictures don't move. Ari is sitting behind the counter. Every once in a while he turns the page of a newspaper and eats an onion ring.
This long-haul truck was there for 3 hours, Ari tells Joona.
He points at one of the pictures.
Now it's about to move.
They see a dark shadow in the driver's seat.
Can you enlarge the picture? Asks Joona. Just a moment.
A grove of trees is suddenly lit up by the headlights of the truck. Sensors outside detect motion, and banks of lights go on. Ari points at the second exterior picture and changes it to full screen.
You can see them here, he whispers.
The long-haul truck is starting to roll forward. Ari points at the back of the gas station with the garbage bins and the recycling boxes. There are many shadows, and it's still. Then there's movement next to the black glass of the entrance to the car wash. A small figure appears, a thin girl pressed against the wall. The picture is grainy and flickers. It's hard to make out her face or other details. However, it's obviously a girl, and now there's something else.
Can you make the picture clearer? Asks Joona. Just wait,
Ari whispers. The long-haul truck is turning toward the exit ramp. Light floods the door beside the figures, and the glass turns blinding white for a second. Then the entire back of the gas station building is bathed in light. Joona can see that it definitely is a thin girl standing there with a child. They're looking at the long-haul truck. Then they turn black again. Ari points at the screen as both figures run along the dark gray wall and disappear from the picture.
You saw them?
Ari asks.
Can you show it to me again?
Ari moves the cursor back to where the 2 figures are briefly lit up. He plays the video extremely slowly. It appears that the long-haul truck is barely moving. In jerks, the light goes from the grove of trees over the back wall of the station and starts to fill the windows with white light. The smaller child is looking down, and its face is in shadow. The thin girl is barefoot, and it looks like she is carrying plastic bags in both hands. The headlights reach them, and the girl starts to lift her hand. Joona sees that she's not carrying plastic bags. Her wrists are wrapped in bandages that have partially come undone and are hanging loosely and swaying in the light. Vicky Bennett and Dante Abrahamsson did not drown in the river. The digital clock says 2:14 a.m. Somehow, the 2 children managed to get out of the car and cross the river. They reached the other shore and traveled 45 miles farther south. Hair hangs in tangled strands over the girl's face. Her dark eyes shine, and then the 2 figures move out of the frame.
They're alive, Joona thinks. They're both still alive.
Chapter 79. The head of the National Criminal Investigation Department, Carlos Eliasson, is standing with his back to the door on purpose as Joona walks into his office.
"Sit down,"
Carlos says with odd expectation in his voice.
"I've just driven here from Sundsvall, and—" "Just a moment," Carlos interrupts.
Joona looks at his back, wondering what's up with Carlos, and then sits down in the leather chair. He lets his eyes wander over the polished desktop where reflections from the aquarium are shining. Carlos takes a deep breath and turns around. He looks different. He's unshaven. There's gray-speckled stubble on his upper lip and jaws.
"So, what do you say?"
"You're growing a beard."
"A full beard," Carlos says contentedly. "Well, I think it will thicken up soon. I'm never going to shave again. I've tossed my razor in the trash."
"Nice."
"But I gather you're not here to talk about my beard," Carlos says.
He changes the subject.
"The diver did not find any bodies in the river."
"No," Joona says. He pulls out the print of the security camera picture.
"We didn't find the bodies." "Here it comes," Carlos mumbles to himself. "Because there were no bodies in the river." "And you're sure about that?"
"Vicky Bennett and Dante Abrahamson are still alive."
"Gunnarsson has already called me about the security film from the gas station, and I
put out a new general bulletin."
"Are you shitting me? You just can't turn a general bulletin on and off like a light switch?"
"Vicky Bennett and Dante Abrahamson are clearly the children in this picture," Joona says. He points at the printout. "This was taken several hours after the car accident. They are alive, and we have to send out another general bulletin." Carlos sticks out one of his legs.
"Put the Spanish boot on me if you have to," he says, "but there's no way in hell I'm issuing another general bulletin."
"Look at the picture," Joona says.
"The Västernorrland Police Department went to the gas station today, too," Carlos says.
He folds the picture until it is a small, tight square.
"They sent a copy of the hard disk to the National Lab, and 2 of their experts have taken a look. They say it's impossible to identify the people outside the gas station."
"Oh, come on."
"All right," Carlos says. "Let's say you're right. You turn out to be right in the end. But I am not going to make a fool of myself and put out another general bulletin for people the police believe are dead."
"I'm not going to give up."
"Wait a second, just wait a second," Carlos says.
He takes a deep breath.
"Joona, the internal investigation against you has gone higher up the chain. The head prosecutor has it on his desk.
But it is...
I am your boss. I am taking this report against you extremely seriously, and I want to hear from you that you understand that you are not leading the preliminary investigation in Sundsvall."
"I am not leading the preliminary investigation."
"And what does an observer do if the head prosecutor in Sundsvall chooses to end the investigation?"
"Nothing."
"Then we're agreed."
Carlos smiles. "Not at all," Joona says, as he gets up and walks out. Chapter 80. Flora lies in her bed and stares at the ceiling. Her heart is thumping. She woke up dreaming that she was in a small room with a girl who did not want to show her face. The girl was hiding behind a wooden ladder. Something was wrong with her. She was wearing only white cotton panties, and Flora could see her little breasts. She waited for Flora to come nearer, and then she turned away, giggling and hiding her face in her hands. That evening, Flora had read about the murders of Miranda Eriksdotter and Elisabeth Grimm in the newspaper. Now she can't stop thinking about the ghost who visited her. It already feels like a dream, although she knows she saw the dead girl in the hallway. She didn't seem to be more than 5 years old, but in this dream the girl was the same age as Miranda. Flora lies quietly and listens. Every creak in the apartment makes her heart beat harder. People who are scared of the dark are not in charge of their own homes. Fear sneaks through and alerts them to the slightest movement. Flora doesn't know where she is supposed to go. It's 7:45. She gets up and opens her bedroom door and listens to the sounds of the apartment. No one else is awake yet. She sneaks to the kitchen to start the coffee for Hans Gunnar. The rising sun is casting a few rays on the scratched countertop. Flora takes out an unbleached filter and puts it into the basket. When she hears footsteps behind her, she is terrified. She turns and sees Eva standing in the doorway to her bedroom. She's only wearing a blue T-shirt and panties. She catches sight of Flora and comes down the hall. "What's going on?" Eva asks when she sees Flora's face. "Have you been crying?" I have to know. I think I've seen a ghost," Flora says. "Have you seen her? A little girl here at home?" "What is wrong with you, Flora?" Eva turns to go into the living room, but Flora places a hand on her strong arm to stop her. "But it's true. I'm telling you the truth. Someone had hit her with a rock on the back of her head." "You're telling the truth?" Eva interrupts sharply. "I was just... Perhaps there really are ghosts." Eva grabs one of Flora's ears and drags her around. "I can't understand why you insist on lying, but you do," Eva says. "You always have, and you always will." "But I saw—" "Shut up," Eva says, and twists Flora's ear. "Ow! We don't tolerate lying in this household." "Let go! Ow!" Eva gives Flora's ear one more twist and then releases her grip. Flora stands there a few moments with tears in her eyes and one hand on her burning ear. Then she starts the coffee machine and returns to her room. She shuts the door behind her, turns on the bedside light, and sits on her bed for a good cry. She's always thought that mediums just pretended that they saw spirits. "I don't understand anything," she whispers. What if she's really called out the spirits by doing seances? Maybe it didn't matter whether she believes in them or not. When she called them and built a circle of participants to welcome them, perhaps the door to the other side did open, and the ones waiting could just come in. Because I really saw a ghost. I saw the dead girl as a child. Miranda wanted to show me something. It's not impossible. It must happen sometimes. She's read that the body's energy does not completely disappear on death. Many people believe in ghosts without being considered mentally ill. Flora tries to collect her thoughts and go through what happened the past few days. The girl came to me in a dream. I know I've dreamed about her, but when I saw her in the hall, I was awake. That was real. I saw her in front of me, and she was speaking. She was actually there. Flora lies down, closes her eyes, and thinks that maybe she passed out when she tripped and hit her head on the floor. There was a pair of jeans on the floor between the tub and the toilet. I was afraid. I was startled, and I fell. She must have been unconscious and dreamed of the girl in the hallway. That's what happened. She closes her eyes and smiles to herself. Then she notices a strange smell in her room, the odor of burned hair. There's something under her pillow. She sits up and shivers, then picks up the pillow. The large, sharp rock is lying on her white sheet. "Why aren't you closing your eyes?" a voice says. The girl is standing in the dark behind the lamp on her nightstand and is looking straight at Flora. She's not breathing. Her hair is sticky and black from dried blood. The light from the lamp interferes with her view, but Flora can see that the girl's thin arms are gray, and her brown veins look like a rusty network beneath her dead skin. "You're not supposed to look at me," the girl says, and turns off the light. It's completely dark, and Flora falls off the bed. Light blue spots dance in front of her eyes. The lamp drops to the floor beside her, and she can hear the rustle of bedclothes and the sound of naked feet running across the floor, the walls, the ceiling. Then all is quiet. Flora crawls to the door and pulls herself to her feet. She fumbles with the door handle and stumbles into the hall, her lips clamped to keep from screaming. She walks down the hall, holding the wall so she doesn't fall over. Panting hard, Flora grabs the telephone from the hallway table, but drops it on the floor. She crouches down and calls the police. Chapter 81. Robert had found Eileen on her knees next to the smashed china cabinet. "Eileen, what's going on?" Without looking at him, she'd climbed to her feet and started walking over the shards of glass en route to her office. "You're bleeding." Eileen had glanced impassively at her cut-up left hand and kept going. He'd offered to call her doctor. "No, I don't want him to come. I don't care." "Eileen," Robert protested, agitated, "you need help." Eileen had studied her wrist again and admitted that it might be wise to have it bandaged. Then she'd walked into her office, drops of blood marking her path, and she'd shut her door. Now she was in front of her computer, searching for the phone number of the National Police. She asked the operator to put her through to the person responsible for the investigation into the murders at Birgittegården. A man with a high voice answered. "The preliminary investigation is being headed by the prosecutor's office in Sundsvall," he said. "Is there a police officer I can speak with?" "The prosecutor's office is working with the Västernorrland Police Department." "I was visited by a detective inspector from the National Police, a tall man with gray eyes and—" "Joona Linna?" "Yes." The man read a number, and Eileen scribbled it on the glossy cover of a fashion magazine. She thanked him for his help and ended the call. She dialed the number for the detective, but he did not pick up, and she couldn't figure out a message to leave, so she left none. Eileen was about to call the Sundsvall prosecutor's office when her doctor arrived. The doctor didn't ask her any questions. Eileen sat quietly as he cleaned and wrapped her wound. She looked at her cell phone, which was lying on the August issue of British Vogue. Right between Gwyneth Paltrow's breasts was Joona Linna's number. By the time the doctor had finished, and Eileen returned to the large salon, the cleaning service had removed all the glass and mopped the floor. The china cabinet had been removed, and Robert had spoken to the restorer at the Mediterranean Museum about the broken Seder plate. Chapter 82. Eileen Frank is not smiling at anyone as she walks down the hall to Joona Linna's office at the police station. Her graphite-gray coat from Burberry is tightly belted, and there is a silver silk scarf around her hair. She hides her eyes behind black sunglasses and her wrapped wrist under a long gray cashmere sweater. The wrist throbs. Her heels clack against the scratched floor, and a poster reading, "If you believe you're worthless and deserve the bruises, come talk to us," flutters in her wake. A powerfully built woman wearing a bright red Angora sweater and a tight black skirt comes out of an office to wait for Eileen. "I'm Anja Larsson," the woman says. Eileen tries to say that she wants to speak to Joona Linna, but her voice won't come out. The large woman smiles at her and offers to show Eileen to the detective's office. "I'm sorry," Eilin whispers. Not to worry, Anya says. She leads Eilin to Joona's door, knocks, and opens it. Anya and Joona exchange a glance, and Joona gently pulls out a chair for Eilin. I'll bring you some tea, says Anya, and closes the door behind her. The room is silent. Eilin tries to calm down enough to be able to speak. She has to wait for a long time. Finally, she says, I know it's too late. I know I wasn't helpful when you came to see me a few days ago. I can just imagine what you think of me. She can't go on. Tears start streaming down her face from behind her sunglasses. Anya comes in with a glass of water and a bunch of grapes on a tray and leaves again. Eilin collects her thoughts. I would like to talk about Vicky Bennett now. Then I will listen, Joona says in a friendly way. She was just 6 years old when she first came to me, and I had her for only 9 months. I know that. What you don't know is that I let her down. No one should disappoint another human being the way that I disappointed her. Sometimes people do that, Joona says. She takes off her sunglasses and studies the detective sitting across from her, his tousled blonde hair, his serious face, and his eyes that mysteriously shift color. I can't excuse my own behavior, she says, but I have an offer for you. I am ready to pay all costs for finding the bodies so that the investigation can continue and not be shut down. Why would you want to do that? Even if things can't be made right, what if she's not guilty? There's no evidence pointing that way at the moment. No, but I just can't believe that... Eilin's eyes fill until it seems that the whole world is swimming in water. Because she was a sweet and good child? She was hardly sweet and good, Eilin smiles faintly. So I gather. Would you be able to continue the investigation if I pay you? We can't take your money. I'll find a way to solve the legal issues. Maybe so, but that won't change a thing, Joona explains softly. The prosecutor is ending the investigation. What can I do? Asks Eilin. I am not supposed to say anything, but I will continue the investigation myself because I am absolutely sure that Vicky is still alive. But the news on television said... Eilin's hand flies to her mouth. I know for a fact that they did not drown in the river, Joona replies. Good Lord, whispers Eilin. Chapter 83. Eilin is crying with her face turned away. Joona gives her time. He walks to the window and looks out. A misty rain is falling and the trees are swaying in the afternoon wind. Do you have any idea where they could be hiding? Joona asks after a few minutes have passed. Her mother used to sleep in various garages. I did meet Susie once when she was going to try to take care of Vicky one weekend. She'd gotten a place to live in Hallonbergen, but it didn't work out. Vicky was found on the subway all by herself between the Slussen and Mariatorget stations. It could be hard to find her, Joona says. I haven't seen Vicky in 8 years, but the staff at Birgittegården, they must have talked to her. They have to know something, Eilin says. I agree, Joona says. So what's wrong? Joona looks her in the eye. The only people Vicky talked to were the nurse who was murdered and her husband who was the therapist. He should know a great deal, or at least something, but mentally he's not well at all, and his doctors think that a police interrogation will worsen his condition. We can't do anything. But I am not a police officer, Eilin says. I could speak to him. She keeps looking him in the eye, and realizes that he was thinking along the same lines. Going down in the elevator, Aylin feels the heavy exhaustion that comes after prolonged crying. She remembers the detective's voice and his soft Finnish accent. He had unusual eyes, gray and oddly sharp. His colleague in the red sweater had called the provincial hospital in Sundsvall and found out that Daniel Grimm had been moved to the psychiatric ward and that his doctor was still forbidding the police to interview him. Aylin crosses the street and gets into her BMW. She calls the number for the hospital that she's been given and finds out that Daniel Grimm is in Unit 52B, but that he's not allowed to receive phone calls in his room. However, he can receive visitors daily until 6 p.m. She puts the address into her car's computer, which calculates that it is 253 miles from here to Sundsvall. If she starts driving right now, she'll get there at 6:45. She turns around at Polhelmsgatan, her tires mounting the sidewalk, and drives down Fleminggatan. When she reaches the first traffic light, Robert calls her to remind her that she has a meeting with Kinnevik and Sven Varje in 30 minutes at the Waterfront Expo. "I won't be able to make it. Shall I tell them to start without you?" "Robert, I don't know when I will be back, but it won't be today," Aylin says. When she reaches the E4, she sets the cruise control to 29 kilometers over the speed limit. She doesn't mind paying a fine, but it would be ridiculous to lose her driver's license. Chapter 84. Joona feels deep down that Vicky Bennett and the little boy are still alive. He can't give up on them now. A girl who once slashed 2 people in the face with a broken bottle has taken a tiny boy from his mother and is hiding somewhere with him. The police have concluded that they are dead. No one is looking for them. Joona thinks about where he is in the investigation now he's seen Vicky and the boy on the security camera video. He knows that Vicky has taken Utrexa, and he's checked on the side effects of this medicine with the needle's wife, who works as a psychiatrist. There's too much that's still not known, Joona thinks. It is possible that Vicky was suffering from an overdose of Utrexa. Caroline had told him that the medicine starts to work when a person still has the pill in his or her mouth, inducing restlessness and anger. Joona closes his eyes and tries to imagine Vicky demanding the keys from Elizabeth. She threatens Elizabeth with a hammer. Elizabeth flees across the yard to the old brewery. Vicky follows and flies into a rage and hits Elizabeth again and again. Then she takes the keys from the dead woman, crosses the yard, still carrying the hammer, picks up a rock, and opens the door to the isolation room. Miranda is sitting on a chair with a blanket around her. Vicky smashes her head repeatedly with the rock. She carries Miranda's body to her bed and puts her hands over her face. Then her rage dies down. Vicky must have become confused, Joona thinks. She took the bloody blanket with her and hid it beneath her bed as the drug's calming effect began to work. She probably felt unbelievably tired. All she did after that was kick off the boots into the closet, put the hammer under her pillow, and fall asleep. She woke up a few hours later, realized what she'd done, and became frightened. She fled through the window and headed straight into the forest. The side effects of the medicine could explain her rage as well as the bloody sheets. But what did she do with the rock? Had there really been a rock? Joona feels the tug of doubt. For the second time in his life, he wonders if the needle could be wrong. Chapter 85. At 5 minutes to 6, Aylin walks through the door to Unit 52B. She greets a nursing assistant and says that she's here to see Daniel Grimm. "Visiting hours are over," the woman says, and walks away. "I've driven the whole way from Stockholm," Elin pleads. The nurse turns and looks at her. "If we make an exception for everyone, we'll be running around 24 hours a day," she says. "Please, just let me. You won't even have time to drink a cup of coffee." "That doesn't matter," Elin insists. The nurse looks at Elin doubtfully, but then nods to Elin to follow her. She goes down the hall and knocks on the door of a patient's room to the right. "Thanks," Elin says, and waits until the nurse leaves before she walks in. Standing by the window is a man with an ashen face. He hasn't shaved this morning, and perhaps not the day before either. He's wearing jeans and a wrinkled shirt. He looks at her with a slight frown and runs his hand through his thin hair. "My name is Elin Frank," Elin says softly. "I know I'm disturbing you, and I apologize in advance." "No, it's... He appears to have been crying for many days. In a different context, Elin might have thought he was handsome. He has a friendly face and intelligent eyes. "I need to talk to you, but I understand if you're not up to it," she says. "It's all right," he says, in a voice that sounds as if it will break at any moment. "The reporters kept coming by the first days, but I couldn't speak. I couldn't handle talking to them. There was nothing I could say. I mean, I wanted to help the police, but I couldn't make it work. I couldn't get my thoughts together." Elin tries to think of a way to bring up the subject of Vicky. She understands that Vicky is a monster as far as he is concerned. She's ruined his life. It won't be easy to make him want to help out. "May I come in for a minute?" "Honestly, I don't know." Daniel rubs his face. "Daniel, I'm very sorry about what has happened to you." He whispers a thank you. Then he looks up and says, "I just said thank you for your sympathy, but I really don't understand what happened. I was worried about Elisabeth's heart, and—" The light leaves his face, which turns inward and ashen again. "I truly can't comprehend what happened to you," Elin says quietly. "I have my own psychologist now," he says. He tries to smile, but can't. "I never thought I'd need my own psychologist. He listens to me. He listens and waits while I cry like a baby. I feel... he won't let the police talk to me. I would have made the same decision if I were in his place. At the same time, I know myself. It wouldn't hurt me to talk. I should tell him I can talk to them, not that I know if I'd be of any real help." "It's probably good to listen to your psychologist," she says. "Do I sound confused?" he asks. "Not really. Sometimes I remember something that I think I should tell the police, but I immediately forget what it is. It's strange. I can't keep my thoughts straight. It's as if I am absolutely exhausted. I'm sure things will get better again." He rubs his finger under his nose. Then he looks at her. "Did you tell me which newspaper you're working for?" She shakes her head and says, "I'm here because Vicky Bennett lived with me when she was 6 years old." Chapter 86. The room in the psychiatric ward is quiet. Elin can hear steps in the hallway. Daniel is blinking behind his glasses as if he is trying to take in what Elin has just said. "I heard about her on the news. The car and the boy," he whispers. "I know," she says, keeping her voice low. "But if she is still alive, where would she be hiding?" "Why do you ask?" "I don't know. Maybe I want to know the people that she trusted." He studies her for a second and then says, You don't believe she's dead, do you? No, I don't, she says quietly. You don't believe it because you don't want to believe it, he says. Do you have any proof that she didn't drown in the river? Please don't be afraid, Aelin says, but we are fairly sure that she and the boy escaped from the car. We? A detective inspector and me. I don't understand. Why do they say she drowned if she— Most of the police involved in the case do think that they drowned, and they've stopped looking for her and for the boy. But not you? Maybe I'm the only person in the world who cares about Vicky right now, just because she's Vicky, Aelin says. She can't manage to smile at him, and she can't keep her voice gentle any longer. And now you want my help to find her? Maybe she will hurt the boy, Aelin says. Maybe she will hurt other people. Well, I don't believe that, Daniel says. For the first time, he looks at Aelin with an open face. In the beginning, I said I doubted that she'd killed Miranda. I still can't believe that she would. Daniel mumbles something. What did you just say? Aelin asks. What? You just whispered something to yourself. I don't believe Vicky killed Elizabeth. You don't? I've worked with troubled girls for many years, and well, it doesn't fit. But during my time as a counselor, I've met many girls who have dark souls, girls who could kill, but not Vicky. No, not Vicky. Aelin smiles widely and feels her eyes filling with tears. She struggles to bring her emotions back under control. I hope you can explain this to the police, she says. I already did. They know that, in my opinion, Vicky is not violent. Of course, I could be wrong, Daniel says, rubbing his eyes. Can you help me? Did you say Vicky lived with you for 6 years? No, I said she was 6 years old when she lived with me, she replies. What would you like me to do? I have to find her, Daniel. You spoke to her for hours. You must know about her friends, boyfriends, anyone. Maybe. We talked about group dynamics for the most part, and I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty keeping my train of thought. Please try. I met her at least once a day. I don't know for sure, perhaps 25 conversations. Vicky, she is— The danger with Vicky is that she likes to run away, even in her thoughts. What I would be worrying about is that she might just leave the boy somewhere, in the middle of the road, perhaps. Where would she be hiding? Did she have any family? Anyone she particularly liked? Chapter 87. The door to Daniel's room swings open, and the assistant nurse enters with his medication for the evening. She stops abruptly when she sees Aelin. "What is this?" she says. "You were only supposed to be here for 5 minutes." "I know," Aelin says, "but there was something important we had to—" "It's 6:30, she interrupts. "I'm sorry," Aelin says, and she turns to Daniel. "Where should I start my search?" "Get out," the nurse orders. "Please," Aelin says, and folds her hands as if in prayer. "I do need to talk to Daniel." "Are you deaf?" the nurse says. "I told you to get out." The nurse swears and leaves the room. Aelin touches Daniel's arm. "Vicky must have talked about places or friends." "Yes, that's true. I can't think of anything, however. I'm really having trouble. Please, try. I know I'm completely useless, but—" He rubs his forehead hard. "The other girls, they must know something about Vicky." "Yes, they should. Caroline, maybe." A man in a white shirt and pants strides into the room. The nurse is right behind him. "Please follow me," the man says. "1 more minute," Aelin pleads. Right now, he barks. Please, Aelin says, her eyes pleading. It's about my daughter. Come with me now, he says, but his tone is milder. Aelin's mouth is trembling as she sinks to her knees in front of them. Just a few more minutes, she begs. If we have to, we'll drag you out. Now that's enough of this, Daniel says, and he helps Aelin up from the floor. The nurse protests. She is not supposed to be here after 6 o'clock. Shut up, Daniel roars. He takes Aelin by the arm and leads her from the room. We'll talk in the foyer or the parking lot. They walk down the hallway and keep going, even as they hear steps behind them. I plan to go to Birgittegården to talk to the girls, Aelin says. They're not there. They've been evacuated. Where to? He holds the glass door for her and follows her to the landing by the elevator, to an old fishing village north of Hudiksvall. Aelin presses the elevator call button. Will they let me in? If I go there with you, they will, he says. Chapter 88. Aelin and Daniel drive away from the hospital, neither one of them saying a word. As she pulls onto the E4, she gets out her cell phone and calls Joona Linna. Sorry to bother you, she says, her voice tinged with despair. You can call me whenever you want, Joona says. His tone is friendly. I'm in my car with Daniel Grimm, and he doesn't believe that Vicky did those horrible things, Aelin explains quickly. Even though all the technical evidence points to her? It can't be true. Daniel says that she's not violent, Aelin says. She can become violent, Joona says. You don't know her, Aelin erupts. Joona says nothing for a few seconds. Then he says calmly, Ask Daniel about Utrexa. It's a drug. Utrexa? Daniel looks at Aelin. Ask him about side effects, Joona says before hanging up. Aelin drives quickly back along the coast, heading toward the forest. What side effects does Utrexa have? She asks. A person can become extremely aggressive if he or she takes an overdose, Daniel says matter-of-factly. Was Vicky prescribed this drug? Daniel nods, and Aelin says nothing. It's a good drug, Daniel tries to explain, but then he falls silent. Almost all the light from the headlights is swallowed by the trees at the edge of the forest. The shadows overlap until there is nothing but darkness. Did you notice that you said Vicky was your daughter? Yes, I know, Aelin says. It just came out. She was your daughter for a little while. Yes, she was, Aelin says, keeping her eyes on the road. They drive past the vast Armsjön lake. It gleams like cast iron in the darkness. Daniel takes a deep breath. I was trying to think of something Vicky said when she first arrived, but now I can't remember it. Oh, yes, she said she had some friends from Chile who had a house. He falls silent and looks out the passenger side window. There are tears on his cheeks. Elisabeth and I were hoping to go to Chile, and then there was the huge earthquake. He takes a deep breath, but sits quietly with his hands in his lap. You were talking about Vicky, Aelin says. That's right. Where was I? You said she had friends from Chile. Yes. They had a house somewhere. Did I say that? Yes. Damn it, he mumbles. What is wrong with me? That is... Maybe I should have stayed at the hospital. This is kind of crazy. Aelin smiles weakly at him. I'm glad that you didn't. Chapter 89. They leave the highway at Jättendal and head toward the coast on a single-lane road that takes them past old farmhouses and falling-down barns, and then back into the dark forest. Where the road ends, there's a cluster of houses in Fallon red, and before them the opalescent eternity of the sea. The midsummer pole is still standing in the village, its birch leaves and flowers now brown and hanging loose. A large wooden house with a beautiful glass-enclosed veranda faces the water. The house was at one time the focal point of the village, but now the company that manages Birgittegården owns it as a vacation home for its senior staff. Elin steers the car slowly between the fence posts and parks. As she undoes her seatbelt, Daniel warns, "You have to be prepared for these girls. They've had rough lives." He pushes his glasses high on his nose. "They're going to provoke you. They like to test the boundaries." "I'll be fine," Elin says. "I was a teenager once, too." "This is something completely different," Daniel says. "It's not always easy, not even for me. They can be really terrible at times." "So what do you say when they try to provoke you?" asks Elin. She looks him in the eye. "The best thing is to be as honest and clear as possible." "I'll keep that in mind." Elin opens the car door. "Wait, there's one more thing before we go in. They have a security guard there. I think that he should accompany you the entire time." Elin smiles. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" "Well, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, you don't have to be afraid, but I know that you shouldn't be alone with two of the girls, not even for a short time." "Which ones?" "Almira and a little girl named Tula." "Are they that dangerous?" He holds up a hand. "I'm just saying I would like the guard to be there if you want to talk to them." "Okay." "Don't worry," he says, trying to calm her. "They can also be quite nice, all of them." The air is cool and carries with it the scent of the sea. Elin pauses after she locks the car. "One of the girls must know about Vicky's friends," she says. "Even if one of them does, you can't assume that she'll want to tell you." A path of black slate leads around the gable and to the front steps. Elin's red high-heeled sandals keep getting caught between the stones. It's late in the evening, but one girl is lying in the hammock next to the lilac tree, smoking. Her pale face and tattooed arms shine in the darkness. "Hey, Danielle," the girl says, and smiles. She sits up and tosses the cigarette onto the grass. "Hello, Almira," Danielle says. "Hello," Elin says, smiling. Almira stares directly at Elin, but does not smile back. Her dark eyebrows meet over her large nose, and her cheeks are peppered with acne. "Vicky beat his wife to death," Almira says. "And when Elizabeth was dead, she killed Miranda, too. I don't think she's going to stop until we're all dead." Almira gets out of the hammock and walks up the stairs and into the house. Chapter 90. Elin and Daniel follow Almira into the small kitchen. Luchu and Indy are sitting at a pine table in the dining room next door, eating ice cream right from the carton while flipping through old comic books. "Good thing you're here," Indy says when she sees Daniel. "You've got to talk to Tula. She's sick in the head. I think she needs to go back on her meds." "Where is Solveig?" asks Daniel. "She had to go somewhere," Almira says, and takes a spoon from a drawer. "When did she leave?" asks Daniel with skepticism in his voice. "Right after dinner," Luchu mumbles without looking up from her comic book. "So there's just the security guard here?" "Anders. He was only here the first and second nights." "What are you telling me?" Daniel says. "Are you girls all on your own?" Almira shrugs and starts to eat the ice cream. "Tell me," Daniel says. "Solveig is supposed to come back," Indy says. "But it's 8 in the evening," Daniel says. He pulls out his cell phone and calls the health company. He is given a complaint number, but no one replies. He leaves an irritated message saying there must always be competent staff on the grounds. They can't cut costs. They have responsibilities. While Daniel is talking on the phone, Aylin watches the girls. Almira is sitting in the lap of a cute girl with East Asian looks, who also has acne all over her face. While she's flipping through an old Mad magazine, she keeps kissing Almira on the neck. "Almira," Aylin says, "do you have any idea where Vicky might be hiding?" "No idea," Almira says, and sucks on her spoon. "Vicky is fucking dead," Indy says. "Didn't you hear? She killed herself on that little boy." "Shit!" Luchu exclaims. She points right at Aylin. "I recognize you. Aren't you like the richest woman in Sweden?" "Cut it out," Daniel says. "Fuck! I swear," Luchu says and drums on the table. Then she yells right at Aylin. "Give me some money." "Please lower your voice," Daniel says. "I only said I recognized her. I can say that, right?" "Yes, you can say what you want," Daniel says. "We just want to ask if you have any idea where Vicky might be hiding," Aylin says. "She kept to herself," Daniel says. "But you girls had the chance to talk to her. You don't have to be best friends to know something about another person. For example, I know the name of your former boyfriend, Indy." "We got back together," Indy says with a grin. "When did that happen?" asks Daniel. "I called him yesterday. We talked for a long time," she said. "Wonderful. I'm happy for you," Daniel says with a smile. "Those last few days, Vicky tended to hang with Miranda," Indy says. "And with Caroline," adds Daniel. "Because they had all-day lifestyle classes together," Indy replies. "Who is Caroline?" asks Aylin. "She's one of the older girls," Daniel says. "She also was in a class called Life Training with Vicky." "I don't know how anyone could care about Vicky," Almira says. "She slaughtered Miranda like a pig." "That's not completely clear," Aylin tries to say. "Not completely clear?" Almira raises her voice. "You should have seen her. She was really fucking dead. I tell you, there was blood all over the place." "Please don't shout," Daniel asks. "Well, what the fuck am I supposed to say? Are we supposed to pretend that nothing ever happened?" Indy yells. "Are we going to pretend that Miranda is still alive? That Elizabeth is still alive? Or what?" "I only meant—" "You weren't fucking there!" Almira screams. "Vicky turned Elizabeth's head to applesauce with a fucking hammer. You act like she's still alive." "Please try to speak one at a time," Daniel says, doing his best to keep his composure. Indy holds up a hand as if she's in school. "Elizabeth was a fucking drug addict. I hate drug addicts, and Almira grins. "Because your mother overdosed." "I don't give a fuck about Elizabeth. She can burn in hell for all I care," Indy says. "How can you say something like that?" asks Aylin. "We heard her screaming that night," Luchu lies. "She called for help for a long, long time. We just stayed in bed and listened to her scream." "She screamed and screamed and screamed," Almira says, smiling. Daniel has turned away from them. The girls stop talking. Daniel says nothing, and eventually he dries his face with his sleeve. "You realize it's a rotten thing to do, to talk like that?" he says finally. "But it's fun," Almira says. "Do you really think so?" "I sure do." "You too, Luchu?" Luchu shrugs. "You don't know?" "No, I don't." "We've talked about situations like this," he says. "Okay, I'm sorry. It was a rotten thing to say." Daniel tries to smile reassuringly at Luchu, but it only makes him look unbearably sad. "Where is Caroline?" asks Aylin. "In her room," Luchu answers. Aylin asks, "Can you show us the way?" Chapter 91. Lu Chu leads them down the ice-cold hall between the living room and the dining room, with its glassed-in veranda facing the water. Beyond the living room, a second hall leads to the bedrooms. Lu Chu points out her room and Tula's room, then stops in front of a door that has a colorful, small porcelain bell hanging from the handle. "Here's where Caroline sleeps," she says. "Thank you," Aylin says. "It's getting late," Danielle says. "Why don't you brush your teeth and get ready for bed?" Lu Chu waits for a moment and then heads off to the bathroom. When Danielle knocks on the door, the little porcelain bell rings. A young woman Aylin assumes is Caroline opens the door and looks at Danielle in surprise. Then she gives him a careful hug. "May we come in?" Danielle asks. "Of course." She holds out her hand to Aylin. "I'm Caroline." Aylin greets the girl and holds her thin hand for a moment. Caroline has a pale, freckled face. She's plucked her sand-colored eyebrows and has carefully applied makeup. Her straight hair is drawn into a thick topknot. The wallpaper in her room is mottled, and the wooden dresser by the window has been stripped. On the wall there's a picture of an old fisherman wearing a sou'wester, his teeth clamped on a pipe. "We're here to talk about Vicky," Danielle says. "I was Vicky's foster mother a few years ago," Aylin explains. "When she was small?" asks Caroline. Aylin nods. Caroline bites her lip and looks out the window. "You know Vicky a little bit," Aylin says. "I don't think she trusted people," Caroline says, and smiles. "I liked her, though. She was calm and had a sick sense of humor when she got tired." Aylin asks straight out, "Did she ever talk about people she knew? Friends or boyfriends?" "We never talk about old shit. It brings us down." "Good things, then. What did she dream of doing when she got out?" "We talk about working abroad for the Red Cross or Save the Children, but who would ever hire us?" Caroline replies. "Did you two want to do that together?" "We were just talking," Caroline says patiently. "I just thought of something," Danielle says, rubbing his forehead. "I was off duty on Friday, but from what I understand, Miranda was in the isolation room. Do you know why?" "She hit Tula," Caroline says in a matter-of-fact way. "Why did she hit Tula?" Aylin asks. Caroline shrugs. "Because Tula deserved it. Tula steals stuff all the time. She took my earrings the other day. She said they wanted to stay with her." "What did she take from Miranda?" "When we were swimming, she took Vicky's purse and she took Miranda's necklace." "She took Vicky's purse?" Aylin asks. "Yeah, she gave it back, but she took something out of it. I don't know what. Something Vicky's mom gave her." "Was Vicky angry at Tula?" Aylin asks. "No." "Vicky and Caroline never get into fights," Danielle says, and he pats Caroline's thin arm. "Danielle, we need you," Caroline says. She looks anxious. "You have to take care of us." "I'll be back soon," he says. "I want to take care of you, but I'm not really in shape for—" "You will come back, won't you?" "I will." Aylin glances back as they leave the room. Caroline's face has fallen. She looks as if she's been completely abandoned. Chapter 92. Danielle knocks on Tula's door. No one answers, so they head back to the kitchen. "Remember what I told you earlier," Danielle says seriously. As they pass the dining room, its table uncleared from dinner, they see the little red-haired girl. Beyond the large windows of the glass veranda, the harbor is gleaming in the darkness. The faded silver fishing huts stand in a row and are reflected in the water. It's a beautiful view. But the girl has turned her chair away from the windows to face the wall, and she's staring right at it. "Hello, Tula," Daniel says. The girl turns her head. Her eyes are pale. Her haunted expression changes into something else, something harder to define. "I have a fever," she says, and turns back to face the wall. "Nice view," Daniel says. "Yeah," she says, but keeps staring at the wall. "I need to talk to you," Daniel says gently. "Go ahead." "I want to see your face as we talk." "You want me to cut it off?" "It would be easier if you turned your chair around." She sighs and gets up, turns her chair, and sits back down. Her face doesn't reveal a thing. "Last Friday you took Vicky's purse," Aylin says. "What?" Tula exclaims. "What did you say? What the fuck did you say to me?" Daniel tries to minimize the effect of Aylin's words. She was wondering. "Shut up!" screams Tula. They don't say anything. Tula presses her lips together while she rips a cuticle from her fingernail. "You took Vicky's purse," Aylin says again. "You're a fucking liar," Tula says. She looks at the floor. She's trembling. Aylin leans forward and strokes her cheek. "I don't mean—" Tula grabs Aylin's hair and yanks, then snatches a fork from the table and pulls back her arm to stab Aylin's face. But Daniel seizes her hand and holds on while she screams and kicks. "Fucking bitch! I'm going to—" Daniel holds Tula until she quiets down. He takes her onto his lap, and she finally starts to relax. Aylin has backed away. "I know, you only borrowed Vicky's purse," Daniel says. "She only had crap in there. I should have burned it all." "So there was nothing in her purse that said it wanted to stay with you? Just a flower button? It sounds lovely. May I see it?" "A tiger is keeping watch over it." "Oh my. You can nail me to a wall," Tula whispers. "Was there anything else that wanted to stay with you?" Daniel says. "I should have set fire to Vicky when we were in the forest." Tula keeps talking to Daniel, and Aylin leaves the room. The hall is dark and empty. She walks to Tula's bedroom and listens to make sure that Daniel is still talking to the girl. Then she opens the door. Chapter 93. Aylin's heart is racing as she enters the small room. There's a narrow bed, a chair, a wooden dresser, and a single window. A table lamp is lying on its side on the floor, lighting the room from below. On one white wall, an embroidered hanging promises, "The best thing we have is each other." Aylin can still see Tula licking her dry lips and shaking right before she tried to stab her face with a fork. There's an odd, sweet, almost rotten smell in the stale air of the room. She hopes that Daniel realizes that she's here and will keep Tula occupied for a while. The mattress is missing from the narrow bed, and beneath the bed slats, Aylin can see a small red suitcase. Her shadow grazes the slats as she leans over and pulls it out. Inside, there's a photo album, some wrinkled clothes, a perfume bottle with Disney princesses on it, and a candy wrapper. Aylin closes the suitcase and pushes it back under the bed. She looks around the room and notices that the dresser has been moved out from the wall. The mattress and bedclothes are on the floor behind it. Tula has been sleeping there instead of in the bed. Aylin walks over slowly, stopping for a moment when a floorboard creaks. She pulls open each dresser drawer, but there are only tangled sheets and small cloth bags of lavender inside. She lifts the sheets, but there's nothing underneath. She hears steps in the hallway. She stands still and tries to breathe without making a sound. She hears the porcelain bell ring. Then silence. Ailinn waits a moment, then looks through the bedclothes behind the dresser. She lifts the mattress and uncovers old food: moldy bread, chicken bones, brown apples, sausage, and fried potatoes.